stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
As the day 3 rolls up, it comes in with a reminder. Final 8 games left in the hands to establish a comeback in the overall standings. And right now, the formidable 8, it's looking pretty unstable. Let's move on towards today's day. Welcome to the day 3 of the semifinals week 2. I'm going to be a host in Castronecro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's going to be Super Johnny. And Johnny, yesterday we saw Cheminix Venom and, of course, Entity Gaming doing quite good. But then moving on forward towards conversation like Reckoning Esports, they were able to wreck the lobby.
Exactly. Yesterday we saw a lot of those big names that we were concerned about on day number 1 bounce back quite nicely on day number 2. As you mentioned, Reckoning was one of those names. Carnival Gaming was one of those names. And by the end of the day, we also had Mogo Esports find their way inside of that top 8 bracket. Just barely, though. But today, maybe it is the day when these teams either consolidate their rankings and stabilize themselves on the overall leaderboard, or the undergods start catching up again.
Entity Gaming played so well in that last game, knowing the fact that yesterday they were just averaging 3 to 4 points per game. Entity realized the fact that their position could have been compromised if they do not perform in this game of Erangel that's left over. But then they just put that game face on. They do a really good job in securing those placement points and the elimination points. And once again, they keep themselves in that top 5. Moving in forward towards Cheminix Venom, even they played phenomenally well.
Exactly. Cheminix Venom, I think that was the best performing team yesterday because they were actually able to take the first position away from Hyderabad Hydras and then hold on to it till the end. And of course, one thing you pointed out was that the top 8 right now, it's very unstable. It's a very close call between not just the top 8 teams, but between the teams, I think up until the 18th position, it's going to be close today as well. And I think today could decide the fate for a lot of these teams. But before that, we have the point structure on our screens. And I think this is what is causing trouble for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much the same. Nothing changed over here. The latter half of the board getting 0 points. And a lot of these teams are focusing on the eliminations. And yesterday, Reckoning Esports was a team that was a wrecking ball inside of the lobby. Just going all out, taking all the fights that they can. Even Godlike Esports yesterday definitely was a decent day in the first 2 games. But then later on, the momentum just completely slipped out.
Yeah, I mean, they tried their level best to bounce back. The first 2 games did kind of go okay, but then there was a massive fall off and we were back to square one. So Team Godlike, I think today is the day where they need to at least secure like 40 points in the 4 matches that they have, 10 points per match. If they can actually pull it off, that puts them in a safer position from where on the last day of the semifinals week 2. Tomorrow they can actually try and compete, but we have the groups that will be taking the stage first on our screens. And of course, it starts off with Group A, Mogo Esports, Entity, Limra, Insane, LOC also being a part of this particular group. And of course, tough competition from these sides. But then again, Group B as well, Team Godlike, we keep talking about them. THW is another name that we need to discuss about, Necro, because I think this is another team that has taken a massive fall off.
Yeah, they just haven't been doing good for themselves. Moving in towards CG's also there on the board. Yesterday, quite a phenomenal day for them. You've also got Rivalry Esports, Voltex, 7 Shores, Inspiration, and NIY. For Inspiration and NIY, things have been way too dicey. For 7 Shores, still there's a chance they can bounce back in the overall standings. And today, these 4 games that are left over, that will be the last chance to sort of move on forward towards the top 8. Because tomorrow, it'll be the backs against the wall. You know, at that point in time, establishing a comeback, it's next to impossible.
Exactly. I think especially for the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, that is NIY and Prime Esports, right? These 2 teams are there with single digits on the overall leaderboard still. So if they don't bounce back today, it's all over. These teams have to go for either 40 or 50 points if they can make it happen, right? If they can make it happen, do it today itself. Otherwise, tomorrow it's going to be too late.
And moving on to our schedule. Today, we're going to kick things off with Erangel. Of course, it's going to be Group A and C to chime inside of the action. The second one's going to be Miramar. The third one, once again, back to the square 0. It will be Erangel. The fourth one this time will be Sanhok. A little bit of change inside of the schedule. And then Erangel and Erangel once again. A lot of the Erangels will be played today.
So no Vacandy in the map pool today. And of course, 4 Erangels, 1 Sanhok, 1 Miramar. This day is going to be extremely exciting, and as you pointed out, right, day number 3, penultimate day of the semifinal, week 2 as well. Having those 4 Erangels for a lot of these teams can be very big. It's the map that everyone is comfortable on. It is called the home ground for a reason for everyone, right? And that is where you can actually strike your hardest, play your best, and of course secure the most amount of points.
It is one of the most classic maps out there. Even in BGMI, if you try to queue for the other maps, you do not really find the queue that with easily. But if you try to queue in towards Erangel, everyone is playing this map. And there's a reason for that. Moving in towards the overall standings, you've got VG at the top, of course, with 72 points. You've also got Galaxy Esports with 69. You've got CG there too with 68. You've got Entity Gaming with 54, or 64, my bad. Hyderabad Hydras with 62. In general, you can see the overall standings. They're way too close.
Exactly. I mean, even now, I mean, you go all the way on that 16th position where Team Godlike is. One good game and they can bounce back quite easily inside of that top 8, right? 120-pointer game, and after that 20-pointer, all the other matches that you play will just be for survival. Then you can go ahead and average of 4 or 5 points per game and stay inside that top 8 bracket. But within the top 8 itself, I think Entity and Mogo Esports, the only two teams that haven't secured any chicken dinners yet. I think that is what we will like to see by the end of the semifinals. Can they close out their matches? Because even though they are consistent, closing out games is very important.
It is very important, but once again, it is Mogo Esports too at the end of the day. They know they just need to move on towards the grand finals, just be in the top 8. That's what Destro likes to do, and then he performs when it matters the most. And he knows the most amount of money is on the line in the grand finals, so why do you need to even perform in the week 2?
Exactly, plus this is a team that has done it before, right? They've lifted a trophy without having a single chicken dinner in the grand final. So if they can pull it off again and make it twice in a row, that is going to be exciting.
I mean, Destro would definitely have some evil smirks once again, and he will be bragging all across the social medias, that's for sure. But yeah, let's move on towards the undergods, right? Team Limra, a little bit of a slip-up yesterday. Yes, they had decent game, but still, man, that slip-up is right there in the overall standings. Moving in towards Inferno Squad, completely deactivated.
I think Limra, we can't really be too critical about Limra. At least they are still in the top 8, right? But for Inferno Squad, I do 100% agree with what you said. The drop that happened was not what we expected. I mean, they went from top 3 to outside the top 8.
Yeah, and inside of the top 8, the only reason why you need to be there is if you want to secure your slot in the grand finals. And right now, the elite passes, they're being booked on rapid pace. So make sure you're heading on towards Paytm Insider and booking that elite pass for yourself. And if you talk about all the premium stuff that you'll be getting, all the perks, of course, premium sitting will be there. Free meals and snacks will be there too, which of course I love. Then moving on towards exclusive merchandise of BGIS 2024 and a chance for you to meet your favorite content creators and stars. So even the meet and greet session will be there for the elite passes.
Exactly, it's going to be exciting. You get the best seats in the house for one of the biggest esports events in the country. How great is that?
Exactly. Everyone would love to get their hands on top of that, right? Moving on towards Magnet Esports' conversation now. Magnet Esports always been that stable bunch, but still not yet in the top 8.
That is true, and again, Magnet is on that 9th position though, so they're not too far away. I think there's like 4 or 5 points shy of where Mogo Esports is, 4 points shy, so they can easily cover up. And in fact, a leap that Magnet can make in just one game, it can change everything. If they find a way to break into the top 5, then it completely breaks the top 8 once again, and it brings in a little bit more chaos on that overall leaderboard.
Hey, you know what, Johnny? There's so much more going on in my head right now. I'm probably going to be answering those questions soon enough after this short promo.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार। टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली?
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। I've moved on in life. कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
A while ago, we saw the schedule. And the first game will be kicked off by Group A and C. And we've got some interesting prospects in here too. Teams like Reckoning Esports, once again, returning back. We know they need to be super consistent in the overall standing. So far, yesterday, of course, they pulled off a major comeback. But can they keep up with the intensity once again?
I think they can. I think Reckoning definitely, even in the previous rounds, have showcased great potential. And day number 1, yes, it got us a little worried as to what is going on. Why is this team underperforming now all of a sudden? But yesterday, I think they have regained
Yeah.
a lot of that faith. They did quite well for themselves yesterday.
Then the real question lies, what exactly happened in week 1, man? Because the performance was not even close. Even the CG side was not able to perform at all.
You know, maybe they were just waiting for the tougher teams to leave the groups and maybe just make things a little bit easier for themselves. You never know.
No, you can't even say that, man. You know, Wildcard was much more tougher
That
than
is
the
true.
round 4. Global Esports, they dominated through, they shattered through the competition, they moved on forward. Team X Spark, they did the same thing as well. But then Wildcard was so sweaty, and Godlike can be a prime example of that. Last day, barely qualifying in that top 16. And if Godlike wouldn't have done that, of course, they wouldn't have been over here. But moving on towards the conversation, right? Reckoning Esports, definitely that momentum right now. It seems like the wind is in their sails. They can definitely move on forward with that momentum. And even Team 8-Bit, not that far behind, man. They're way too close in the top 8.
Yeah, 8-Bit is also quite close. Then, as we mentioned, Magnet also is quite close to the qualification bracket, and they're also going to be taking the stage right now along with them. I think the biggest threats that you will have to avoid right now have to be the likes of Lifecraft, have to be the likes of Entity, Hyderabad Hydras, Reckoning Esports. Because Lifecraft, I mean, you saw them yesterday just charging into any fight that they saw, and they got quite deadly at a certain point. And these three teams, Magnet, 8-Bit, and Lifecraft, this is a very important game for all three of them. Because this game, either they propel themselves in the top 8 or the rest of the day, they will just spend it trying to somehow recover on that overall leaderboard. So I think first game of the day, you can build up that momentum quite nicely. And for all these three teams, it is a great opportunity.
You've got a point. Lifecraft Esports yesterday, they played phenomenally well.
Yeah.
And the fact that Lifecraft Esports are also now a little bit more closer to that top 8, definitely they've got a chance. They're on the 16th spot in the overall standings, if I'm not wrong. So Lifecraft, one single good game, they instantly propelled themselves somewhere really close to that top 8.
Not the 16th, it's Magnet, 8-Bit, and Lifecraft on the 9th, 10th, and 11th position.
Oh my god.
And Lifecraft, I mean, this is an amazing way they've made it happen as well. 30 plus eliminations secured. But the only problem for Lifecraft is that they don't survive in the games long enough. In 8 matches, they've accumulated 14 placement points. And that is definitely not enough.
And even yesterday, we saw LOC taking a lot of those drop collisions, right?
Yeah.
LOC was going for those early on battles, knowing the fact that, yeah, the placement game isn't really working out for them. Now it's time to amp up the aggression a little bit, try and go for these elimination fights, and that's what they're doing, right?
Exactly.
But at the same time, even they're taking a lot of that hurt upon themselves. They do win that drop fight. Yes, nothing taken away from that. But when they try to move on forward with that same aggressive pace, they get taken down.
Exactly, and I think LOC, it's that mid-game that they struggle with normally as well. But I do agree with you, that aggressive front that we saw from them, we remember that fight on Sanhok, right? That early drop clash victory of theirs, it gave them such a nice build and momentum for that particular game. And they stayed calm after that. But the problem is, you win the first fight of the game, and they have been quite consistent in those early drop clashes. I mean, twice yesterday, I believe we saw them come out on top in those early drop clashes. But after those initial 4 points are secured, they just completely vanish from the game.
Exactly.
That needs to change.
They just poof into thin air. We do not even know what exactly just happened at LOC. They just vanish. And now the real sign of concern over here are also being showcased from this out of Team Insane. First game was really good. The second day, just not there. And now moving on forward towards day 3, Team Insane, if they don't buckle up right now, they will be pushed on the last page in the overall standings.
Again, as we keep drawing parallels between the teams, right? Insane and Inferno Squad, they are moving hand in hand. And I don't mean figuratively, or even on the overall leaderboard, it's Inferno Squad, and right behind them is Team Insane. So both of these squads just went up together and then dropped down together. Hopefully, it is day number 3, it's an odd number, and maybe third time's the charm for them.
I mean, it's weird, right? Usually you think on day 1 there's going to be those jitters, but then teams like Inferno Squad and Team Insane, they don't have those jitters. It's really weird. They perform on the weird occasions. Now, when the pressure's on top of them, Team Insane is cracking under that.
I mean, yesterday I believe they did not have any pressure because they started the day off within the top 8 itself. In fact, quite high up in the top 8 leaderboard. And I think today, maybe once again, since they are going to feel a little bit of pressure, but they are already outside of the top 8. So maybe if that thought of, oh, we might just get eliminated, and at this point, either we just go YOLO and qualify for the grand finals, or we just take an exit and stay back home. If that thought enters their heads, they can get a little bit loose inside of the game as well. But it is Team Insane. We have seen these players in the past. They have showed up with consistent performances when the moment calls for it, and I think today definitely the moment calls for it.
And yesterday, even RTG XID was doing quite decent, right? In that game of Sanhok, they had a decent amount of elimination points, so you can't say at least that step up was there. RTG XID, they haven't given up just yet. Maybe today, if they do get some more good games in the hand, things can be even better. And we've got the map performance of Erangel, of Kemenex Venom, and looking at the eliminations, right? 85 finish points, and they have managed to gain in total of 136 points.
Yeah, but Kemenex Venom, I think the one thing this team struggles with is that consistency, right? As you spoke about Inferno Squad and Team Insane, they form at awkward times. It's the same with Kemenex Venom. Day number 1, we saw them struggle as well. And yesterday, right off the bat from game 1 itself, is when we saw them bounce back. So again, under pressure, for some reason, these players just played their best, but today sitting again on that first position in the overall leaderboard, extremely close to making it to the grand finals. What goes down? Do they relax? Do they get a little loosened up and mess up inside of the matches, or do they just continue firing on all cylinders? I think that is the one thing that I would like to notice, because from here, right, it's not just semifinals, week 2 and qualification that you're thinking about. You're also thinking and, in fact, preparing yourself for the grand finals. Because let's not forget, the 8 teams that have already qualified for the grand finals are watching right now.
Exactly.
They are making those notes. They are preparing as well.
As you mentioned, they're taking down those notes, doing the homework right now. And Global Esports, at the end of the day, they're aggressive playstyle. I just want to see them even more, man. The fact that they're not over here in the week 2, I'm definitely missing them. It's not a good thing for me, but knowing the fact that they are going to be in the grand finals, that's even better, right?
Yeah.
Knowing the fact that in front of the crowd, Global Esports will just be going all ham against the lobby. But moving it forward towards the conversation once again of Group A and C, right? Mogo Esports is one of those teams that is currently in the top 8. Entity as well is right there. HYDERABAD Hydras is in the top 8. You've also got Reckoning Esports now moving in. Kemenex Venom moving in too. So many teams from these 2 groups that are currently in the top 8. You can say this is one of the most competitive groups so far.
You forgot your favorite team, Necro. Team Limera.
Yeah, even they're in there.
And Limera yesterday was, I mean, it was difficult to figure out what they were up to, but hey, they outsmarted everyone, right? Limera was quite consistent, I have to say. I mean, they consistently maintained a decent average between their placement points and their finish points, not getting too aggressive, not getting too eager for the chicken dinner win as well. And they maintained their position inside that top 8 bracket, which is what you would want at this point.
I mean, the fact that Team Limra, they have gotten that balance among themselves, and looking at them from the start as well, right? Knowing the fact that Team Limra, they like to keep things under balance, under check. And once again, the same thing is happening with them, right? Not going too aggressive in the lobby, not going too passive in the lobby, just keeping that balance for themselves.
Yeah.
And that's what Team Limra is once again doing. But sometimes they do tend to shake.
All right, I have this thing now, right? I mean, I do agree with you. Limra do have a shaky performance every now and then, but we've been talking about the top 8, right? But today, I think we can also expect a lot of the teams outside of that top 8 bracket to bounce back. For me, the way the standings look right now, I think anyone from that top 18 position can bounce back and gain an entry. All you need is that one game with 20 points, and it's all good.
I genuinely think so. In RTGX Xindi have a chance. If they have one single good chicken, they can instantly propel themselves somewhere closer to that top 12, and then later on, moving in from that top 12, they can directly qualify in towards that top 8. In general, the competition is way too cutthroat. It's way too tight. We've got another map performance of HYDERABAD Hydras, and they've managed to get 39 finishes in the span of 8 matches played.
Yeah, and HYDERABAD Hydras, I mean, yesterday I think they were very impressive with how they kicked things off, taking the first position away first and then moving on, consistent run throughout the day as well. And again, I think with HYDERABAD Hydras, we do see a little bit of shakiness every now and then in terms of those off maps where they usually struggle. But when it comes to Erangel, I think they've put up decent number on the board so far.
They have. They definitely have. I mean, HYDERABAD Hydras, knowing the fact that this entire lineup, they've got some nice experience to play with. All the 4 players they have been playing with for a long time, right? We've seen the same players play in the past as well in 2023 under a different banner, and they were doing quite decent for themselves. We saw this team moving in quite in the late stages. And now look at this HYDERABAD Hydras, looking much more better, looking much more refined, knowing the fact that it's quite a known organization as well. It's sort of like a leeway that the players are getting for themselves. And moving in towards another conversation, right? Now Team 8bit2 is going to be under that limelight because they're still on the edge. We know they're way too close. They can easily move in. But knowing how Team 8bit chokes up sometimes, man, you just cannot ignore that.
It did happen yesterday as well. I mean, in a few games, we did see them choke in a few fights.
Yeah.
But that is not the norm for them. It was an exception. I still believe in this team. I still believe in the lineup that they have. And I still believe in Juicy. He's a wonderful IGL. And maybe moving forward, I think we can see a little bit of more consistent performance from the side of 8bit.
Okay, well, I mean, what about LOC, though? I mean, even these guys are the aggressive bunch, right? Today, if they have practiced a little bit more, if they know exactly how the lobby's going to be shaping up, even LOC can do really good.
I think stop staying in the blue. That needs to be said for LOC. That's the only mistake I see them making. They always stay in the blue for so long that, that even if they try to breach the circle, in stage 3, stage 4, they always get gate kept and they're forced to fight inside of that blue zone, which is not good for them.
I mean, if you look at LOC's elimination points and the placement points, there's a stark difference, right? Knowing the fact that LOC's elimination points are much higher than the placement, it is just weird. And this is exactly what we're saying. The players have got the firepower. For some reason, they just don't like to be inside of the zone.
I have no idea why. It's difficult to explain when everyone is playing for the circle. Everyone charges for the center. LOC, a team that is very proficient in going for those team fights, they like to stay out of it. I think they can do so much more if they actually get to this center early, have a little bit of a safe cover to work with. This team can definitely annihilate a lot of those bodies and a lot of those squads inside of the lobby.
I mean, the teams that we're expecting to perform, if they do end up performing, right? LOC, Team Insane, even Hyderabad Hydras, they start hit back. Even 8-Bit, they start hit. Imagine how much of a ruckus there's going to be off the rip on the day 3. And one thing is for sure, some of the teams might have given up already. So there's a high chance in the last 2 remaining games for these guys, they might just start drop colliding and they might just start targeting each other. That's what happened last week.
So I disagree on one thing, that a few teams might have given up, because as of now, I think even if NIY and Prime, if they pop off in this first game of theirs and go for a big win, which is like 20 points, 25 points, if they can pull it off, this gets them back into a fighting position.
But that just sounds so unrealistic, right?
You never know, man. Anything can happen. It's a game of BGMI.
Anything can happen indeed. I mean, Prime Esports, they have proven their firepower, right? They've proven their worth. But knowing the fact that they're inside of the semifinals, it just feels like they're cracking under that pressure. They're cracking under that banner. And now Prime Esports not being able to keep up with that heat. We've also seen Prime Esports take fights against Godlike right off the rip. They like to do that in the map of Sanhok. And once again, I feel like Prime Esports, you might as well start tweaking things over here and there.
I think tweak things, and no matter what happens, avoid Voltex. We all saw that brutal execution in Camp Bravo yesterday. It was kind of exciting and exhilarating from the perspective of Voltex, but if you look at it from the POV of Prime Esports, man, that was just heartbreaking what happened.
And honestly speaking, even Voltex is an interesting prospect to speak about, right? An underdog team just coming in out of nowhere, now doing too good in the overall standings for themselves, and still Voltex, the fact that they're really closer inside of the top 8 so far. Voltex in general, it's one of those teams I did not expect to see this far.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that, because the performance they delivered in the previous few rounds was extremely shaky, extremely dicey, and it was a big concern as to how far they can go into this tournament. But this time in semifinals, week 2 at least, they performed quite decent, and as you mentioned, they're not too far away from that qualification bracket. Just one good game, and they can propel themselves inside of the top 8 very easily. The problem with Voltex is sometimes I feel they get a little too aggressive for their own good.
And honestly speaking, sometimes they also play way too passive. That's also been the case, right? Sometimes playing passive has also been working out quite well for them, because we've seen them almost getting closer to that chicken dinner.
Yeah, but that is the time when they miss out on those finish points, which has always been a priority for them. But let's see. I mean, it's a new day, it's a new start, and of course, there's a lot of pressure on these teams. And here we go with the first game of Erangel.
Erangel boots up on the screen as the plane flat path starts all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Yasna Polyana. And this plane flat path, once again, is quite decent, but if you want to move in towards Gatka, George Pool, then it's going to be tough of a stretch. Teams will need to drop on the pit stops, get their hands on the basic loot, and then move on forward towards their designated drop locations. For that, they would also need to get their hands on some vehicles. Mogo Esports, it's all good in the hood. The plane flat path is right on top of that area.
Yeah, and Mogo Esports, they will be happy to drop directly on that C building. Of course, taking early control always a priority for them. We see 8-Bit also taking an early exit, headed towards Ferry Pier, of course. And along with that, I think it can be a big threat for the side of Mogo as well, realizing that 8-Bit right now, desperate for qualification, know exactly how Mogo Esports like to play a situation like this.
And looking at Team Insane, too, even they've taken an exit from that plane flat path. My eyes are really going to be stacked up on teams like Team Insane that have been struggling so far, Inferno Squad as well, because I know they definitely do have it in them. But for some reason, that performance has been nullified. And Team Insane, they have been making a lot of those rash decisions. I mean, we've seen them take some of the aggressive approach, and you really just start questioning those approaches.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely do. Because day number 1, when they were confident in their fighting stance, we actually saw them dominate a lot of those 4v4s, but day number 2, I don't know what happened. They tried to slow things down, and the plan completely backfired against them. We saw a drastic drop from the side of Team Insane. And as you were talking about Inferno Squad as well, I think the same thing applies to them. Just be confident in your fighting capabilities, be confident in each other, and then try and see if you can force another team to take a 4v4 against you, and if you can plan it out and execute it out perfectly. The one thing that has been going against a lot of these teams is those awkward third-party timings that we have been witnessing. I mean, imagine you were there with me yesterday. We're casting a match. We're watching the action. Within 15 to 20 seconds, 8 teams just disappear out of nowhere.
Yeah, and all thanks to that zone, right? Just forming out in the open like that in the map of Sanhok you're speaking of, right?
Yeah.
Where Cheminix Venom was the one to dominate through. They had so many elimination points to back themselves up. I think so 15 or 16.
On the last Erangel as well, the same thing happened. I mean, just blink and 6 teams out.
I mean, things have been way too weird these days. But also, it's way too competitive, if you'd like to say.
That is true.
A lot of the teams, they are surviving till the final few moments, and that's why it's just chaos all across the board. It's pretty much random. Just never knowing who's going to be the one to come out on top from that chaos. And Cheminix Venom once again starting things off on the aggressive note for Lifecraft. We just had to talk about this team, man.
This is unfortunate for them. Both the teams do like to start their game from the northern part of Erangel, and I mean, with how the flight path was laid out, there was definitely going to be a priority given to getting those vehicles early so that you can move out towards that western shoreline or maybe towards Severny and shooting range and start that early game loot. And Lifecraft, they got caught doing exactly that. They went out for those vehicles, and Kemin X Venom were able to find that opening frag. But look at this, LOC against the players of Galaxy Esports. LOC did go for that Rozok control, but Galaxy Esports just on that eastern periphery of that city, and Sketch, he's been caught all alone.
Yeah, the man's running away for his life, though, so I think so Sketch is going to be good for now.
He escapes along that shoreline.
Yep. That's fine. Galaxy Esports, even they're the bloodhounds in the lobby, right? Just like Cheminix Venom. They've always been the one to chase down the foes right off the rip. And looking at Lifecraft, once again, the fight's not done yet. Cheminix Venom, they do not even have the suitable weaponry to go for the fight, but they're still not scared of facing off against Lifecraft. Util's being tossed in the front, the door's being blown up, and Trigger realizes that fact. That's why he backs away from that balcony. Now knows the fact that he's also getting approached. Nice communication between the teammates. And Lifecraft, they do strike down one more player, but unfortunately in return, they do lose out one more. Viper's right there trying his best to keep things under bay, but it's still not going to matter, knowing the fact that the players of Cheminix Venom, they're spread all across the board, and they've also got the man advantage.
Lifecraft, they did a brilliant job finding that opening trade, but from there on out, it just all went downhill, and Cheminix Venom still continuing on their winning ways. What a brilliant job over there. As soon as Drigger found that second frag, all of the players from the side of Cheminix Venom just went to the backside of those houses, and now Viper, he's stuck in this corner room. HP slowly and steadily being chipped away by the players of Cheminix Venom. And, well, he's constantly going for those jumping shotgun.
What is even going on?
He's just stuck in a corner, can't move.
No one's even pushing up close and personal. Viper, the man was getting toyed with. Yeah, eventually Lifecraft, they do get eliminated from this entire game, and all thanks to Cheminix Venom, off the rip, starting things off with an aggressive stance. You gotta love it.
Yeah, you definitely do. They came for a hunt. They were almost at shooting range. In fact, they had crossed shooting range, and then they just came back towards Severny. So they went out to check exactly where the players of Lifecraft were going. Were they trying to escape towards Georgiapol, the northern Georgiapol city? Were they looking to head towards Zarki? And as soon as they saw those pathways clear, they knew that Severny is the only option that was left for Lifecraft. They went back to the city, went for the hunt, and of course it all sort of spiraled down from that first opening frag, realizing that, alright, now if we take on this team early, we will have a man advantage to work with. And the best part is, they did not lose that player who was knocked out. They did get a recovery, a revive.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you push in like a well-knit unit, right? Automatically, you will be having each other's backs.
Yeah.
The only reason why they lost out on that player is because that player is focused on someone else. And then it was sort of like a wild card peak, if you'd like to say.
A double peak, yeah.
Yeah. The man just getting knocked out. Entity Gaming on the screen yesterday. A decent day. Nothing taken away from that. They had 3 to 4 points per game. And then in the last game, Entity, they just did really good. knowing the fact that, yeah, their position could have been compromised. That's why they just performed in that last game. And once again, keeping themselves somewhere closer to that top 5 or in that top 5.
Entity is now started to play like their old selves, right? It seems like they've regained their composure, the consistency that we wanted to see. It's finally being delivered. The only thing that I think I can say is like win a chicken dinner, guys. That's all that is left to do now. They have recovered in every aspect of this game. Their aggression looks good. Their consistent placement looks good. Overall leaderboard, they are in that top 5. They're sitting on that 4th position. That is where you would like to see them. Now, the only thing left is a chicken dinner win.
They can get it.
Definitely, yeah.
And they don't even need it, to be honest. Even if they don't, it's fine. They can easily just move in and qualify. And looking at what's going on the screen for now, Prime Esports, they're inside of the game with just a 3-man squad. I think so they've already given up. With a 3-man squad, Prime, they're not going to be looking too good. Already things are way too tough for them, and now stepping inside of the day with just the 3 players. Even worse, Team Limra, all the 4 players on the screen. And for Team Limra, today, they will be tested to the fullest limits.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Limra, this is a squad that needs to hold on to that top 8 no matter what today. And if they can manage to squeeze themselves inside the top 5, that fixes everything, right? It gives them a little bit of safety cushion to work with, and that is what Limra Esports need to look for today. So for them, I think toning down the aggression might actually work out if they manage to stay and play for survival, survive to the top 4 of every single match. I think that puts them in a decent position in terms of getting those average points per match, and of course, slowly and steadily climbing the leaderboard and sticking around inside the top 8. But it won't be easy. Don't get me wrong.
It won't. I mean, at this point in time, we've seen some of the formidable foes as well just crack under that pressure, right?
Yeah.
Only a few teams have been able to storm through their way directly to the grand finals. The rest, they have been struggling. Siege is not playing inside of the lobby, or else Siege would have been really happy with this zone.
Of course, I mean, yesterday we did see that lost Erangel as well. We had a Western zone. Got dominated by Carnival Gaming, and this time I think, as you mentioned, they would have been very happy, would have moved up early, taken control of Everest, the usual strat. But here they come, the boys from Nova Pnoy, Inferno squad. Finally having crossed the bridge, off to the main island they go, heading towards the circle now.
On the move inside of the zone, Inferno squad, it's not going to be that big of a deal. The breaching point's going to be super clear. They do move in. And looking at towards the centric part of the zone, a lot of those teams are stacked up towards that. Not exactly towards center, but still you can't say the school area. It's quite colorful. It's a splash of colors. Mogo Esports still down south towards that military base, waiting for the right moment to strike inside of that main island. And the next circle shift, it's going to be up north. Kemenix Venom now. They're going to be having those evil smiles on the face. Looking on the screen, a little bit of a fight going on between 2 of the teams as expected near school area. Entity took some shots in the front.
Yeah, I think they were trying to take down the players of Prime Esports, but weren't really successful in doing so. And also look towards the eastern edge of the map. You have Reckoning Esports and Team Limra. A chase, a cat and mouse chase happening. Not really, because I don't think Reckoning know that Limra is behind them. Reckoning Esports playing from Lipovka and Limra starting the game from Milta Power, but both teams looking to head up north and breach the circle from the northern half, from that Stalber Hill, head towards Severny. And as you were talking about Kemenix Venom, Necro, the only thing that is going to be a concern for Kemenix Venom is where is everybody? Because that northern island is completely empty. It's just Galaxy Esports, and they are on the other side of a hill, which will deny Kemenix Venom vision and the line of fire to actually engage into anything.
Just gotta wait a little bit more.
Yeah, be patient.
The players will follow up that trail. Here we go, a little bit of shots taken. LOC on the receiving end of things. It's not looking too good for LOC, considering they've got all the bridge line for themselves. Quite the open grounds as well around them. A lot of those teams will start a stack, and there we go. Magnet Esports, they do find that blow. First man knocked out, grind almost on the verge of being confirmed, and LOC Sketch is trying his best to get the fallen player back up. Sarwar's all by himself from Magnet. The backup needs to be there, but Surfar, he tried to escape away from this spot, but he knows he's completely pinned. But once again, he's just backing away. Magnet Esports, if they want, they can't press upon the charges, but they're not doing so.
Yeah, Magnet Esports a little too Well, holding too much back this time around. I think did not want to get third-partied over there. Galaxy Esports, they take full advantage of this. Gets knocked out. Wonderful nades coming in and suppressing fire, of course, from the flank. But, oh my goodness, Necro, I feel bad for LOC. Now even Hyderabad Hydras are chiming in.
Oh, this just blows. LOC, the last two remaining players. They've got so many more teams to deal with. But the DBS, it's definitely doing a lot of that damage. Another man cut down way too low. But then from the back, it's going to be Magnet to put that nail in the coffin.
I mean, what a teardown for LOC in this one. 3 different teams and they just get caught in that Bermuda triangle and just completely lost out. But Hyderabad Hydra as well, even they have taken a few punches right on their torso. 2 players knocked out, but should be an easy recovery. Magnet Esports, is this the time where they choose to charge in?
I don't think so. If they do decide to charge in, they're not thinking straight. They're just making those rash decisions. Entity Gaming in front of us, and for Entity, not a good terrain at all. Need to pin themselves down somewhere. They have got a few compounds here and there, but still those compounds, you never know if the zone's going to be forming on top of them. Reckoning Esports, they collided this time against Cheminix Venom, and Cheminix Venom, they do lose out on 2 players in that collision. Reckoning Esports, they're just chiming through in quite a great fashion in this fight. And from the far fray, Reckoning Esports, they're just doing a lot of that damage. It's all down to Fury now from the side of Cheminix Venom, and I'm not sure how much more he can keep up with that Wrath from the side of Reckoning. One last man to face off against 2 players of Reckoning, and Fury knows he's got so much more to deal with. The man peeks out of the buggy, and yeah, eventually it's going to be Reckoning Esports to prevail.
But it's not over yet, Necro. Look at the radar. 2 more squads have shown up in the form of Inferno Squad and Galaxy Esports, and this is about to get more intense. Reckoning Esports now forced to run away, forced to evade, but on the other side, I believe this is just forced Inferno Squad and Galaxy Esports to collide amongst themselves.
I mean, so many points accumulated, though, for Galaxy, right? They're just able to steal these elimination points away at the start of LOC. Now over here, Reckoning. So, yeah, free 3 points, I would take that.
They lost one of their players, and 1 pick did go into the hands of Inferno Squad as well, so even they capitalized right in the nick of time. But what a chaotic development over there. Started off with Reckoning going up against Cheminix Venom, and then Inferno Squad. Had they been a little bit quicker to this third party, I'm pretty sure they could have just beaten down Reckoning Esports and forced them to take an early exit in this match as well.
I mean, there we go. The man's back up on his feet, so you can't say it's all good in the head for now.
Nice recovery.
DP back up. Galaxy Esports once again looking fit and fine. 8-bit. All the 4 players in this compound. I'm not sure how to feel about this position.
Amazing teammates from Galaxy Esports, man. I have to say, I did not realize they actually picked him up and ran away with him. What a big rescue coming in.
Yeah, to save the day. A lot of the teams, they need to take some tips from that.
Of course.
8-bit, moving around, knowing that there's someone around this area. I'm not a big fan of what Mighty's trying to pull off. One man's way too up close and personal, and Juicy once again backs away. The man's playing with fire. Inferno Squad in front of us, only getting that 1 point secured so far. And for Inferno Squad, it is a decent position to hold 4 now.
It's decent, but I think the only problem for them is
Insane.
well, Insane, they're quite lucky. They are the only ones on that Rozok shoreline, and everyone else has already moved up north, but maybe Mogo can move in from Ruins, look to move towards that Rozok bridge and try and pick a fight. But as I was saying, I mean, the only problem for Inferno Squad is the fact that Galaxy Esports know exactly where they are. And just a few seconds ago, we saw Galaxy Esports, one of their players, was constantly circling that hill, trying to see if the players of Inferno Squad were moving forward.
I mean, Galaxy Esports right now, looking at their position, they do seem pretty clear. Backlines cleared up, sidelines, the foes are not too closer to them. There is Reckoning Esports, but they're not going to collide just yet.
All right, so one thing that I think, again, Entity Ronak, he's back inside the playing 4 this time. We have seen Entity do quite well with Croy in the mix, but Ronak again Brings with him a lot more experience. Let's see how this game turns out. I mean, of course, this does explain the aggression being toned down from the side of Entity as well, despite the fact that they are surrounded by a lot of bodies.
I'm not even sure why Entity is making these type of mix. But they know, clearly, the last time they tried to pull this off, it did not work out. Entity, 4 players, at least up and alive until now, so you can't say that's a good thing. Reckoning Esports, after winning that previous fight, but being taken down with 2-man squad, now they do not really want to go for that extra bit of risk. Just want to play with the position they've got. And just cross your fingers and hope for the best, as you can do, for the circle to move on top of you.
With Galaxy, they need to be careful here. I think they have spotted out the players of Entity right up ahead and gotten a little too distracted. Can't afford to do that with Hyderabad Hydras being present on the flank. Team that can destroy you if you give them the opportunity to. Reckoning Esports over here. Last 2 players remaining. And they can't really move out of that parking lot as well now, since Magnet Esports are going to be aware of their position. Things have just gotten extremely complicated for Reckoning.
I'm not even sure what's going on at this point. Teams are just driving around inside of vehicles. The circle's out in the open. Some of the vehicles on the verge of being blown up too. Bukar, this is not safe, my friend. A few bullets and you will be blown into smithereens. His vehicle does not have a lot of that tanking capability anymore. But looking at towards the zone, still, at this point in time, teams just waiting for the next circle to pop up. It's still a while for that, though.
There's still a while before we see the next zone. 58 seconds left before the 4th stage presents itself, and if this next shift of the zone takes us back towards Rozhok, oh man, the chaos that's going to ensue and take over this map, it's going to be on a whole another level. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Team 8-bit finally taken the rotation towards shooting range, moved up towards the northern island of Erangel. Moving along with the blue, west to east. I think there's going to be a lot of trouble for 8-bit in a few moments, because that northern edge, that northwestern edge, it's already being gatekept by extremely heavy hitters. And look at this, 8-bit, they are headed towards Galaxy Esports right now as we speak.
Galaxy Esports, 3 in the front, 8-bit. I'm not sure how well they can sustain this fight, knowing the fact that early on they're not really good with the collisions. And 8-bit, they still did take a couple of shots against Galaxy. For Galaxy, they've got a lot more teams now to deal with. But look at the zone as it forms right on top of Rozhok. Team Insane in a really good spot. If Team Insane wants, they can move in towards that Rozhok area, and that's what they're exactly going to do. Team Insane knows at this point in time, Rozhok is not going to be capitalized, but then there's Inferno Squad, so there's a clash coming through.
I mean, Inferno Squad gets there early, and I'm pretty sure they find those covers for themselves, but along with Inferno Squad, another problem for Team Insane, and a big one, is Mogo Esports right on their tails. That is a guaranteed fight right now, because Mogo, we know they're desperate for points, and this situation, this position could not be any better for them. But they overshoot, they head towards that eastern periphery, and well, now I think it is going to be extremely tricky for them to re-engage or try and find an opening against anyone else. Galaxy Esports as well, breaching the circle, taking that Rozhok bridge, crossing over, and now looking for cover.
Some questionable moves from Team Insane. One man was left at the hilltop, the rest of the players just moving down. Before now, Reckoning Esports, they've got much more bigger problems to deal with. Hyderabad Hydras, as they do push up close and personal. What a great shot that was from Reckoning, and what just happened? Gravity Shot saves the day for Reckoning Esports against the entire force of Hyderabad Hydras.
They pulled off a brilliant 2v4 over there. Both the individuals, 1v2s, 1v2s, and in a brilliant fashion as well. Well thought out, well planned out execution of Hyderabad Hydras and Gravity Jod. I mean, this is why I think learning every single different kind of peaks you can perform around corners is important, because he just swung wide both the time so that he had enough, he was comfortable enough to actually track the players with that shotgun. Just one shot to both of them each, and they were done.
I mean, Reckoning Esports, they always just end up surprising all of us on different levels. And this time, a 2v4 to pull it off. That too against Hyderabad Hydras, a team that's doing really good in the overall standings. Reckoning Esports just never really shying away from those fights. But looking forward to this entire game. Now looking at Reckoning Esports' position, for them to rotate in, it's looking way too dicey. And 8-Bit, at least they've found themselves some footing on that southern island, but now they need to penetrate through the defensive wall of Magnet Esports.
Yeah, first they went up north, felt the presence of Galaxy Esports, and then fell back, and now, again, as you mentioned, trying to breach the circle from the southern edge. Spotted out by the players of Magnet Esports. Few shots were taken, but none of them connected upon the players. The vehicles, they are getting prepped for anyone else that encounters 8-Bit. And as soon as they get close to Rozhok, my goodness, the amount of fire you're going to have to deal with over there, it's going to be insane. Well, Team Insane is also there, by the way.
Yeah, so even that's going to be insane.
Yeah.
Team Insane at the top, though. I like that. Finally, they have managed to reunite. Before, it was way too scattered. I was a little bit scared for Team Insane. But the fact that Team Insane has taken down a 3-man squad, that's even worse. Circle shifts down once again. What is going on with the Circle? It's coming in with some curveball shifts. A lot of these teams are being caught off guard. Team Limra once again left outside of the zone. Not feeling too good about it. For Team 8-Bit, this might just be a date with destiny. They can play from this hilltop quite well.
Your Team 8-Bit can play from this hilltop if they play their cards right. If you talk about the teams inside of the circle, then I think Team Insane, as you pointed out, they are in a wonderful position at this point. Look at that. All the cluster is on the edge. Team Insane with control of the compound close to the center. They can hold on to that building for a long time and still try their level best to walk away or in fact secure the chicken of this game. But as you were talking about Team Limra and the pressure that's being built upon them from 8-Bit, Team Limra do find that one opening, but the time they push for that hill, 8-Bit would have recovered, and Team Limra, it seems like they've just walked into a trap because there's Magnet Esports on the flank. Let's not forget about them.
Feels like they don't even care at this point. They've just moved in. The only thing they cared about was better positioning inside of the zone, and they've gotten it so far. Even Reckoning Esports, they're getting eliminated to the play zone. That's not a good news. They get eliminated from the entire game, actually. They managed to squeeze in 8 elimination points. Those are the only points they got, but still being consistent in the overall board.
That is what I wanted to say as well. I mean, Reckoning Esports, yes, early exit, they get no points for placement, but still, it was overall a decent game. And Reckoning Esports are already in that top 5 position, so it's not a lot of trouble for them that they walk away with just 8 points in this particular match. It still keeps their average quite high up. But 8-Bit, look at them. They realize that they can't really take a fight or go over the hill. So they are going to try and trade places with Magnet Esports first. That's not really going to work out. Too much pressure, even for the side of Magnet. They are barely on the edge of the circle.
Magnet Esports, 4 players at the hilltop. And look at what just happened to Gumbla Boys. Lost both of his Veals, and he's still alive. Eventually gets knocked out. It's just so sad for the likes of Entity as they need to cross on forward from this open ground. And we know they can make it. Entity slowly and steadily losing out on the man number. They're not feeling too good about this. They're trying to lay out the smoke walls. But even those smoke walls are not going to be doing anything. Knowing the fact that Pukhar and Ronak are the last 2 glimmers of hope for Entity in this game. And even now the backs are going to be against the wall as the zone's closed in. You've also got Inspiration Esports out in the open. And all the cities is now starting to rattle.
Well, it is, and Entity just feel too bad for them over there. Moving out into the open like that, get absolutely destroyed in that third-party fiasco. But RTGIND Radio, he finds the pick for Somraj, but finally, on this Rozhok Hill, we have the collision. Magnet Esports against the players of 8-Bit. Mac finding the opening for his team, but a lot of utility being lobbed towards 8-Bit by Magnet Esports.
Oh, look at this nade.
Oh.
Another one to perfection.
Ouch.
And then the run over comes in as well. 8-Bit looking flawless in that execution right there. As they wipe out the entirety of Magnet Esports. 8-Bit, they're looking so confident in their approach. There's a couple of more teams on the across side. And one of them is going to be RTGXIND. They do not really have a lot of that cover to play with, considering every single team in the zone, which is inside of the city, is taking shots against RTGXIND because they're out in the open, and those are supposed to be the free points.
Yeah, at this point, RTGIND can turn into free points for a lot of these teams, as you mentioned. Completely exposed, plus with the smokes being laid out, it's a signal to everyone else where they need to place their crosshair. And they've already made a lot of commotion committing into fights against the players of Entity, against the players of 8-Bit a few seconds ago. So it's not going to be easy for them to find an entry inside of the circle. But then again, I mean, the circle completely shifting on top of those houses. Things made worse for the players of 8-bit, but they finally try to make that push. And it is a little bit of help from the players of Inferno Squad in the backlines to find that opening against the players of RTGIND. And yet, 8-bit, they are starting to fall. So much utility in the backlines, but none of those nades connect. Finally, they start to blow up. RTGIND out of the picture. One last man left. Areeb close to the fire. He's trying to rescue his teammates. One more nade towards his left, one towards his right. This man is dodging an artillery strike and has managed to stay alive for so long. Does he actually get the revive in? At this point, I hope so.
Maybe he will be able to do so, but Areeb, knowing the fact that it's done for, there's too many utils to try and dodge. And eventually, he will be dealt with. Galaxy Esports, they emptied the entire inventory on that man. Every single piece of util was tossed in towards that entire commotion that was going on. And Galaxy Esports, they got a fair share of that bunch.
Oh man, heartbroken, Necro. It felt like I was watching Neo from the Matrix. He dodged everything.
Areeb, at the same time, he was so lucky, right? The nades were being tossed all across the area, but where exactly Areeb was, the nade was not exploding there.
He ran around the whole time. A lot of them actually did fall right in his feet.
Looking at Team Insane for now, though. Shots being taken. Yeah, a couple of confirmations they want to squeeze in. Team Limra being in the front lines, and the fact that Team Limra is still over here, it's just way too weird. The circle has been shifting away from this team every single time. And still Team Limra, they're fighting through their odds. And now they've got Mogo Esports to deal with. They've also got Galaxy Esports to try and take care of. Even Team Insane is right there around the corner. For Galaxy Esports, Team Insane is going to be the bigger foe. And that's why you see the players of Galaxy Esports constantly applying that pressure.
Yeah, so we have a few teams over here who have pretty much secured their spot in the top 8, already doing quite well for themselves. Galaxy Esports, of course, sitting up top, 10 points in this game, secured Limra. I think this might be the end for them, because now barrage of nades dropped right on their heads by the players of Mogo Esports. This one does the trick. The last man falls, and Limra eliminated on that 5th position. We're down to the top 4. It's Galaxy Esports, Inferno Squad still in this match, still in this fight, along with Mogo and Team Insane.
Oh, look at Team Insane. One last man evil. Can he get his evil thoughts executed? The answer is pretty much going to be no, as his position is now compromised. They know exactly where Evil is too. And some risky peeks being taken by the lads of Galaxy. And eventually, Evil gets knocked out and dusted. He's not going to stand a chance. Insane Spy still in the pack. He gets a few knocks here and there, but the conversion's going to be next to impossible. And now for Galaxy Esports, there's going to be a third party in the makings. Inferno Squad, once again, they do swing back to life as they close on up towards this entire fight that was going on. But Galaxy Esports, Evil is now in the safer shoes, considering the man carried him on the back. But Evil, can the revival be there? That's the real question. Inferno Squad constantly applying that pressure with the utils.
They are trying, Galaxy Esports, they are trying their level best to get that revive in and not allow entry to Inferno Squad, but Owen pushes through and he finds Saurav. Galaxy Esports now again down to 2 players. Can they make this work? And let's not forget, Mogo is still there with all 3 players still left standing. Shogun now firing, finds 1 frag for his team, and it's down to a 3 versus 2 versus 1 situation. Evil brought back into this fight. Look at that, the revive successful, takes damage from Owen and goes down yet again.
Yeah.
It's down to Nova, the last man left, of 1v1 to decide the fate.
Yeah, and now look at the amount of damage the zone's also going to be dishing out. I don't think so. The man can survive, but he still turns around and strikes another man down to Mogo Esports. Shogun showcased the gateway of hell and now wants to confirm that elimination point, but eventually it will be Mogo Esports to seal the deal and claim that chicken dinner. But still, what a fight that was in the final 3.
Yeah, man, and even Team Insane. Not just final 3, but I'll give it to the top 4 because Team Insane, you know what they did, right? They kept Spy in the back lines as an insurance policy. In the moment we saw the frontline player from the side of Team Insane fall, Their plan was, alright, we're going to get some revenge. Takes down 2 from the side of Galaxy Esports and completely denies them a chicken dinner which was supposed to be theirs.
Yeah, because the players were getting too overeager. They were climbing the top of the wall to try and get that elimination executed, which was right underneath.
Yes.
And as soon as they climbed on top of the wall, that's when Spy came back to life.
He's a
And
spy.
Spy just sprung down every single one that was right there on the edge. So you can't say Galaxy Esports, this could have been their game. They were looking so confident, but just because of that one single play from Team Insane, everything just came crashing down.
This was supposed to be their game. They had all 4 players. That was the only team in the top 5 that had all 4 players still left after Limra got eliminated, of course. And from there, Galaxy Esports, I think they just got a little too overconfident about the information they had to work with, that they thought that, alright, this might be the last player remaining from the side of Team Insane. This might be an isolated man. And Team Insane, that bait and switch definitely did work out for them. They got their revenge. But at this point, I don't think Galaxy Esports even care about finishing on the 2nd or on the 3rd or on the 4th. They had like 11 finish points at that point.
And how can you forget what was happening out in the open, right? RTX IND, just like the flies in the open, so many nades being tossed. Arib was the man who was trying to dodge every single util. Even 8-Bit was a part of that fight. Then later on, Prime Esports closed on in. Too many things were going on.
I think in that Arib moment, you can clearly play that Can't Touch This song and it just works out, because that is what happened. I think like 20 plus nades lobbed towards him, and then it was just that one that blew up the car, because of which Arib finally went down. But he was just running around, and that would have been such a bizarre situation to be in, Necro. I mean, I don't think we can put ourselves in his shoes.
That is true. I mean, Arib, the fact that he was able to survive against all the odds was super impressive. But now, looking at Inferno Squad, you can say once again a bounce back in the overall standings, maybe a decent game. They managed to squeeze themselves in that top 2.
I mean, for them and for Insane as well. Insane was in the top 4. But it all depends on how many finishes these two teams actually got. Because first it was Insane that went out, then it was Inferno Squad, then Galaxy, and then Mogo, the ultimate winners of the game, of course. But then again, finishes is what will be important right here, because we could clearly see that vacuum of finishes build up at the start of the game as well, with how Galaxy Esports started, how that early fight that we witnessed resulted in a complete squad wipe as well of Lifecraft all the way up north in Severny. So there was a vacuum in terms of finishes being created. Placement points in this game, I don't think they're going to amount for much.
And honestly speaking, for Inferno Squad, with the way that entire game panned out, you can say they were also on the lucky side of things, right? The circle was just shifting in quite a weird fashion. And luckily enough for Inferno Squad, they were right inside Rozhawk. You saw them moving in at the higher ground. You saw them moving in towards that Rozhawk warehouse, which is at the top, right? So as soon as they got the prime positioning control, they knew things are definitely going to be much better for them.
Exactly, and Inferno Squad, I think we have to give it to the fact that the gods of BGMI also favored them, because this team started all the way from Nova Repnoi, and they were the last ones to enter that Rozhawk position while everyone else had already crossed up north. Inferno Squad, the reason they stayed in Rozhawk was because they had nowhere left to go, and luckily for them, just the circle just ended up shifting up towards them. Inferno Squad had early control. Insane moved in, Mogo moved in. They could have actually gate-kept Insane and Mogo, both of them, but I think they just wanted to be a little bit safe.
And honestly speaking, I'm just really happy with 8-Bit. This time they have amped up the aggression a little bit. They were taking those fights, so you can't say it's no more defensive 8-Bit anymore. But moving in towards the match MVP, it's going to be Sorrow from Galaxy Esports with 5 finishes and 621 damage dished out with the survival time of 28:05. Galaxy Esports, solid stuff.
Yeah. Definitely solid stuff indeed. It's not just Sora, Evil as well played exceptionally well. DP is always consistent, and Nova as well. This team is just, well, overall quite amazing, to be honest. And we do have the list of top 5 performers in front of us as well. Sora followed by Evil, who also had 5 eliminations and 569 damage dished out. We have Owen from the side of Inferno Squad, Hunters from Reckoning Esports, and then DP from the side of Galaxy Esports as well, who only has 2 finishes, but look at that damage, 521.
Now, let's talk about some of the slip-ups that we saw early off in the game, right? Cheminix Venom not able to keep that consistency up, right?
Yeah.
And you also speak of some of the teams like Prime Esports as well, not able to do that great. Magnet Esports, they're barely on the edge.
Yeah.
And knowing the fact that Magnet Esports needs any single game that they can, they have pretty much missed out on the first game of the day.
Yeah, Magnet Esports, I think that fight against 8-Bit could have actually gone their way had they already not been distracted by the players of Entity, because that is what happened. 8-Bit just timed it all perfectly. But we'll discuss it even further. Let's have a look at the match summary first. 52 finishes secured out of the 52 knocks that were there. You had 3 vehicle finishes, and of course, longest finish is 314, 8,333 healing done. So overall, I think we had quite a good balanced game of Erangel, apart from that grenade finishes number, which is in fact a little higher than usual, just because of how the final circle fights took place. You had to rely on those utilities.
I mean, we usually see much higher grenade finishes till 14 or even 12, but the fact that we just have 7 and we just saw a complete barrage of utilities at the end, it just disappoints me a little bit. But you know what? It was just the knockouts. It was not those finishes coming in. But moving in towards the point standings, this is where things are going to be even better. Galaxy Esports at the top, once again, keeping themselves somewhere in the top position. Moving in towards the latter half of the board, you're going to see Mogo Esports with 14 points accumulated. Inferno Squad, 9 points. A good start to the day.
Yeah, it does bring them a little bit closer to the qualification bracket. I think this pushes them beyond 50, but it's definitely not going to be enough. It still keeps them outside of the top 8. Insane as well. They are going to stick around outside of the top 8 bracket. Limra Esports barely move up. And in fact, they actually take a drop just because of how well Mogo Esports did.
Yeah. I mean, 3 to 4 points per game, right? That's what a lot of these teams have been moving in consecutively.
Yeah.
Even Entity was a prime example of that yesterday. And look at this switch up coming through from Entity. Clearly just not working out. 0 points secured. We saw Entity for such a long time in that game.
Yeah.
But considering they were out in the open grounds, they had so many teams to deal with. RTGXI and Team 8-Bit from the top. You also had so many teams just rattling bullets on top of you from the city. So yeah, for Team Entity, the positioning was the main concern.
Yeah, I mean, they got surrounded from every single direction. And as you were talking about them, I think it wasn't just Entity. Apart from Galaxy Esports and Carnival Gaming, just because Carnival Gaming is not playing, out of the top 5, 3 teams were there on the second page of that leaderboard. And all 3 of them, I mean, I think they are quite safe. But looking at the leaderboard, Galaxy Esports take the first position, 89 points. We have VG still on the second. Mogo Esports, they take a leap from that 8 into the top 3. Now I think we can finally say that, yes, our defending champions are back.
Now you can just ask a big question and you can say, who are Galaxy Esports? We have been seeing this team dominate from the past rounds, and this is the first time I've seen this team perform in 2024, and look at the performance. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. 57 finishes secured, 32 placement points. And remember how we were saying, like, already Galaxy Esports and Entity are the only 2 teams who were struggling for those wins. Well, Galaxy Esports, their finish numbers have been consistently quite high, and I think even if they fail to close out those matches, they do more than enough to make up for it, just like this game.
Yeah. I mean, we had a lot of the asks from the side of LOC too, right?
Yeah.
Look at them with just 37 total points. Still at the last page of the overall standings. Considering LOC, they got wiped out quite off the rip, and it's not a great news for them, considering knowing the fact that they've only got 3 more games to go in today's day.
I mean, so the same can be said for RTG as well. On that 19th position, 32 points. Both these 2 teams, they need those 20-pointer matches. If they fail to have that big game, that nuclear performance, as you call it, Necro, I think their journey will be over. They need one big game today.
I mean, looking at the upcoming brackets now, it's going to be Group A versus B playing now. And knowing the fact that inside of Group B as well, you've got some of the nice names over there. And then you've also got teams like LOC once again playing in from the Group A itself. There's going to be a lot of that pressure from teams from the side of Group A, man.
Of course, there is definitely going to be a lot of pressure. And again, I mean, majority of the teams are there who are fighting for qualification, so they will try their level best. Because at this point, again, second last day of semifinals week 2, either it makes or actually takes your chances of qualifying for the grand finals to the next level, or you just completely crumble under pressure, and tomorrow you just show up thinking like, yeah, this is not going to work out.
And you know what? Speaking of the grand finals, you've also got some elite passes available on Paytm Insider. Go in and buy them right now because you will be getting some premium facilities for yourself. Some nice perks with that. Some premium seating will, of course, be there. Free meals and snacks, a chance for a nice meet and greet with your famous stars, and then moving on forward towards the nice and luxurious goodies that you will be getting with the back. Moving in towards the conversation once again. Now, we know the second game is going to be quite interesting because the first game for Group A, it's done and dusted. A lot of these teams were not able to perform up to the mark, but now the second game, the performance, or you can say even the pressure, is going to be amped up.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely going to be amped up, and of course it is once again us taking a step towards that map of Miramar. It does make things a little bit easier at the start of the game, but then again, for the last few Miramars, what we have noticed is expect to be drop clashed. Expect someone is going to try and ruin your day for you on this one map where you think, all right, at least for the first 5 minutes, we can just like take things a little bit lighter and just take a breath.
And LOC can be one of those, right? LOC, they can definitely start things off with a bang, because even last time they were getting chased down by Kemenix Venom, and it's not something that we like to see. I think it was Lifecraft, not LOC.
Lifecraft, yeah.
Yeah, but LOC too, they got eliminated quite early in that game. So
Yeah,
in
but
general, yeah.
They still won the fight against Lifecraft.
They did. So yeah, I mean, for LOC though, still this game is going to be really important. For Lifecraft as well, this game is going to be really important. Yesterday they did showcase some semblance of life, but you never know, man, how things are going to be looking like in the future.
Exactly. I mean, we never know how things are going to be looking like in the future, but one thing is for sure, let's have a look at this promo now.
Ahmed?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
We were actually just playing TDM, right?
Yeah.
And I was the one who, of course, won that last TDM battle. The first one was lost, unfortunately, because some connectivity issues, but then later on I won.
Did you beat Fixes, though?
No, he was not playing, because Fixes knew, because I am the one to prevail all the time. But move on towards the conversation of Miramar, where things will be even more spicy, and of course dicey for a lot of these teams that are not able to find that groove. And speaking of the Group B, you've also got teams like Seven Shores once again hopping in the action.
I mean, Seven Shore is going to be back, and of course, Godlike is going to be returning to the party along with the likes of Carnival Gaming, who are doing quite well for themselves. Rivalry Esports still looking to recover, and then there is NIY. I'm still hoping that we get to see one big performance from the side of NIY, and at this point, I think it's a moment for desperation, but this team does not back away from a challenge, which, I mean, has been told to me, Fixes, that you did today. You backed away from a challenge forced on you by Necro.
Yeah, because I was playing my own rank game, and I feel like I'm above the competition right now. He really needs to pick the pace up, and so of course, you know, get a little bit of a practice, and I am the final boss. He's yet to get there, though.
I mean, so you are calling yourself Galaxy Esports now?
Oh, right now? No, not Galaxy Esports really, because I do not know who they are. At this point, everybody has the same question. Where were they all along? Because this is one of those teams has come out of nowhere. We've seen them in the in-game qualifiers, round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4. They were never this good up until the semi-finals week 2.
I would say I wouldn't say they were never this good. I would say they were good, but we have not seen them pop off like this before. And this level of consistency that Galaxy Esports have displayed, I mean, it definitely makes you ask the question, wait a minute, who are you? And I think we are going to get our answer soon, because the way they've been playing, I'm pretty sure we're going to see them on LAN.
Yeah, we know for a fact that they've been one of the aggressive bunch. But this time, they're being aggressive, they're being consistent at the same time. They've done their homework, and they are flying high. However, coming into the second game, we do have a few substitutions being made, and some big ones at that. All right, so Ronak is going to be sitting out for Team Entity. I mean, Troy had to come in, and Entity, being one of those teams still inside of the top 8, does not have a single chicken dinner. And if they want to redeem themselves, this is the map.
But, I mean, you can't even blame Ronak for what happened to Entity in the previous game, right? They were stuck out into the open on the edge of the circle. There were like 4 teams fighting towards them. And does not matter if you're playing with a substitute or no, does not matter if you're the best team in the country. I don't think anyone gets out of there in one piece where Entity was in that previous game of Erangel.
But, you know, still, I would like to have my best playing for there. Right?
Of course.
One player also can make some massive amount of difference, and that is where, you know, Troy really becomes such an important part of the puzzle for Team Entity. They had Ronak playing in the previous week, the final day. That did not work out, and today also raises a lot of questions. I really want to know it from maybe Zipex or from Somraj. What is the idea of getting Ronak into play?
I mean, if you can get a word from them, that would be best, because that pretty much clears everything. But from my perspective, perspective, I think if you have a if you have a 5-player playing squad, if you have a bigger playing squad, then it's better if you have a safety cushion. Give that 5th player a little bit of play time inside of the server as well, inside of the
This
competitive
time?
circuit. Yeah, they are doing quite well for themselves
Are
in the
they?
overall leaderboard, man. Yes, they were on the 4th position when the day began.
But they've now started to slip up, and you never know, because right now at this point so many teams are starting to show that consistency, and these are the bigger names, these are the tried and tested ones. Yes, Galaxy Esports is one of, they're right at the tippity top, but you look at the others, they're all picking up the pace.
Yeah.
Yesterday we saw Carnival Gaming, they made an epic comeback, they got a chicken dinner towards the end. Even for Godlike, they've had their moments, and now Godlike would also be in the prowl. So at this point I'm starting to speculate if it is really the right decision. And when you talk about drawing parallels, right, with your 5th, it's not like Ronak has been playing a lot lately.
Yeah.
If it were Hector, understandable. If it was someone like Joker for Aiku Soul, I get it. They have been grinding it out. So yes, still big question marks from my side.
Yeah, Hector and Joker, they were the playing 4 when the teams began. Ronak,
Yeah.
I think, has been introduced a little bit later into this lineup. So it is an awkward situation, but I would still say giving 5th players one match when you can afford to do so, it's okay. Entity, hopefully they bounce back. And with the playing 4, as you mentioned, with the main playing 4, they definitely can. But then again, you spoke about Godlike, and as we begin this game of Miramar Fixes, we have the plane flight path in front of us. It goes close to that power grid Picard of San Martin area as well, leaning ever so slightly towards the western half. I just have one more thing to say about Godlike, and that is they need to win this game.
They have to. There's no sugarcoating it. There's no other way around, because for Godlike, it is literally their survival on the line. Because if they do not perform well today, I don't think there would be anything to really latch onto for tomorrow. We know what happens in the final day. And, you know, coming back to that conversation around having substitutes in the lineup, this is where I'm starting to ponder what could Ronak bring into this lineup. He's got a lot of experience.
Yeah.
He's been a champion in the past. He was an amazing sniper. We have not seen a lot of those bolt actions in play. Is it just because of the experience he carries, or maybe another second opinion that Somraj could need? But
Maybe.
you do have Pokar for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you do have Pokar for that, and I would say, yeah, since you did bring that aspect of bolt actions and Ronak being at the top of his game when he was performing, I would say put him on Miramar, not Erangel.
Not right now. At least
Not right now.
once
I mean-
ensure your qualification,
I mean-
then do whatever you want.
Had they played Erangel quite well with their original playing 4, gotten like 10 points in that previous game, then they could have definitely used Ronak in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have a lead like Galaxy Esports, you get that
Yeah.
little bit of that cushion, because Galaxy, they've been a complete team. Even if you talk about yesterday's games, Johnny, you remember they used to lose out on 2 players right off the bat, and then suddenly they somehow managed to recover. Always were in the thick and thin of things, and this is one of those teams that can go really far, because let me be honest, they've got the highest finishes inside of the lobby. When you've got so many bigger
Yeah.
names, and still Galaxy already sitting at 57 eliminations, goes on to speak volumes about how confident this team looks.
Man, you saw that last fight that Sor was trying to take
Yeah.
against the players of Mogo. I got scared when he found that now, because there was a small little edge of that room that was a safe haven. He could have stood there, but I think he just ran. He did not have any healing utility, because of which he was forced to run out to try and get that one extra finish point for his team. Unfortunately, was denied by Mogo Esports. But we had a look at the circle just a few moments ago. It's centered between Water Treatment and Cruz del Valle, a northeastern circle on this map of Miramar, while we had a flight path leaning towards the western side. Now, this is going to be an interesting game. And of course, looking for those early drop clashes, or in fact, there are hardly any as of now.
Yeah, let's not forget, we've got Hacienda del Patron, right? And we
Yeah.
remember what happened yesterday. It was NIY and LOC locking horns, but yeah, Johnny and I, we are collectively quite sad, because now they seem to not be really engaging in any sort of fights. No love story right over there. But when you come back to Miramar again, Johnny, this has to be all about Godlike and them trying to stage a comeback.
Yeah.
And to have a really good day in the office, they have to start off big because Mogo Esports, they're already on the path. And today you could see something different coming out of Mogo Esports. This time, they were not going headfirst into any fights. They were kind of playing zone to zone. They were kind of trying to keep away from all those fights. And all they wanted was the chicken dinner, which they eventually got it. So Mogo Esports has also changed their style of play in at least that one map of Erangel.
I think based on the situation that, or based on the cards that have been dealt to all of these teams at the start of the semifinals week to 16 matches, teams divided into 3 groups and all of that, the format itself, I think a good strategy would have been to consistently try and finish in the top 3, the top 4 of every single game, along with 4 to 5 elimination points. If you can pull that off, it will keep you inside of the top 8. If you do not finish consistently within the top 4 of the matches that you play, no matter the map doesn't matter here, if you aren't able to do that, then you need to compensate with those early finishes. Then the finish numbers go quite high up. If you're taking an exit anywhere outside of the top 8 of the match, you need to get 7 to 8 eliminations in that particular game. If you are within that top 8 bracket between 4th to the 8th position, then 6 to 7 eliminations, or 5 to 6 eliminations does keep your average going. I mean, Entity did not lose out at any one point out on that top 8 qualification position just because they were able to secure 4 points per match yesterday in their worst games. In games that were not going there, where they were getting at least 4 points consistently.
Yeah, that has been there. And that is one of the major changes they made from week 1 of semis.
Yeah.
They realized that just playing circle to circle isn't going to ensure anything. And we've seen them get quite proactive during the mid stages of the game. But this time, the circle really did not favor them in the map of Erangel, if you have to be honest.
Wait, they're on the hunt.
Show, yeah. And 7 Show quite oblivious. The team Entity, they're keeping a close watch on them. And no matter how flashy 7 Show could be, still those points are severely lacking. They've been getting those fighting points, but position points, not really acceptable. And, you know, Johnny, you've been a believer, right?
Yeah.
You still believe the teams on the bottom half of the table can still make a bounce back. And for 7 Shore, this has to be one of that game.
Exactly. I mean, my favorite thing to do whenever I go out racing is go for a last to first position. That run. That is always the best feeling you can have. And I think if 7 Shore can pull off something like that, I'm pretty sure they're going to be motivated for the entire year. It's such a difficult thing to do. It's so difficult to execute. But all you have to do is pull it off once.
I think Hamilton did that once, if I'm not wrong.
Only a few have.
Only a few have. But we're starting to get those Verstappens every single time. Teams are starting to look so consistent. And at this point, we're kind of thwarted into thinking that even if, you know, the teams from the bottom make that bounce back, the teams at the top, they're still getting those points. Now, I think to further make my statements clear, an example would be Kevin X Venom. Yes, they got out pretty early, but still those 4 points early on, those early fights, and even when you look at Reckoning also, that fight against Hyderabad Hydras, that was mental, man. A 2v4 and Hyderabad Hydras, they literally wet the floor there.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras got baited into that fight on that parking lot, bro. Because what happened was there was this one player from the side of Reckoning who was on the outer side towards the left of that parking lot, and one man just sticking up close. And he was tucked in the corner until his teammate just gave him the call out like, all right, buddy, I've taken down 2 and the rest is up to you. He goes down, and then the 1v2 over there in the end from the side of Reckoning. Oh, man, it was so beautiful. I have never seen a player so comfortable with those wide swings and took his sweet time to position his crosshair and take those shots as well. That was perfection in aim duels.
Yeah, and just to make things better, at least if you're a Reckoning Esports fan like me, Gravity Jot pulled off that clutch towards the end. The IGL doing the deed. But hold on, now Grind in a whole world of trouble because you've got 3 players of Carnival right around him. But still, he's got an S12K to work things around. Has gone a little outside. He needs to buy some time, needs to get some cover fire, and there you have it. He opens it up against Omega, and now he's going to step down. Akshat has to fight till the end, and he does manage to get the trade though. But where are the rest of the players of LOC? Finally, they come marching in.
Well, it is going to be trouble in paradise for Carnival Gaming, and again, we saw them bounce back yesterday, but today, is it the day they fall? I don't think so. They're trying to fight for their life. Neo still left. Goblin still left with a sliver of HP, but the players of LOC have been dropped extremely low as well. And oh my goodness, this is going to be such an amazing third party, but Goblin heals up. And as the player from LOC drops from that first floor, hoping for an hero play, Goblin just wipes the floor with him. 4 points secured, and not a single player from the side of Carnival Gaming got finished off. That is just the cherry on top of this very tasty cake they just ate.
And look at this mechanical place. Goblin entering inside the vehicle, finding that extra little elevation. He knew exactly where the last player was, and just to flush him out, just to draw him out. And for Insane, it has been a spiraling road down the rabbit hole. Now they've got Voltex Gaming, another team still in contention, still could make it. And Insane, they're starting to look quite desperate. You could see, right?
Yeah.
They're constantly trying to force out those fights, and Vishu, he needs to stay alive, and considering how his vehicle is already starting to burn, it's just a matter of moments before this one explodes, and they need to escape. What is he still doing?
Well, I think they're trying to find a safe haven inside of the circle. It's not going to be easy, though. They've just walked in a cluster, and again, 5 seconds before the next zone, the next circle presents itself to us. Where will it take us? Nowhere else. Still the center remains, Cruisedale Valley. And look at Team Limra up north. That is so much map control they have for themselves. The only problem is the split. At any point, anyone shows up either towards Torre Amuda or Campo Militar, the duo will fall.
So for Team Limra, they've got a different style of play. They really love to rotate late inside the circle. They do not want to be a part of any particular fights. But bear in mind, Johnny, the moment we have the 5th or the 6th circle, you would see Team Limra still fighting, still inside of that area. Kind of have taken some inspiration maybe from Mogo or even Revenant, have got some similar style of play. So Team Limra have got some really good calling there, especially from the IGL. You really need to know who it is. But this time, BGIS has been nothing short of surprises. We've seen so many new undergods. We've seen those teams really aggressive. We've seen some real good tactical brilliance also on display. And Rivalry Esports, what are your thoughts about this team? Because they started off pretty well, are still in the mix, but still slipping down on points.
Oh man, Rivalry, I think, yeah, this is highly unexpected from them, because the way we witnessed them in the previous few rounds, they were quite incredible, to be honest. I mean, saw a lot of potential in this lineup, but yeah, unfortunately in the semifinals, things not really looking too good for them. Still though, in a position from where they can kind of recover, not too far behind the rest of the pack. They need one big game, not even a big game, a game with like 15, 16 points. And I think that should be enough to get them into a decent fighting position for the top 8.
Yeah, Rivalry, they've had their fair share of success in maps like Erangel.
Yeah.
We've seen them perform quite well, and this is Miramar. But this is again a team, Harto, Bijlu, 2 of those players, certainly wants to really eye out for. I do not know what their future holds. I really want them to stick together as a team. They've been doing quite well. And this is where it all began, right? Whenever you have that S12K on you, you feel quite confident. And look at this, Carnival Gaming, instant retaliation. Now, there were a few mistakes made from LOC. They decided to funnel in just from that one direction. And when you've got such mechanically gifted players like Goblin and Neo in your roster, look at the composure. They handled it so well.
I would say along with that, just finish off the players that are knocked out. Use utility before you execute. So just a few fundamental mistakes over there. But maybe there's going to be opportunity for them to recover. In the meanwhile, Godlike against Lifecraft. And they found the opening frag. Lifecraft looking for information, looking for a safe haven, walk into a trap that is named Godlike Esports.
Alright. Finally, Godlike finds some success.
It's one frag, Fixes.
Still
14 teams alive. I wouldn't call that success.
Some success. Because at this point where Godlike are, even half a point matters. I'm not gonna lie. And Admino, he's been doing a majority of the heavy lifting. Let's be honest. And certainly has been one of the best additions into Godlike so far over the years. And it was long overdue, and we could see that coming, right?
Yeah.
Jelly coming into the roster. He's had a couple of his former teammates also joining in. We had Mac. We also had Aditya and Godlike at one point, and Admino couldn't have been left far behind. Everything kind of aligned for Godlike, and yeah, they'd had this roster. Sims addition was a last minute one done over there. Still a lot of questions on him. And yesterday, I think he made some answers. Did manage to get an MVP in one of those games. But yes, that string of consistency, that godlike Simp, I want to see that on display.
Hey man, look what drops in airdrop number 2. Now you definitely are thinking like Entity should have used Ronak on Miramar.
No, what I'm thinking is one of our friends' very famous dialogue.
Oh yeah.
It is not just a gun. It is a responsibility.
Yeah,
Do let us know who it was.
You know, at one point, like, I think 4 years ago, we actually got T-shirts made. Ocean did get T-shirts made. I had like a few of them.
You just broke it out. I wanted the viewers to answer this.
Oh.
You know, the OG ones that have been watching us for a long time.
Everyone knows this.
Yeah, but still, you know, just to tickle their brains, because we've got a lot of new viewers also tuning in.
At this point, I think in the current meta, it's not even a responsibility. It's just
it's a liability now.
It's not even a liability. It's just there for some reason. It's not a weapon. That is where the line stops now.
I'm telling you, it's a liability these days because you missed one of those shots, and again, I think somebody dodges the bullet and then kind of goes to waste. But
yeah, but hey,
yeah,
if you do connect a nice little headshot,
it's satisfying.
It's satisfying. It makes you look cool. You're gonna have that clip pinned on your social handles for the next 6 months.
Yeah, that is there, but I'm pretty sure players would want to do that
in
the
too
classic
risky.
rank games.
Big gamble.
Yeah, big gamble. Because in the competitive lobbies, that is where things get so heated up. Nobody is still at a single point. Everybody constantly keeps on moving. They know that if they're going to stay still, somebody is going to take those shots. And now players have become so precise, even with their assault rifle sprays, that you blink it, and the moment you kind of realize something has happened, you're already knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the time it would take for someone to actually comfortably aim for a headshot with the max bolt action loadout, right? With the max range 8x scope, you're trying to take your shots because that is how the game used to be played back then.
Whoa.
In this meta, you try and do that, someone is going to come running towards you with a buggy and smack you in the face with that car.
Yeah, a DVS against an AWM. I would love to see that for it to happen because, hey, with AWM, you still get that one knock and a finish, right? So,
look at
that. A lot of players do it
fixes.
in those TDM games, but here we have a little bit of a race going on. Godlike being trailed upon by the players of Carnival Gaming. Everybody eyeing out to get inside the circle. Look at the migration coming in from the southern side. I think there are at least 10 or 12 teams moving up, and this would cause a lot of mayhem and chaos.
And few things, alright. First of all, that was scary. What was happening right there? 2 players from Carnival Gaming chasing Jelly like that. And I'm pretty sure at one point even he would have been scared, like, alright, do I make it out alive in one piece? But anyways, that cluster forming towards the southern half of the circle, it is such a drastic shift right now. And all of a sudden, the pace of Miramar about to change. NIY Esports, the part. In fact, the team to kick things off, the first fight happening towards Tore Amuda. And theirs is against the players of Inspiration Esports. Sam has found the opening, but they're looking for a few more conversions.
They certainly are for NIY. They have not been having a great time, and even in this fight, Inspiration is starting to take over. They've got those numbers. NIY, the numbers are starting to dwindle. Still have their 3 players alive, though. And Ravan, he's been one of those players who's been trying desperately to get something rolling, at least for the players of NIY. And Ravan, his position still uncompromised. Dagger Devil does not have the MG3 this time to play around, but Inspiration, they really want to let things simmer down. No hasty moves, they're letting the smokes dissipate, and maybe then we might expect to see a knock.
Yeah, maybe. It's a big maybe even then. Just look at the radar, there's one more team, in fact 2 more squads just lurking in the shadows, waiting for these 2 sides to mess up. Rivalry in the backlines, Entity and Carnival. 3 big titans. All their eyes pinned towards you. I mean, imagine being hunted by 3 different lions at the same time. Oh, nade looks good. No damage dished out, though. The players were able to avoid it. And NIY still looking for that conversion. But with INS recovered from that opening knock, I think now it's just a scramble for those finishes between these 2 sides.
Look at this, Carnival Gaming already on the hunt, and Sam, he's going to be cursing himself at this point.
Yeah, wrong player, buddy.
Yeah, his own teammate. But Goblin says, I did not miss my shots. Inspiration, the moment they thought they wanted to push things through, and now Carnival Gaming should be a fiesta for them, considering all they can see is 6 finishes lying in front of them. And they are greedy, right? and they're already on the prowl.
Yeah, Carnival Gaming, they're looking to make up for what they missed out on in the previous game, because let's remember that previous Erangel started from that Gatka circle, and whenever there's a circle towards the west, Carnival, they dominate. But unfortunately, they weren't there in that match. So they're like, all right, we missed out on a wonderful opportunity. Maybe we can more than make up for it on this map of Miramar, and as you mentioned, quite hungry for blood over here. Looking for those picks, but a little bit of a reset given to the players of both Inspiration and NIY.
All right.
And the bodies are back up.
Yeah, at this point, even Carnival Gaming must be wondering. We did
Do
commit in
something.
so many utils, and look at the answer back. The entire building has been smoked out. And that is one of the reasons why Carnival Gaming did not go head first with blinders on. And that is not just the only concern.
He's out of nades.
He's also out of nades, and you've got Entity firing at them. And even for Goblin, his armor looks quite depleted.
Yeah, it's almost gone.
Yeah.
So every time he was trying to line up the nades and he would overextend a little bit, there were shots coming in from the flank from the players of Entity Gaming. And Carnival Gaming, that is the one reason they didn't go for an all-in commitment towards that compound, I believe, because the new Entity was on the flanks watching them. And if they commit to a fight and if they make a mistake, that Entity has an opportunity to third party and wipe them off from this game. Want to avoid that at any cost, but look at this. Insane. Again at the center of the circle, along with Inferno squads. These two teams, their rotations today, at least in the first two games, have been so clean and so phenomenal. I am loving what IS and Insane are doing right now.
You know, I'm loving Mogo Esports actually, the way they've been rotating inside the circle. Now you could see, now they're taking some, you know, stable positions to hold on to. And this time, an eastern rotation coming all the way from the east and now having some really good holding spots over there. But for Godlike, oh my god, this is an overshoot and this might go wrong on massive proportions.
You know what, if you take a screen grab of the position from Insane, IS and Mogo Esports right now, just these three teams, right, it's quite similar to the way they formed up on Rozhok in the last game as well. It was Inferno squad with a little bit up north, Insane right between them and Mogo towards the right hand side. But look at this, Team Godlike Esports, mid-rotation, they are forced to pick a fight against Voltex with Mogo in the backline. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, for Godlike, they need to force these fights. They've got no other option.
Yeah.
If they want to make it inside of the circle alive, surely they need to take down the players of Voltex Gaming. But look at them. They're also quite stubborn. They do not want to be a part of this. But in the process of doing so, Jonathan does get that one knock, but was kind of oblivious that Mogo Esports is watching all that commotion. And Mogo Esports, these are the moments they love. These are the moments where they actually thrive.
Yeah, exactly. The third party executed, and Mogo Esports now stand a chance of securing the points that Godlike Esports have worked so hard for. The knocks that were there. And one more, Jelly. What was that? A big blunder. The reposition from the players of Mogo Esports works out, and Godlike, their IGL, taken out of the picture. Shogun picks up one free frag, one extra frag at the cost of nothing for his team. And it's all down to these three individuals now, Admino, Simp, and Jonathan. Where can they take this game from here? Wait, did they get that finish? Or did they? Yeah, they did.
No, I mean, still, that's one of those finishes they will secure right now.
Emu.
Yeah, he was kind of helpless in that situation. But now, Godlike, good thing, they still got their vehicles. They're going to take that long rotation up north, and I'm still not liking this. This should have been one of their games. They really needed to capitalize, and yeah, we saw Jonathan getting real up close and personal there. But for now, THW, now this is one of those teams. They also need to stage that comeback. They've been pretty much silent. And whilst all of that commotion is going on, Godlike, they've dropped down on their numbers as Destro raining hellfire on the players of THW. Ninja somehow survives the onslaught, but Mogo Esports want to get inside the circle first and then fight.
Too much to deal with for the side of Mogo right now. Justin, Destro, they're trying their level best to stay away the players of THW, but while they have made sure that the players of THW barely have any HP to work with, the players are still alive and surviving. Well, not anymore. Now they do get finished off, and Mogo Esports, look at that. When we saw them engage in the fight against Godlike and Voltex, they had 0 eliminations. Now they have 6.
And considering they did manage to get the first chicken dinner, decent points over there also, Mogo Esports, I think they've made their missions clear. They want to be at the tippity top right on the first place by the end of the evening. Jonathan barely surviving as Afu does put him down. And now it comes down to Simp. The lonesome survivor and Godlike just has 2 finish points at this point. If they get finished off, they're gonna get nothing but just 2. And when you look at the grand scheme of things, Johnny, that is not gonna make the cut for them.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be such a tough pill to swallow. But down to 10 teams, 33 players still alive. Of course, now the shift of the circle moving towards the players of 7 Shore makes things a little bit difficult for the side of Team Insane, Inferno squad. Entity, though, still taking control of that northwestern edge, can definitely do wonders in this game. Mogo Esports, all of a sudden, as you mentioned, outside of the circle, still towards the eastern edge. It's going to be so difficult for them to actually push through. Somraj knocked out and finished. Entity lost out on the first play in this game.
Yeah, Somraj was quite alienated from his squad. But Mogo Esports, then a little bit of a pickle here. Justin can hide in sight and finally switches his scopes there. As Shogun, he's also got a different angle to play around. And for Mogo Esports, that's quite a bold shift. Team Limra, we know this is one of those teams that really gets alive towards the latter half of the game. And now they also have a couple of their players knocked down. And Destro, a last respite. Maybe Delta PG already committing his life on the line. And Destro, he's pretty much done for. But Gokul in turn gets picked off by Shogun. He's just driving vehicles in the middle of nowhere. Still finding that success as Justin comes in with his vehicle, Hesperos. He's been the hero for Team Limra in the past. Can he replicate it once again? No, Justin was enraged. And Mogo Esports, they're still swinging through.
But what a brilliant move from Hesperos. Valiant effort there. Dodges out 2 vehicles, tries to pick off the players. And I'm pretty sure he has ruined the day for Mogo Esports. This was supposed to be their game. They had such good momentum going for themselves in this game of Miramar. But now things slowed down. Their rotation timing just put into an awkward position. Look at that. The threat from Carnival Gaming lurking on their heads. Shots being fired upon them constantly. So much pressure to deal with. In the meanwhile, towards the north, we have Inferno Squad just making sure that 7 Shore stay away from them. And of course, Carnival Gaming just got third-partied by Inferno Squad as well, I believe. Not Inferno Squad, sorry, Rivalry. Having their backs did knock out Akshat, but it should be an easy revive for Carnival Gaming to execute and bring him back into the game. And Mogo Esports, Delta, still trying to survive, but Neo, he does not want to let him go.
I love this new style of play coming in from Carnival Gaming recently. They've realized, you know, just playing for mere circles is not going to lead them anywhere.
Yeah.
They've constantly been picking up those fights. They've been on the prowl, getting those third parties done for their own team. And look at Sim, the last survivor. There you go. Gets taken down. Godlike eliminated at the 10th position. Just 2 points out of this game. And I feel like the qualification is already looking quite bleak. But for Carnival Gaming, they're swinging through. They get that knock on Justin. Just that last final player survives. And how long can he do that? That's a big question, but insane. If there has to be a game where they make a comeback, this has to be it.
Yeah, this definitely has to be it. And it's going to be difficult for them to work without it. We saw the drop from Insane happen after day 1. Quite low on the overall leaderboard. They have the momentum this time around. The circle also slightly in their control. The only team that can deny them the entry is 7 Shore, but talk about that in a bit. In the meanwhile, Gamla Boy, last man left standing for Entity, does bite the bullet and he gets eliminated as well. Apart from him, Voltex, I think it could be the next team in line to take that exit. Or maybe it will be the side of Mogo Esports, but Rivalry though, looking to take the fight against 7 Shore. And if this fight breaks out, then the chances of Insane winning the game and Insane bouncing back on their overall leaderboard actually go up by quite a lot.
Yeah, Insane are really banking upon the fact that 7 Shore and Rivalry duke it out against each other.
That is 200 IQ, man.
Yeah, indeed it is. But 7 Shore, look at that. They've got that silo control to themselves, have a little bit of that high ground, but they're still far from the circle. I really feel like Rivalry, they've got a real good position to themselves. But look at Aryan in the middle of nowhere, hasn't really given his position out, and Delta still inside the vehicle or beside it, I guess.
I was just about to ask the same question because we have 2 rattlesnakes right now in this map of Miramar. One is Delta, other is Aryan. Aryan, I mean, it's a little awkward because he's hiding inside of that cliff. And at any time, Team Insane swing wide or maybe 7 Shore come towards the edge of the cliff, they are going to spot him. So he is definitely going down. But Delta PG, he lobbed a smoke behind him. And then he went ahead and hit behind the car. That is just too smart.
Indeed it is. But look at this. Rivalry already starting
nice.
to lose out on numbers, but that was a nice trade in coming in from Aru. There you have the S12K in all its might and glory. Goblin out in the open, already spotted out. Aru still is going to try his chances, he's going to try his luck. Does not have a single grenade to work around with. 7 short. This had to be their game of redemption. Has to be their game of comeback. Artho still surviving from rivalry though, but for how long? As that's all she wrote. Carnival Gaming, Neo gets the job done for his team, and they are looking at making a big comeback in this one.
Yeah, but guess who's back, Fixes? It is Team Insane. They've taken control of those silos, and alright, no utility on Spy, so he can't really lob a nade and get the job done with. Aru lobs a nade instead up the hill, trying to steer the players of Team Insane away from that cliff, deny them the line of fire. And it's all just numbers that these players are fighting for at this point, because it does not matter who eliminates who. All of them are just looking for mere points. Carnival Gaming, Neo kicks things off in a brilliant manner. Toxic and Tiger, in fact, gets dropped by the players of Team Insane, and Shadow finds one more. 8 points secured by Team Insane. If they can get this chicken dinner as well, it is going to be amazing. But wait a minute. There are 5 teams still there, so you're going to have to work for this placement. Smogo Esports finally forced to take an exit, and now we're down to the top 3. Voltex down to the last man. Aryan is still there. He's still hiding in that cliff. Instead, he's gotten in the car now.
Yeah, and I think he's gone unchecked. Nobody has any clue, but still, that little bit of that smoke there has given his position away. But Carnival Gaming, if you ask me, are the drivers inside of this matchup. They've got the momentum. They've already crossed 13 finishes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're going to still finish at the top spot. And now they've got their doubts there. That one vehicle and then a smoke around. Surely somebody has to be hiding. But still not overstepping even for once, as this young lad Spy decides to be a little bit brave as Omega provides cover fire from the backline. Goblin leading the charge. It is Omega who gets that knock, and there you have it. Team Insane biting the dust, and now finally Aryan out in the open. There you have it. Before he even could get out from his vehicle, Carnival Gaming bid him adieu with that emote and get a big chicken dinner registered in their bags.
First of all, amazing performance from the side of Carnival Gaming, and of course, amazing patience from Aryan. The man accepted his death, his demise, just sitting on that seat of the car. Did not move till the very end. But Carnival Gaming, impressive performance. Insane played very well, although a chicken dinner would have been better. And 7 show. Finally, we see a few signs of life from this team. I mean, I thought they had just completely given up.
I feel like in this game they might have gotten more position points that
they
had in the overall standing. So for
Oh,
7 sure, that is a work done in the right direction. They had been struggling. Finally, they've woken up to their senses, but still a lot needs to be done because they're pretty much languishing at the bottom. But when you look at the other storyline happening, the fight for the top 8, this is where Insane, they make a comeback. Carnival Gaming, I'm pretty sure they will be inside of the top 3 or even higher. I won't be even surprised if they make it to the top 2, because this was a biggie. Around 14 to 15 finish points and a chicken dinner, 25 points. I think they're looking at crossing 80 by the end of the evening, or they might have possibly done already.
You see what's happening now, Fixtures?
What?
We saw Mogo win the previous game. We saw Carnival win this game. Mogo also did quite decent. It's the battle of the champions already beginning before the grand finals itself.
Yeah, I think they've had enough. They're starting to wash down their sins because, you know, even for their fans, they were quite upset. What has happened to Carnival Gaming? At least that was the big news to talk about, because this was not the Carnival Gaming what we're used to see in that week 1. But week 2, finally fixing all those differences, those issues, they're looking quite solid.
I asked this question to Necro as well. I want to know your perspective, and while we do this discussion, let's have a look at the winning moment of this match as well. Do you think a few of these teams just waited for teams like Global Esports and IQ Soul to just leave the party, and then they were like, alright, now we qualify?
To be honest, if I have to answer this realistically, no. Because, you know, for Carnival Gaming, they would love to, you know, go from the first chance itself, for any team at least. Because this is again where it's high stakes, so much pressure, because now you've got survival on the line. And for Carnival Gaming, I think this had to be a big change, big breakthrough. Because before this, in every third-party tournament also that we witnessed it, they had the same style of play, which was getting stale, which was looking quite boring, and that was really not helping them out. this new version of Carnival Gaming, you've got two really good young lads who you can capitalize, get those finishes, and now they're starting to deliver. Even Akshat, slowly but surely, he's getting back into the groove.
Yeah.
And Omega, you could see, right? Goblin was pushing. Now finally they look in sync with each other. Finally the cogs are starting to work together for Carnival, and the way they're progressing, I'm pretty sure they're going to make it to the land this way, and I would love to see them perform there.
Exactly. I mean, the switch up that was there was, instead of playing the center, now you force yourselves to play outside the zone itself and just pick fight against the teams that are on the edge. You find those loose squads where you have players splitting up, players mid-rotation, then you pick them apart. And this is just working out quite nicely because, I mean, this is something that me and Necro also used to discuss earlier on in the stages of the BGIS when we saw Carnival struggle for a bit and drop the ball a few times here and there, was the fact that you always charge for the center. And in this current meta, where everyone is just trying to force fight left, right, and center, the center is where things get extremely difficult if you're trying to survive. And Carnival Gaming had this thing where they would only step into the action stage 5 onwards. But this time, they get into it a little bit quicker, a little bit early in the game, and from the start till the very end, it's all of that fighting. But we have the match MVP on our screens, and it is Goblin from the side of Carnival Gaming. Finally, the man starts to strike. 7 finishes, and the 795 damage just out.
Yeah, I think for Goblin, when you look at him and the entire team of Carnival Gaming, I think finally they're starting to take those risks and showing faith in their teammates, and this is starting to give them those results because Goblin, he's got 7, Neo, he's got 5. This is what we wanted. Every fan of Carnival Gaming wanted to see this. And yeah, you would also find Aksha, there would be Omega. He's also gotten quite a lot of limbs for themselves, but Rivalry, a good decent comeback from their side. Mogo Esports, they've been on that consistent choo-choo train. For Insane though, this has to be the redemption game, and they delivered.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Insane. Although, that's the only thing I wanted Insane to win this chicken dinner, because for them, it meant a lot more. It could have propelled them into the top 8 or maybe even that 9th position, just a bit off outside the top 8. But look at the match summary now. 57 finishes overall picked up in this particular match. You had 3 vehicle finishes, 34 rescues. So a lot of time for the players to actually go for those revives and everything. And of course, 370 meters on the longest finish. I mean, is Miramar.
It is Miramar, right? And we've seen even numbers bigger than this, but not a lot of those healings. And yeah, 54 knocks, Shawnee, 57 finishes, a lot of those final eliminations getting taken. I'm kind of disappointed though, did not get to see a lot of those grenade finishes. Usually I'm kind of acquainted with 8 to 10, but when you look at the point standings, 26 points for Carnival Gaming. I think that is going to shoot them right to the top spot.
Yeah, it shoots them up the leaderboard and it propels, or in fact pushes, my apologies, everyone else down a bit, because now that is a vacuum. From 26, you drop instantly to 13, cut in half on the 2nd position for Team Insane. Then you have Mogo Esports with 12 points, Rivalry with 4. Small soft recovery for the side of Rivalry, but I don't think this is going to be enough. 4-7 Shaw, same thing, 8 points. That is not going to cut it. Limra Esports still maintaining their sweet average. No position point in this game, but who cares? They have 6 finishes and they were already in the top 8.
Quite uncanny, don't you think? Because Team Limra kind of likes to play on the opposite.
Yeah.
They like to get those position points and a little bit of those finish points. And especially considering how the circle shifted right at where they were, they could have gotten more. But still a lot of fights. And again, Godlike Esports, quite disappointing. Once again, just 2 points, and were looking quite confused while they were rotating. You know, they did not know what to do, and suddenly a fight happened in front of them. They forgot that there's another squad watching at them. So, you know, for Godlike Esports, I think finally the curtains are starting to fall off.
I don't think they forgot about Mogo Esports. I think they were just not aware. They didn't even bother to check if there was anyone else there. So that was a big mistake. And again, I mean, it is Godlike Esports, so you can just pray to see them recover. But look at this, Carnival Gaming, 94 points. 2 chicken dinners. They take that first position away from Galaxy Esports. I wonder how Galaxy is going to respond to this.
I think with a biggie from their side. Because now look at this. Galaxy Esports, before this game, they had the highest finishes. But Carnival Gaming literally just smacked that one at 64. And bear in mind, they've played the same amount of games. So Galaxy Esports can definitely recover. So ideally for all these teams, they're looking at crossing that 100 marker. Because once you cross that 100 marker, I can finally go on to state that they might have gotten the golden ticket.
Yeah, I mean, that is what we are expecting. I think Carnival Gaming still 94 points. I think should be enough to help you qualify. Anything 90 plus, I think anything close to the 90s, even in the mid 80s, should be enough to help you qualify within that top 8.
And Mogo is keeping a really good pace over here. 82 points already, and I think 18 more points. You still have 2 more games to go. I think Mogo can really accomplish that. But this is where for LOC, yeah, I mean, they haven't been doing decent. 7 show a little bit of that recovery though. But when you're looking at the top 8 with teams have already starting to cross that 50 to 60 point marker, I think just getting those 8-9 points isn't really going to make the cut.
Yeah, could be the last opportunity for these teams. And again, that only thing that can save them right now is that 120-pointer match that everyone dreams of, right? Even for inspiration, I mean, it will be possible. They get those 20 points. It puts them at 44, and depending on how the rest of the lobby performs, it can be even further than that. If they have a performance like Carnival Gaming right now, I mean, if they have that 26-point game as well, it gets them into a better position, into a fighting position.
Yeah.
And into a place in that overall leaderboard from where they can feel like all right, we just need one more game. We play well one game and we can qualify in the top 8 and go to the grand finals. For NIY and Prime, I think it's over.
Yeah, pretty much. And we haven't seen really that fighting attitude being shown from their side. They've pretty much been defending their whole lives. But, you know, still looking at the teams at the very bottom, RTG, IND is certainly one of those teams. I feel like they can push the pedal to the metal any given moment and maybe, you know, prove to be one of those major upset creators inside of the lobby.
Even THW as well, I think I'm going to put them in the category of RTG IND because we had expectations.
Are they hard hitters though?
Yes, they were. I mean, in the previous...
yeah, one time.
Year,
once upon a time.
It wasn't once upon a time. It was last year's BGIS.
Trust me, I just read about them in the Aesop's Fables just recently. So it's ancient history right now. Because, you know, times are changing and it's kind of passing by quite fast.
True.
And it feels like it's been years that we've seen THW actually perform so well.
Yeah, that is quite true. I mean, can't deny that. But I think if you have to make it to the grand finals, you have to do whatever it takes, which for a few of you who do want to attend with the premium experience is going to be grabbing that elite pass, ladies and gentlemen, which is available on Paytm inside of the link. Will be there in the chat and the description. And of course, like always, I'm going to be the man sitting towards my right explain what all exclusive things you get along with that elite pass.
You might be seeing this round belly, right? We've been eating a lot. And trust me when I say this, in the BGIS, you're going to get free snacks and meals. So you're going to find us in the free food court. You're going to have all that unlimited food for yourselves. Along with that, you get your meet and greet session with your favorite content creators. And also you might get to witness some close one-to-one time with your favorite esports stars. You also get that exclusive BGIS 2024 merch along with so much more happening. And the best part is that whatever, you know, the proceeds are here are going for a noble cause into a charity. So ensure that you're being a part of this huge gala event and watch all that action with us.
Exactly. Watch all that action from the best seats in the house. And I also like, even though you and Necro have this small fray going on between both of you start with the snacks and the meals.
Yeah, I mean, I've been not really been working out. You see, this belly has been increasing. And I've decided this is my gaining phase.
What?
Yeah, this is my gaining phase. And I'm going to start cutting. And, you know, in the next official tournament, perhaps, you're going to see some really nice cuts over here. But, yeah, I think Necro and I, we have our own fair share of battles while we are eating food. And I still somehow beat him, though. Even there.
All right. I mean, this is a long discussion that I think I'll leave it for the two of you. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at this promo.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
Let's get spinning.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले, थोड़ा BGMI।
make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
And of course, a lot of new exciting things being introduced in BGMI every now and then. Do go ahead and check them out, but we're going to check in with Fixes as to what he has to think about the rest of the day, because we have a lot of interesting maps remaining. We have 2 Erangels left, in fact 3 Erangels left, and it is going to be an exciting journey ahead of us.
Erangel is quite unpredictable because everybody is well versed with it, everybody is aware of the topographies, it all comes down to where the circle really goes. But the next map coming in front of us, it is going to be a one-off map. You're talking about Sanhok, and for Group B, there have been a lot of those teams still in race. I really want Godlike to make a comeback in this one.
So, I mean, I do want these teams to bounce back, but Sanhok, I think it is going to get interesting. Before that, let's talk about all the Erangels that we have today, right? Because I think there's going to be a few more Erangels left. I mean, 3 more, I just said it. And, of course, 4 Erangels in a day. First of all, again, as I like to say, you have been one of those people who has been in this setting before, but back in those days, you never got 4 Erangels, right?
We just had 3 maps to qualify. You play these 3 games, you either qualify or you get out. So I think huge props to the officials, especially Crafton, in ensuring that you get so many second chances, and considering, you know, times have evolved. Back in our days, whoever dropped those smokes properly used to get those wins, and we used to carry 400, 500 ammunition rounds. So those were those different times.
You legit had that one guy in the team who would give up on any utility, had minimum heals on him, and would just be all about ammo. Everyone asking that one player, can I have a few extra rounds?
And there was one player who always used to carry that. And he belonged from quite a popular team. Let me just leak the name out. It was IND. And let us know who that player was. He had to do a lot of those, support role, force scout. He had to carry it. I think there was a time where I saw over 800 to 900 rounds of 5.56.
Oh, wow.
He was carrying that for him.
I mean, sure, because back in those days, you would just empty out clips at 200 meters without even thinking about it.
But, you know, to make things more interesting, Scout used to always go on the flank and he used to give his life away. So many ammunitions gone for a toss.
Yeah, I mean, it was a different era, to be honest. And right now, I don't think you can play like that. It's been a little bit more refined, the meta, the way the game is supposed to be played, a certain non-negotiables to have when you're running around with your team, like the number of smokes. I think the bare minimum you are required to carry is like 2 to 3 smokes just for the worst possible situation. Even if you are the front liner, worst possible situation, you are the last man left standing. What do you do without creating cover to get that revive in for another player to just back you up while go and do your job as the front liner, finding that opening frag? So I think a few basic utilities always supposed to be there, few fundamental heals always required on everyone. And of course, the one role completely erased from the meta of the game. No bolt action users anymore.
Yeah, the sniper role has kind of just faded away. But
we don't have anything
we've seen there are certain basic loadouts that, you know, you're supposed, like you said, carry 3 to 4 smokes here and there. But there have been those support specialists who carry around 9 to 10. We saw one of them yesterday itself.
Yes, we did. But I want to bring this conversation back to where we started from. Fixes, we have 3 more Erangels left. We just have 1 game of Sanhok. Now, considering all of these teams, again, Erangel is that one map everyone is comfortable on. How do you expect today's competition to fare up, knowing all of this, and what would be your thought, the thought in your head if you were leading one of these teams inside of this lobby right now?
At this point, it's all about taking those early finishes, and depends on really where I stand. If I am a team that is kind of around that 19 to 20th marker, I have to go big. I have to start forcing these fights. I have done my homework. I know where this team lands. I know the path from where they rotate from. This is where the bigger orgs really have a good chance on making a comeback, and they need not take any of those pressure. But like discussed, Group B will still carry forward, as Group C, they will be joining back into the fray. And along with Group C, we've got the big man himself, one of the integral parts of the neck bro, and he's got another name, new nickname perhaps. He's a doubling.
Okay, interesting. Body shaming already. All right,
it's not body shaming. You're a fairy, Necro. How is that body shaming?
You know what? Let's focus on the game itself. Fixes,
no, let's talk about feathers.
I don't
and
have
wings.
Any. I don't have any.
You do. It's hidden.
One team that definitely needs wings, though, is Godlike right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because they need to fly on top of the table. 2 points in the previous game. That was supposed to be their first game. Not doing too hot, man.
Last time I checked, in fact, I was reading through the lores. I've heard that fairies can bless teams. I think maybe you can bless Godlike at this point because they really need something. And I'm pretty sure they need the prayers of all their supporters at this point, because the last time, the way they qualified from the wildcard, it was nothing short of a miracle. And at this point, where Godlike are at, they need one.
They definitely do need one. The same thing can be said for teams like Voltix Gaming, right? Who started things off on a really good note, knowing the fact that inside of the week 2, Voltix was one of those teams we had expectations from. And right now, slowly and steadily, their position is dipping down. Even Entity, they've played 2 games so far. The consistency is just not there. Once again, you see that performance dip hit them.
Yeah, and even in one of their strongest maps, they could not conjure anything. Entity, for a moment, you could see, right? Somraj was way alienated from his pack. He gets picked off, and the others really could not make it in. And then the same old problems repeating. The first Erangel they played, they had Ronak instead of Troy. They get Troy back in, and they could not do much. So at this point, where there are so many of the other teams finally starting to stage their comeback, Team Limra being quite consistent, Seven Show finally getting back to life, and with Galaxy performing so well, and the others also. You've got Hyderabad Hydras also into the mix, and Team Entity at this point, at least they need to carry that consistent game going through, because yesterday they had that head start and now they've lost it.
Hey, looking at the brighter side of things though, Team Insane definitely starting to make that comeback. You can't say a little bit of a wake-up call handed out to the players, but already they've played 2 games so far. So Team Insane, now they know the room for error is going to be next to none. Well, you look at from the side of Group C, you just saw them play 1 game so far, and Kemenix Venom, their position has been taken away. Now they're definitely going to be jealous of the fact that the first spot is in someone else's hand.
Yeah, for sure. And the way Carnival Gaming did that, Necro, I think you and I, we were all enjoying along with Johnny, because Carnival Gaming, finally all the complaints are acknowledged, addressed, and fixed. This is the Carnival Gaming we want to see inside of the Grand Finals. And I've got to tell you one thing, and I think a lot of the viewers also might agree on this. Carnival Gaming is a team built for LAN. We've seen them in those LAN events. They might be silent during the online stages, but come at LAN, they know how to soak in that pressure. The crowd loves them. They thrive. They manifest that energy, and they deliver good results.
They definitely do. I mean, looking at the past performances, CG, they just know exactly how to handle that pressure, as you mentioned, and especially the playstyle that they possess, it helps them do so.
Oh, of course, and now with them actually trying to switch their style of play. Now, this is one of those conversations I was having with Johnny. You could finally see Carnival Gaming starting to take interest in taking those early fights. We saw how they engaged against the players of LOC, wiped them off right from the start, and that is where they did not stop. Then they intended to take those third parties, 15, 16, I think 16 finished chicken dinner. They're starting to go quite aggressive.
I mean, that's the funny part, though. Me and Johnny had a conversation about LOC, knowing the fact that they're definitely going to go for that early collision, and that's what exactly happened. CG were the one they were up against, and LOC could have came out on top, because some rookie mistakes being made and not showing the patience in that fight, LOC, they lost that. And CG, after that revival that they got from that fight, instantly just boomed on forward towards the chicken dinner.
Now, yeah, I think, of course, there was a point where Carnival Gaming were really on the cusp of getting eliminated. Yeah, in those moments, the last player kind of made that error, did not really patch himself up, directly jumped in, and Goblin getting that position inside the car. He had a little bit of that aerial view. He knew exactly where he was. And another big mistake LOC made in that fight was they pushed in just from that one direction. And Carnival Gaming, they've got players like Neo and Goblin who could instantly shred you apart.
Now, let's be honest. You've also got Galaxy Esports returning back in the upcoming fray, right? And even for Galaxy Esports, knowing the fact that the position's compromised in the overall standings, they're not going to be too happy about that. But looking at the top 8 so far, there's still a lot of those teams that are in way too of a fragile state. One of those is Entity Gaming, that have already played 2 games. And there's a high chance they will be kicked out of that top 8 at the end of the day if they do not perform even better. Moving in towards this entire group, you've also got Rivalry Esports once again chiming inside of the action. And for Rivalry Esports to perform, it's really critical.
For Rivalry, I think on the previous game, they did quite decent.
Yeah.
But I think, like you said, right, decent is just not going to make
it's
the cut, because at this point, finally, we're starting to see that segregation in the top 3. But when you come down to Galaxy Esports, is it really going to bother them? Because they've never been in such a situation before. They've never been flying high. I mean, imagine, right, in such a hotly contested lobby, they've got the 2nd highest finishes. And this is the recipe for a perfect undergod. And, you know, I've constantly been harping about RTG, IND. There have been other teams that have impressed me. Galaxy Esports came under our noses. Who would have thought that they would find this beautiful run of form especially when their lives are on the line.
I mean, move on towards even Hyderabad Hydras, right?
Yeah.
The previous game that we saw was not that great. And Hyderabad Hydras, that complete mishap that we saw, really puts them in a critical spot as well. Now, we've got THW Esports' map performance in Erangel, and in the span of 14 games, they managed to accumulate 70 finishes, which is quite nice, but still the continuation hasn't been too good.
This is more like a gentle reminder to THW and the fans that this was such a good team.
Yeah.
We don't know what happened to them in week 1, and then their transition into week 2 has been so rough. They haven't really found that good game. One big game. They haven't really been playing as a cohesive unit.
Yeah.
They haven't been acting together. At times, they go on to say that we do not like playing from the center of the circle, whilst it's quite opposite. They have found majority of the success when they've been playing from the center. And if they don't like playing from the center, they like playing from the edges. They want to engage in those fights, and we haven't seen them do that either.
Yeah, they're just playing safe from the edges, which is not something that you should do as a team. You need to be assertive to get that better spot inside of the zone in your hands. Just like CG sometimes, right? Even the fact that they do not really have that good positioning inside of the zone, they still do not shy away from taking those fights. And the previous game was a prime example of that. They definitely did assert their dominance to get that better spot in the zone. And moving it forward towards Voltix Gaming as well. Voltix Gaming is quite unstable, man. Let's be honest. You never know when they're going to get a chicken dinner and when they're not.
Hey, let's be honest this time around. I think, no, I really don't want to scoff at them, because the previous game we saw, right, what the last player Aryan was doing, just tucked inside that car, still manages to get a top 2 performance for his team. Vortex Gaming, yes, Necro, they did not get a lot of finishes, but still,
That's what I'm saying.
second, they're still in the race, and let's not rule them out.
They are still in the race, yes,
Yeah.
nothing taken away from that. But still, Voltix Gaming, you just never know when they're going to get eliminated. There's always that constant threat on top of their head. And then out of nowhere, sometimes they just come in and scoop that chicken dinner away, or either they just get eliminated while they're so close to getting that chicken dinner.
They always love running on the thread. They don't
Yeah.
care. They live life on the edge, just like this young man right beside me. Loves to take those risks. They go big or they go home.
But that's the thing, though. They don't take any risk. The risk comes to them.
Yeah, and they're like, in multiple situations, they sort of seem to prevail, and we're like,
Yeah.
wow, that was a play. And sometimes like, whoa, what was that?
Exactly.
There's nothing in between. We can't really go on to say that, yeah, Voltex Gaming, they're a very consistent squad. That has never been told by both of us. They either go big or they to go home, but they enjoy playing themselves.
Pretty unorthodox, if you'd like to say. Their
Yeah.
approach inside of the game, it's really tough to get a grasp of what exactly this team is trying to pull off, because it just feels like they do not have a proper plan in the game, but at the same time, the execution on the fly, it just works out for these guys. They're able to squeeze them constant points every single time, and now for Voltix to move on forward in the top 8, they just need to be consistent. That's all. They were kicked out from that top 8 at the start of the day when we saw the overall standings, but they're not too far away, and considering the previous game was really good, that just gives that glimmer of hope that Voltix needs. Now, moving on forward towards teams that have already given up the hope, right?
Yeah.
You speak about NIY, they're once again going to be playing in here. You've also got Prime Esports, and there's a high chance these teams will start a drop collide or maybe some targeting done.
No, let's not focus on them anymore, because we've got some bigger issues to worry about. Because for NIY and Prime, if they don't do, it's all right. They haven't been performing
That's
either
what I
ways.
was saying.
No, I want to bring the conversation to Hyderabad Hydras. Let's talk about them. The way they got whacked by Reckoning, I think this is where they need to find some redemption.
I mean, we just had to talk about them, right? Hyderabad Hydras, yes, the first game was not too great. But then moving on forward towards the second game of the day, definitely this is going to be that crucial point where you need to perform. But then teams like NIY and Prime Esports that have already given up can still put the spanner in the work for some of these known names. Because these teams will definitely go all out. There will be the Rambos in the lobby that just do not really care about the outcome, but they're just here to do some damage.
For Prime Esports so far, they've been the villains for Godlike. We've seen that.
Exactly.
Always breathing under their noses, but let's not forget, Godlike hasn't really entered the competition yet. Can't really count them in the race for that top 8. Up and until they get a very good chicken dinner.
And once again, you need to remember one thing. In the week 1, NIY was a kryptonite to Reckoning Esports, considering they dropped really close to that Milta area. So, there's a high chance we might see that spoiler coming through.
I mean, in the last day, if they just kind of spread their wings apart. But for Reckoning, I think they've learned the lesson the hard way. That was a bitter pill to swallow. They've realized whatever needs to be done has to be done today. And they were off to a flying start, getting around 8 finish points in the first game. You see this team. They went after the big boys. They went after Chem and Venom, and they wiped them out. They could have really gotten their players back alive had they not been third-partied over there. And despite that, 2 players surviving still go on, take out the entirety of Hyderabad Hydras, which goes on to speak in volumes about what Reckoning can really do if they take it upon themselves.
Yeah, I mean, all thanks to Gravity Job, right, for pulling off that clutch.
Yep.
In the
And
end,
the
he was the
IGL.
only man. It was the only man left alive. So, yeah, Reckoning Esports, definitely that aggressive stance been working out for them quite perfect. And looking at towards Godlike this time, dropping in towards Rozhawk. I'm not sure how to feel about that, considering there's also Prime Esports right next to him, and there's a drop collision now coming through. Prime Esports, for some reason, always on the trail of Godlike, and you really got to see it. This is the exact reason why I was mentioning these two teams, because now they're going to go all in. They just don't care.
The funny thing is that whenever Prime have been beside Godlike, they've really never taken those fights, except barring that first round number 4 day in the final game of Erangel, where Godlike still managed to wipe them out. But, you know, Prime Esports has given Godlike the biggest shock of their lives, I think, yesterday. That game of Vikendi, you remember, right? The way they pushed in inside of that one compound.
Never underestimate your opponent. That was a prime example of that. And Prime Esports right now, definitely lingering on top of the heads of Godlike. That can be the elimination squad right there. And Godlike, if they do lose out in this game with no points, they will be kicked all the way to the last page. Considering there's many more teams looking for to make that leap in the top 16. And now look at Godlike. They're definitely taking a lot of those shots against the players of Prime. It's not looking too good for the side of Prime, considering 2 of the players already knocked out and dusted for Prime Esports. It's just down to Crocodile.
Yeah, and Admeno is already done the deed. It feels like freebies for Godlike at this point, where Crocodile is trying to swim through, and his position quite compromised. Admeno waiting for the right time to strike. Prime really do not have a lot of options to work around with, and Admeno, had he had a grenade on him, and this is where Godlike coming in from the back lines, and Crocodile, he realizes the cavalry has arrived, and it's just a matter of seconds before Admeno makes that push.
No, not a good news. Admino, try to hold on to your horses a little bit there. Man's getting pushed on. Jelly's way too low. And eventually, Crocodile gets dealt with. Admino with a 3K to shut down the entirety of Prime. And once again, Prime, it just feels like they fed those points to Godlike.
Yeah, exactly. I was quite clueless. What was happening? Prime Esports out in the open. 2 players just get picked off. Now, this is Godlike territory. And a gift for Godlike. They will take it with open arms. Embrace it. And this is the kind of a start that Godlike needed. 3 finishes already. 3 points secured. And they need more of this. 10 finishes and get around 4th, 5th position is still quite decent if you're Godlike right now.
But knowing the fact that this is the second game for Godlike, they've got 2 more to go in the future. And he can save and 2 more to go for the side of Prime as well. So the same thing's going to be repeating itself whenever these 2 teams, they lock horns. So the drop collision will be there. And Godlike, they need to watch out for that trail. But what a beautiful spray that was.
Nothing really, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, knowing the fact that Prime Esports couldn't even capitalize, the players were pushing out in the open. I think so. The main thinking was they knew the fact that one man is all by himself, isolated towards that compound. That's why they wanted to push up. But then Admino was way too smart, way too advanced with his positioning. He knew this might be coming through. That's why he was at top of that building.
Felt like the players of Prime were on for a stroll. Because even if you're on the prowl, you're looking for somebody, if you're going to try and isolate, somebody had to be peeping out of the vehicle, right? You know, you had your ADS on or something, but really no mood shown in there for Prime. They're just going on, handing points left, right, and center at this point. And they did come in with 3 players. So Prime Esports pretty much, I think, mentally, they've already made peace with the fact that the journey inside of BGIS is already over.
Yep. They're playing the games on the day 3 with just a 3-man squad. And I'm not sure what the game plan is for them in the future, considering last day still awaits. Already given up on the qualification. The same thing can be said for the likes of NIY too. All the 4 players in Milta City. You've got Hyderabad Hydras. After getting 2v4'd like that by the likes of Reckoning, it's definitely going to be a tough mental barrier to break, but it's not impossible. Hyderabad Hydras, all the 4 players, they definitely do have that synergy. The communication is on point. One single mad mistake in the previous game was something that cost them their life, but moving on towards this with a clear mind, it can definitely help you picture a little bit more better.
Look at the circle. It's a little bit of a hybrid one, quite similar to the one we've seen in the previous, in fact, the first game of the evening today. And this time, Godlike being in the picture, they decide to take on that Rozok area. Now, this is Jelly's own turf. He's been there at that particular location since ages. He knows every nook and cranny. The only concerning factor over here would be Venom Gaming. Coming in from the backline, this is one of those teams that you would want to avoid. And even for Kevin X Venom, they had a good start. They got a squad wipe there. They had 4 points in the first game. And suddenly, Reckoning come out of nowhere. Just wipe the floor with them. And let's not forget, Kevin X Venom started the day being the table toppers. And now they've started slipping. And right now at around the 3rd or the 4th spot. And this goes on to show how volatile the overall standings is.
They indeed are. And this is why I brought up Kevin X Venom right at the start of the conversation, saying that Kevin X Venom, their position has been slipped away. Galaxy Esports is on the 2nd. So you can say Kevin X Venom, definitely they know the fact that now their position can be capitalized easily. They need to watch out a little bit more. Reckoning Esports eyeing out the entirety of Voltix. And for Voltix, this game is really crucial. They cannot afford to go for this fight this early on inside of the game. But Reckoning Esports, they make sure Voltix, they've got no clue right now. They're being eyed out. Vishu and Spyrax right there. As Cyrax is trying his best to keep his teammate anonymous, but their position's already capitalized. And Reckoning Esports, they're out on a hunt.
For a moment, I really thought that somebody started cooking up a grenade. And yeah, quite uncertain that they were being watched. And there you have it, Vishu, one of their most deadliest fraggers, already dealt with. And Cyrex, he's got to make a run for his life. But Reckoning, we know Necro, they are the hunters and the apex predators inside of the lobby. And look at that, they do not care if they have to go outside the zone. If they want blood, they go after you.
Yeah, they're on the move, trying to find the last man who was around that territory of Voltix, but he takes an exit from that entire spot. Voltix taken down to a 2-man squad. The players are trying to loot in peace, but unfortunately, Vishu was not able to get away from this vicious attack of Reckoning Esports. And for Reckoning Esports, what a great start this is. 1 point accumulated off the rip. You already do see the Bloodhounds once again in action.
And it's not just that we've got a single team that goes frag heavy. There's so many of them. Carnival Gaming, kind of the run of success that they're having in this matchup. Who knows? They might get another 20 pointers or even more than that. But Galaxy Esports find themselves in the center. For all the viewers watching this epic drama unfold, you want some better seats in the grand finals. Yes, the premium tickets are up for grabs. And every single ticket's proceeds are going to go for a charity.
As you mentioned, all the money accumulated will be given to a charity, so you will be helping out someone in need.
Hey, listen, Necro, do you know about the menu of the snacks that are being given out?
I'm not sure yet, man, but I've heard it's going to be quite vast. So, yeah.
A lot of starters, in fact.
A lot of starters.
And there are a couple of mocktails also, so...
Ooh.
Yeah, free drinks and free foods, and that's unlimited, I think.
It feels like Fixes is just firing a blind shot over here.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna take my chances. See, listen, we're in Hyderabad, so we're gonna definitely have some juicy kebabs. Any recommendations or any requirements you need to, you know, ask the Crafton officials to give us?
Listen, Fixes, you know, whenever it's the talk
Manchurian,
about the food,
bro.
whenever it's the talk about the food, I'm not able to focus what's on the front. So right now, let's focus on the game. Because my focus will be on food, and then it will be tough to get back inside the zone.
Shut the dummy, man. Come
Say
on.
you?
Food. We love food. Look at all these players. They're battling it out for what? A chicken dinner. And Godlike, they certainly need one. Galaxy Esports. Oh, Jonathan is just being fired upon. And this time it's Magnet.
Magnet Esports. And what just happened? Godlike once again starting to make those rookie mistakes. This has been the main key issue for Godlike's downfall. And once again, the same thing happens. Jonathan gets knocked out. I think so he ejects out of the vehicle way too early. Jonathan was knocked out. The revival's going to be there from the side of Jelly, so he's all good for now. But the buggy's flipped, if I'm not wrong. And Jonathan cannot utilize that. Now he's way too exposed on the back of that buggy, but at least he's got something to move with. So he is going to be mobile. Razak City will be contested by the entirety of Godlike. And I think so they're still banking it up on the fact that the circle's going to move down south.
And look at this again. They get a warehouse to themselves.
It's not going to move down south this time.
All right. Your words against the entire lobbies. But for now, Reckoning, they increase their tally. Now it's up to 2. And they just are like 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
There's just no way. Reckoning Esports, they know these are free points, and they're here to capitalize those.
They're doing it for the second time, I believe.
Yeah, it is the second time. Prime Esports and usually NIY are the one to face this brunt, but this time Prime Esports, they dropped in towards school, so now you can say it's just NIY on the receiving end. Utilities being tossed in the front. There we go. Reckoning Esports just claiming these free points. They're going to have so many evil smiles on the faces, but Gravity Jot, this time he faced that brunt. Sam gets a 2K. Reckoning Esports, things not looking too good. Sam all by himself in the front lines. He's got so much more to look out for, but the man does not really have a lot of that HP. Tosses in a Molotov in the front lines. NIY, the only player remaining for this entire squad is Sam. Tosses in that util to hope that maybe it's going to find the confirmation, but no, it's going to be the answer. And Sam knows the man's on the back lines. Strikes down another player. Sam, he does not have a lot of HP to back himself up in NIY. What a shot that was to the skull.
Oh my god. Sam might just pull off the impossible over here, but Reckoning, they're still taking their own sweet time. At this point, Sam has not even a single first aid to work around with, but still, one last grenade that could sing the songs of death. But for Reckoning, yes, Sam strikes again. Shikari Jot getting taken down. Hunters once again, but Reckoning, they've survived what could have been a huge collapse. Oh my god, that went really close.
Oh, that was way too scary. Way too scary. But you gotta give it up to Sam, man. Those headshots, incredible. Inhuman, if you'd like to say. But yeah, for Reckoning Esports, at least they do make it out alive. And they also get those free points, right? 4 points to kick things off with. A great start.
Yeah, I really hope they've got abundance of heals there, because it's going to be a long way inside of the circle. And THW, oh my god, what's gone wrong with them? Out in the open like that. Destiny, he's playing with fire.
Yeah.
As Inspiration Esports. Listen, man, Necro, this was also one of those teams we saw in round number 4, and we were quite inspired. We've seen their journey, and they were really impressive. And suddenly, when stakes are so high, what do you think went wrong with Inspiration? Is it the pressure?
I mean, for Inspiration, yeah, I would say it's definitely the pressure, man. These are the under gods stepping inside of the lobby. The same thing can be said for THW as well, right? When we saw them for the first time, we're so inspired. We're so impressed by these guys. And for THW, whenever we saw them in the center of the circle, you just knew it was that assured yes, that they will be the one to get that chicken dinner. Then later on, you came up with that statement saying that the players are saying that they're more confident in playing with the edges, which is not supposed to be looking at the stats. And for THW, if they haven't figured out their own strategy, and if they're still in that big question mark, makes a lot of sense why they're choking up these fights and some of the simple rotations.
And they have a cult following of their own. They've got a really nice fan base backing them along, and the way they performed last time. But look at this. Reckoning, always on the hunt, always looking out for bodies. And yes, this came really close to comfort, because Sam, all by his lonesome, had nothing to work around, and suddenly had almost taken out the entire squad of Reckoning. I mean, those shots with the AK really reminds me of those good old days, Goblin, Delta PG, and now we've got another name to sing. It has to be Sam.
Reckoning Esports, super impressive though. Still countering Sam in that return. And now looking at the zone shift, as I mentioned, it's not going to shift down south, it shifts up north. The same thing's not going to be repeating itself over and over again. And Godlike now massively screwed, knowing the fact that figuring out a rotation pathway from that side, it's going to be really tough. Godlike, they would need to assert some dominance, go for some early fights now.
I really love how Rivalry rotated inside of the circle there. from the Georgie bridges. They went in. They have good, decent ground, a high ground holding spot over there. For Godlike, like you said, it's going to be quite challenging. But look at this. THW finally being contested by the players of RTG IND. Destiny already on his knees. And yeah, THW still have got some trades to work around with. But Sam, he needs to deliver.
Yeah, TSW losing out on Destiny, as you mentioned. Then you've also got TSW trying their best to fight back. Sammy strikes down one more player, but TSW, they're getting shot at from somewhere else. It's also CG from the back, just stabbing them over and over again. And TSW, now they're starting to bleed heavy.
They certainly are, and that is not where the journey ends for them, because now Keminx Venom, they also come charging in head first inside of the fights, and now they are picking up on the spoils of the war. All those knock bodies down there, that is some free points for Keminx Venom. And they say thank you with open arms and get the hell out of there. Yeah. Looking at the bigger picture, heading towards Siverny, they would want to recuperate, but for THW, still not some major damages done. If they could get Destiny alive, it's still fine. It's still A-okay. But look at Keminx Venom. They are on the hunt. And did I see an AWM?
Yes, you did. Galaxy Esports utilizing that. Saurav with the AWM hands out a haircut to one of the players. Nice headshot. Venom on the chase as well towards the player on the left. And Keminx Venom, what are they even trying to do? Moving all the way back in the blue, still on that chase. They want to claim that point. Arif, what can he do? Last time it was dodging those nades, and this time he's trying to dodge the entire wrath of Keminx Venom. What is this chase? Keminx Venom, they don't even care. They know they've already made it in the top 8, and now they're here to play some spoilers.
Yeah, and in fact, they've got the better vehicles also, the faster ones. And look at Alto. He does not want to give up. And let's not forget that little bit of that salty rivalry, which starts from Yasnaya, and they're heading all the way from the northern side of Stalber. And this is where Arif finally gets sprayed down at, and Alto, now he's realized he needs to back off. It's still stage 3, so not some huge amount of damage you're going to be taking from the circle. Just have some, you know, good boosters on you, and you're good to go. So yeah, Keminx Venom, this was a calculated risk. It's fine, A-okay.
All that chase for what though? Not even able to claim that point, right? Arif still dodges the players successfully, just like the way he dodged those utilities last time. Arif really good at bobbing and weaving, I guess. Man's always got the escape plan, but unfortunately for his team, they do miss out on that. Suppress AWM. It's been a while. Finally, the sounds grace my ears.
Yeah. That ASMR feeling. There you get it. Really gets us excited. And Saurav, he's been quite a revelation.
Why is he not using the AWM?
Oh my god!
CG from the top. They're scattered all across the board, but CG, they're not going to make that pounce. There's just no way. They're trying to be the Prowlers. They do try to move up close and personal. CG, they know they've got the first spot, so they can't afford to go for these type of risks. They've got the cushion! What was that knock, Goblin? Oh my god. Goblin. Swing it back to fruition. Another nade tossed in. Gets the confirmation too. Goblin. Incredible stuff. And now CG. Look at the amount of confidence they've gained. Evil inside of the smoke is doing some evil damage. But then CG, they still strike down Evil himself. No, he's still alive. He's still playing around the smoke. Eventually, he gets shut down. Galaxy Esports now taken down to just a 2-man squad. And Carnival Gaming, they still barge in. They're constantly knocking on the doors. The floor's now lava. Galaxy Esports nowhere to go. They straight up walk in the crosshairs, and they will be eliminated.
Yeah, but look at this for Carnival Gaming. It's a lot of damage. 3 players already down on their knees. Omega, the last player surviving, and Keminx Venom, they are charging around. But at the same time, they realize Seven Shaw also into the mix. And suddenly, both of these teams decide to disengage. And now Carnival Gaming get to recuperate. A hard reset, and they will be back into the fights. Now, this is where this game of Erangel has suddenly sprung back to life.
CG, a lifeline given to them just like the last time, right?
Yep.
They were down to that one last man. The same thing happened inside of the game as well early on, down to that one last man. And now CG getting that lifeline back. And who knows, with this lifeline, they might as well get that second chicken dinner too. But looking at Seven Shores, the players looking pretty confident. They do want to move on forward and take this fight, but it's quite exposed. Seven Shores, they need to be careful of the fact that Keminx Venom is right behind them. And Keminx Venom still charging on forward towards that one single point. Arif's position is still capitalized, and they do want to make sure he's being devoured. Keminx Venom, they're just attracted to that pole.
You know, at this point, I really want a rib to pull out a grenade and just take himself down. At this point, I mean, it's better than not giving a point away, in fact, to the players of Kevin X Venom, because he knows his fate has been sealed. But for now, Seven Shaw, this is the despair, really speaking, the desperation. They're in a whole dire circumstance and they want to force those fights. And Toxic finally finds that opening because he knows Carnival Gaming, they would be itching for those fights, and Goblin tends to get out of position. Look at Devil, look at Aru. They've got a beautiful surrounding there. And at this point, Carnival Gaming already boxed in, and those grenades, the barrage really coming in.
My God.
But the retaliation also coming back. Toxic gets Goblin down once again, and it is all about threading that needle, finding one more knock, and that is where Seven Shaw commit for the push.
Oh, Util's being tossed constantly, and Goblin is barely on the verge of being eliminated. And he does too. Hits the deck. CG losing out on Goblin, the main playmaker, but it's complete fine. Still, CG got decent amount of points to back it up. 4 points so far. They've got a 3-man squad still up and alive inside of the game, and now Kevin X Venom, they've got a formidable foe looking forward to challenge them. Seven Shores, they desperately do need any sort of points before Kevin X Venom. They just don't really care about the outcome. They know they're in the good shoes. Even HYDERABAD Hydras now, they start to chime inside of the action. Unfortunately, Venom gets ran over. So Kevin X Venom this time, this gameplay that they try to pull off, the stance that they try to pull off, it's not going to work out. Venom's out in the open, the confirmation's going to squeeze up, and Kevin X Venom, they back away from this entire fight.
But look at this. This is going to be a big run. But now we've got the players of Godlike, all 4 of them. Right in front of them, they've got 2 different squads to deal with. Juicy has been taking some massive amount of damage. But now, is he going to find the knock though? Jonathan still continuing to rattle down those bullets, not finding any sense of success. But for now, Godlike need to get inside the circle. And it is going to be such an arduous journey, Necro, because they've got 8-bit to deal with. And let's not forget about HYDERABAD Hydras.
Oh my God, Admino's so good. Jonathan should have been able to get that knockout, but then Admino starts spraying, and he gets that knockout that far away. So impressive. Admino just mechanically gifted at this point in time. The man's feeling himself. The sprays around point for 8-bit. They're almost done for. And Godlike, they charge in with confidence. Aditya strike down as well. It's all down to Mighty. One last man surviving inside of that smoke. And Mighty's making sure that he's not moving a muscle. But with this shot, he gives his position away. Godlike knows there's someone inside of that smoke. And now they're driving around. And Mighty, knowing the fact that his vehicle's busted, he cannot even move in.
Oh, look at this, Admino. Finally, the Lucifer himself, the devil inside of this lobby. 6 finishes strong. Godlike, this is exactly the game that they were looking for. But this is not where they can really start to have a smile on their face. They need more points. They need some bigger games. And they have to convert this one. And now it's still not out of the woods yet, because you've got some bigger foes right beside you. You've got HYDERABAD Hydras on your right, on your left. You've got the likes of Reckoning. And just to make matters more interesting, Seven Shaw, let's not forget them. They've been a kryptonite for Godlike for quite some time.
Admino straight up carrying his team on the back. And yes, going back towards that Seven Shores conversation. For Seven Shores, they just know how important this game is. The void is way too deep. And they cannot afford to take any sort of risks with that leap that they're looking for to take. And now you've got HYDERABAD Hydras eyeing out the players of Godlike. Godlike with decent amount of points secured so far, but they still cannot be eliminated. These points that they secured, they're not going to be enough to propel them anywhere closer to that top 8. They need a little bit more, considering they were on that 16th spot. But they've got all the 4 players alive, backs against the wall. Now it's going to be time for Reckoning Esports to dish out some more damage against Godlike. And I'm not a big fan of this fight, considering Reckoning Esports, they've always proven out to be miles better than Godlike in these type of fights. And now Reckoning Esports, they do lose out on one of the players, but even Godlike, they start to face that brunt. Jonathan walks out of that moving vehicle. He takes a lot of that damage, and then for the side of Reckoning Esports to claim these points, it's way too easy. What a big blunder this is from Godlike. Admino with all that carry. At the end, is nothing left over because the teammates, they just don't back him up.
You don't do that to Reckoning. You cannot afford to do that if you are Godlike. Reckoning are the new daddies on the block, and they are starting to play like this. Imagine all the players going after one of those members, and then they suddenly get surrounded, and just in the blink of an eye, godlike they've been dealt with. Hyderabad Hydras now finally trying to inch in a little closer. Look at rivalry, all consolidated, all boxed into that one corner. Crypto, one good grenade, and they could also get wiped out. But now Carnival Gaming, they're also on the prowl, they're also on the hunt. So much breathing space, I must say, for all these teams. As rivalry, this has to be their game. They need to make it a biggie.
Rivalry, 4 players. Every single person inside of that dip, and look at Crypto. Position unknown. The man's just prone behind that crate. Luckily enough, the players are not pushing up. He's not even going for that reload fixes because he knows if he reloads, the position will be compromised. 9 bullets in the magazine. And now still the position is unknown. What am I watching? Lucifer right on the back. And eventually Lucifer gets strike down. Such an awkward fight. Crypto strikes down 2 players. Oh, the man's not a currency. Instead, a stone cold murderer. And straight up murders down 2 players this time. Crypto looking to find a couple of more. He's got the blood on his hands.
He's gone away with broad day robbery though. But for now he's been dealt with. And now Arthu, he had his eyes pinned on towards Neo. But Akshat comes in time. And look at this, Voltex. Despite losing out on 2 of their players early on, they're still breathing. Carnival Gaming 10 finishes strong. But that's all she wrote. Rivalry making a big comeback. And now for Reckoning, still 10 finishes also registered to this team. And now we've got just 4 teams alive. And Keminex Venom, they're also breathing in.
Now, this is my question. Where was Voltex? We did not even see them in the entire game. They've got 0 finish points so far. They do not like to play it snappy. But they're still somehow over here. They've cracked the code of the lobby, man. They know how to survive till the late game.
At one point, they were being hunted down by the players of Reckoning. I think that is where Reckoning started their run. And 2 players, they had to really go from the edges. And it was a long journey. And they're still surviving courtesy to all of these teams engaging in multiple fights. But look at this. They haven't really registered a single elimination to their name. But on the silver lining, they are really close inside the circle.
They indeed are, but then Keminex Venom, look at the utils. Keminex Venom really precise with the utilities every single time. Fury, this man is able to find that marker majority of the times. And now Fury keeps on moving on up, spots that man trying to back away to safety, claims that point. Keminex Venom, they're looking really good. Dominant, of course. And I mentioned this too, right? Keminex Venom, they will be jealous knowing the fact that CG, they took that first spot away from them. And now they're here to reclaim it once again. For Reckoning Esports, they need to move out in the open inside of the zone. And the only way they can do so is taking control of this terrain.
This could be a cold revenge for Keminex Venom. Because we know what happened in the first game of Erangel. They're wiped off from the face of the earth by Reckoning. And this time, they've got such a prime position inside of the circle. Still have rivalry to deal with. The final player of Voltex Cyrix still breathing. But Keminex Venom, they know who the stronger foes are. It is the boys from Reckoning. As Viper, he comes in a little close. Tries to spread his fangs open. Reckoning still eyeing out for an opportunity. And this is as close as it gets.
Keminex Venom, they're taking some heavy damage. But Cyrax, he can be the spoiler in the sport. If he keeps his position anonymous for long enough, just waits for the right moment to strike, Cyrax can make better things happen. Utilities are being tossed way too close, and eventually it's going to be the players of Keminex Venom to claim that point too. Keminex Venom with a lot of the points in the back, now looking really good, and also looking forward to put a full stop to the journey of Reckoning Esports, but Beast can be the main playmaker here. Still just going for that Met strat all the way back from the blue. He's going to be doing some serious damage. Another net sails in, and that's going to hand out the knockout. Reckoning Esports, now they decide to march in, but Beast, he's still not a part of this fight. And as soon as Beast decides to strike Reckoning Esports, it's not going to be good news for them. The first man gets knocked out, the second one might as well follow up. But now this is where the situation's taken down to a 2v2. Reckoning Esports, they could have made the push, but just because of that knockout, they once again have been held out.
Look at Fury, he's got a beautiful angle to play along with. And Phantom throws this grenade into perfection, and Reckoning start falling down piece by piece. And now it is all down to the nimble shoulders of Shikari, as now Keminex Venom push it from multiple directions. And there you have it, revenge served cold. As Team Keminex Venom just get their fangs inside the veins of the players of Reckoning, get that revenge and clinch that chicken dinner Wow, what are we witnessing? I mean, this is rivalry at its peak.
What a game that was. Chemenix Venom, you cannot go on toe-to-toe against them when it's the utility warfare. They always do land those nades on the perfect spot, and once again, that's what they do. But moving it towards some of the interesting conversations, right? We saw Carnival Gaming as well in quite a big kerfuffle, in quite a big pickle. We also saw some of the teams knowing the fact that the games was so important for them, but even they got eliminated. 7 Shores, this game was really crucial.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, so many teams. I'm finally seeing that. I think you and both, we kind of enjoyed this game, honestly.
Oh, we did.
Because so many fights were happening. Finally, you could see that intent, that desperation really kick in. But to be honest, Necro, I really felt like it could have been Reckoning's game had Beast not thrown a spanner to their works. Because getting that knock, because just before that, I think Reckoning were in the driver's seat. It was a 3-on-2 situation. They had everything perfect, and suddenly they get rattled. And by the time they recover, I think Phantom delivered, and Fury had a beautiful flank.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, fine. At the end of the day, it's Chemenix Venom to come out on top, and we saw it coming from the far fray. We knew Beast is going to be the man to play that spoiler, and that's what exactly happens. Stands up, gets the man knocked out, and Reckoning really wanted to make that push happen too, knowing the fact that they have the man advantage. They wanted to beat the Alphas, and they wanted to press upon the Wound a little bit more. But unfortunately, that knockout came through, and Reckoning Esports, they were held back a little bit more. And moving in towards Godlike's conversation, right? Is Admino supposed to do everything? He got 6 eliminations. Jonathan was with 1, and the rest of the teammates were not able to do anything. In that fight, too, the conversion was just not there. Admino is the only man who feels like he's doing something in the squad.
I think at this point, right, Admino, for where he was positioned the first fight, just talking about, just leave those 3 finishes apart. In this particular fight, he was not the one pushing head first. He was the one who was on the back lines. He was kind of being one of the safer players. He needed to survive whilst the other were doing the dirty job. You could see Jelly constantly trying to just run over players. Yeah, in those situations, I think Godlike, you could see that finally they're also starting to panic. Finally, you could see those chinks in their armor. This is where they want to know that not just mere position points is going to make the cut. They need to take those fights, which they're finally doing. But again, when you're going up against a team like Reckoning, you better come prepared, because Reckoning, they had such a beautiful spread, and Godlike trying to inject themselves through that one point, and this is where the final moments. Look at how things really went awry.
I mean, what I'm saying is that, yeah, even if you're doing the dirty work, at least get 1 or 2 knockouts right there on the spot, because look at Reckoning Esports. They pretty much utilize the same strategy. One man ejects out before, and then the other players, they push up close and personal. Chemenix Venom as well, they use the same stance. But even the players that are doing the dirty job, they do a lot of that damage in the up close and personal battles. While Godlike, they were just lost driving in the vehicles.
No, I really feel like I can give that a little bit of a leeway for Godlike over there. I mean, nothing really taken against, because at that point, it is just, despair. They wanted to push in. They were kind of playing like a wrecking ball. And eventually, just before that, they still had a couple of more finishes. They just took down, I think, the players of 8-bit in the process. And in those moments, you feel like you've got the momentum. And I get it. I get it. It was not the smartest of the ideas. But sometimes, you have to use that brute force. They wanted to do that. They fell flat on their faces. It happens. It happens to the best. But, in any other world, how would you have really come out of that situation? You needed to get inside the circle. You had to deal with either Hyderabad Hydras or Reckoning, and they chose the latter, and did not work out.
And once again, the main key issue for Godlike has always been that they bank upon that zone shift on top of them. Yeah. We saw them taking that warehouse control. What if the zone does not form on top of the warehouse? You should always have the secondary pathway ready. And that's where Godlike crumbles down, because they never have a set plan of what's going to be the secondary if the primary plan does not work out. And the zone, of course, did not form on top of them as it moved on towards the northern side. Godlike, they were screwed up. We had a conversation about this, right? Knowing the fact that Godlike is screwed up, rotation's now going to be even more tougher. And the players are just inside of the vehicles trying to get things done. Yeah, of course, it did not work out. And now let's speak of Voltix a little bit more, right? Yeah. In the final few moments with no elimination points, but still there. And this is exactly what I'm saying. Voltix, you will see them every single time. But for some reason, it's really tough to bank upon them, man.
It's fine. I mean, as long as you're getting those 3-4 points per game. Yeah, this time did not have any finish points, but still top 4 position, considering which could have been a major debacle. I think Voltex, we're going to give them that leeway, because still in the race. I mean, come on, Necro, stop being so harsh.
You need 7 to 8 points per game, man. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
being
understand.
harsh. I'm just being a realist.
you're always a realist, and we know where it leads. But fine. Let's take a look at some stats and figures there. Let's find out who the MVP was. I feel like it should be somebody from Reckoning or Kemin Venom. I won't be surprised if it's also somebody from Carnival also.
I mean, maybe he can be, but let's move on towards the MVP, right? It's going to be Admino. Of course, this man managed to squeeze in 6 eliminations, so he is going to be the match MVP. 694 damage dished out, 2 headshots, and the survival time of 2340. Admino's the only one who's able to get any sort of points for Godlike, and he's the only one to keep that team in the race. Even Jonathan had 1, so you can't say those are the only 7 points Godlike squeezed in from that previous game. They will still be on that 16th spot in the overall standings. If you do see a little bit of that change, maybe on 15th or the 14th, but it's not going to be that big. Towards the top 5 performers, you're also going to see Yakshat with 5. You've got Hunters from Reckoning Esports with 4. You've got VG Fury right there with 4. And then you've also got Crypto, the man, the snake.
Yeah, I mean, for Crypto there in that situation, oh, that was quite unbelievable, because for a moment we really felt like this could have been a rivalry game, and Crypto out of nowhere just comes out swinging. And when you look at a few more stats and figures there, really nothing popping out, barring we've got 7 vehicle finishes and 12 grenade finishes. But more of that later, because we've got a lot to talk about at this point. Alright, so 7 Show, they're showing their fighting intent. Carnival Gaming, they just want to press in on anybody and everybody. They will be on the prowl. Cheminex Venom, they've made their intentions clear. They're ready to go out of the circle. They're ready to chase anybody and everybody down. And same goes with Reckoning.
Exactly. I mean, looking at point standings, right? 18 points accumulated from Cheminex Venom, Reckoning Esports with the 16. You've got Rivalry Esports with the 14. CG, they managed to get 10 eliminations, and with the 3 placement, they get 13. Godlike Esports, 9 points accumulated. They got 1 placement points. Yes, these 9 points, decent enough, but then knowing the fact they've only got 2 more games left over, you need a nuclear performance at least in one of those. Then you've got Hyderabad Hydras 2 with 7. Hyderabad Hydras with these 7 points, once again, they're going to keep themselves pinned in that top 8. We're not going to see any change in the placement.
With so many other counterparts also, getting those points, I'm kind of being 2 minds. Yeah, Team 8-Bit did not have a good game, and Galaxy Esports, the ones that were topping the table, getting nothing. I think this has to be a wake-up call for Galaxy Esports, and still need to secure a couple of more points in order to ensure they spot their golden ticket inside of the grand finals. But now let's take a look at the overall report card of all these teams. Where do they stand after so many games being played? Carnival Gaming have crossed that 100 marker.
My God,
and I think we can say this out loud and clear. We've finally found a first team from the second week to head it inside the grand finals.
That's fine, but then Entity's been kicked out from that top 8.
Ouch.
A big blunder for Samraj right there, knowing the fact that the performance recently hasn't been too good. They started the day off in quite a critical spot, and now they've already been kicked out of that top 8 because so far the performance hasn't been up. Once again, they've played 2 games, and still it is not up to the mark. You've got Team Insane slowly and steadily once again making that bounce back. Team 8-Bit, the game was really important for them, but unfortunately they do miss out on that. Magnet Esports, they started things off on the 9th spot, but Magnet Esports as well is not able to keep up with the heat.
I think at this point, when you look at the others from the 9 to the 16, I still feel like it's quite out in the open. And in fact, Johnny's going to be really happy about it, because look at anybody from 9 to 16 getting a chicken dinner. At least with 9 to 10 finishes, they could be in the race back again for the top 8. So the competition is quite tight. Up until we see, take a look at this, 17 to 23rd, 37-pointer. I think at this point, it's fair to call that maybe battle is already lost, or what they can do is they can go all out. I think that is what you want to see, right?
I would say a chicken dinner to back it up. Maybe we'll still do the deed for LOC.
You're still hopeful?
Yes,
I'm hopeful. Are still hopeful?
I am still hopeful about LOC. For some reason, looking at their firepower really gives me that hope as well. The players have got the confidence, but with that confidence, they're also stepping up the boundaries. And as I keep on mentioning, there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. And LOC, I understand the players are playing it as if like it's their experience for the first time in such a big lobby, but they still have a shot at the championship, man. So you might as well try to aim for the bigger picture.
They need to. They have to aim for the stars, because nothing short of that is going to make the cut. But for all you viewers out there, if you want the best viewing experience of the BGIS Grand Finals here at Hyderabad, you need to get the premium tickets. And all the proceeds go for a charity, but it comes with a lot of perks. When we talk about the elite passes, you're going to get free snack and meals, you're going to get exclusive merch of the BGIS, meet and greet sessions with your favorite content creators, your esports stars, and like I said, the best seats possible inside of the stadium.
And as you mentioned, all the money accumulated will be used for a good cause, will be given to the charity, so you will be helping someone in need. Now let's move on with the conversation. Upcoming map will be the map of Sanhok. Things will be spiced up even more. Prime Esports out for blood once again, but knowing the fact that Prime Esports is not going to be playing the upcoming game, so they will be sitting back. So you can't say teams like the other teams that will be chiming inside of this entire fight. You've got, once again, Group A back in the action. Entity, that will have a chance for that redemption because they've been kicked out of that top 8. Entity, they're definitely going to be aiming for the stars.
Yeah, I mean, for Entity, things are looking kind of really murky at this point because you want to see that consistent Entity, something that they showcased in day number 1, and they've clearly missed out on that. And then making those substitutions here and there is not really working out because time is running. And Entity, if they want to make a comeback, they have to do it now. But the big question, can Entity do that? We're going to find out all that answer, but after this short promo.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में बैक पेन
हेलो डेंटिस्ट
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा 10 नंबर वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस BGMI रॉयल पास यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
Gotta get your money's worth. Of course, the Royal Pass out there. And in fact, to just kind of top it off, I did not even have to spend a single UC. The last time I had my Royal Pass, I had gotten all the UC rebated, and this time it was for free. And when the next Royal Pass comes out, I'm also gonna get that for free, along with a lot of those cosmetics and a lot of those material upgrades and everything more.
I mean, I thought I was the one addicted to in-game cosmetics until I met Fixes, and this man goes crazy behind those. He spent so much money on in-game cosmetics, it's crazy. I mean, I understand Fixes. You own 2 colleges back in your hometown. You're rich. You're filthy rich.
I don't have a girlfriend like you, Necro.
I don't have a girlfriend at all. I'm single. I'm lonely. But yeah, let's move on towards the matchup. You've got Group A and B once again facing off against each other, where you've got Mogo Esports, Entity, Team Limbra, Team Insane, LOC, Inferno Squad, and Lifecraft Esports once again chiming back in the action. And for Entity, this is definitely going to be the redemption arc they're looking out for. Being pushed all the way towards the latter half of the board on the 9th spot, Samraj will definitely be hurt looking at the overall standings. Now it's time to wake up for Entity. They need that one solid game, Johnny.
And it's going to be exciting to see if this can be it. Because, I mean, since the morning we were wondering, like, all right, Entity is still sticking around in the top 8 and it felt a little bit comfortable, right? But after the first 2 games, it seems like the tumble was a little too much to deal with. And now, finally, either they recover or they just keep on taking a beating throughout the rest of the day.
I mean, speak of taking a beating, man, especially looking at the performance and that dip that we've seen compared to the day 1 and the day 2 and the day 3. It's been worse and worse and worse. It just keeps on getting worse. And now moving on forward towards this entire game, you know you've got so many more teams looking forward to pin that spot down. Mogo Esports once again back in the race. Mogo, they know they need to be a little bit more consistent to keep that spot pinned down because teams like Cheminix, Winham, and CJ, they've already made it.
Exactly, and it's going to be interesting to see what these teams accomplish once they have actually pushed through, because now there's a next level freedom given to them inside of the game, right? As you mentioned, it is Mogo and Carnival as well, and Cheminix Venom as well. I mean, these 2 teams doing 3 aggressive teams, in fact, that have brought in the aggression right now. Just getting close to qualification, 1 team already over 100, so that is guaranteed qualification. I think even if you are in the mid-90s, you're pretty much in the safer bracket, so I think we can consider those teams safe as well. And I think for those teams, it is important that they use this freedom and play like they have nothing to lose, because at this point, they don't.
I mean, how can you forget? Even Team Insane is on that climb, right? Slow and steady climb. Because the previous game that we saw Team Insane play, they did quite decent for themselves. It's not good, not completely outstanding, but still quite decent. For Team Insane, those points are going to mean a lot, knowing the fact that they lost the entire confidence. They were making some of the most rash decisions, and looking at those decisions really made us question our pick, too. Because we all thought that Team Insane can be one of the grand finalists moving in.
Of course, I mean, the way they kicked things off in semifinals week 2, we were hoping that maybe they just keep the momentum going, but that unfortunately did not happen. And of course, yesterday we saw that drop. Today there has been slight recovery, but still there is more that is left yearning in terms of the expectations that were there initially set by ourselves. I mean, it's not their fault. We expected a lot from them. But then again, from a team like Team Insane, you expect them to be comfortable, but at this point, you expect them to be consistent, and that is the one thing that we hope for.
Now, once again, moving in, even Rivalry Esports is going to be back in the race. For Rivalry Esports, too, this game matters a lot. Beast playing that major spoiler just helped the team of Cheminix Venom to sort of seal the deal and just move on forward a little bit more, so you can't say Beast was the saving grace for Cheminix Venom. But now for Rivalry, they need to think for themselves. They need to do something more.
I mean, it is going to be interesting Rivalry. Their journey, I mean, for today has just been about recovery, and they've done a decent job, but still that big leap, it's going to be difficult to pull off, especially with the team, I mean, being focused on that late game aggression, early game. They just like to take their sweet time to adjust to the positioning, find a safer spot inside of the circle, and I think we see them fighting 5th stage or 6th stage onwards inside of the match. So again, I mean, it is difficult for them to pull it off, but hey, if they go for it and if they make it happen, it is going to be, it will make for an epic story of their journey of the grand finals.
Hey, and you cannot forget the fact that even Inferno Squad was doing quite decent in that previous game, right? They were there in the top 3. They got eliminated on that 3rd spot. So Inferno Squad, even they're on that climb.
But was it enough? That's the question. They've messed up too much.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the latter half of the board, somewhere in the top 16, right? But still, that leap is possible. One single solid game. Even Godlike can make it happen, man.
20 points. So at this point, I'm going to be quite skeptical if that is going to be possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the past stats.
We haven't not seen it once.
Yeah.
We've not seen them pull it off once. So 20 points right now, it's going to be too difficult, especially if you notice, like, every single game, the team with the most finishes is already in the top 8.
I mean, have you given up on teams that are there on 16th and the latter half of the board?
Not yet, not completely given up. I said it's going to be difficult, and I am going to be skeptical, but it is still possible. It's very much possible. I mean, you never know what happens inside of a game of BGMI, especially considering the next game is Sanhok.
Anyone can come out on top, right?
Exactly.
The wild card map. And even LOC can be the one to bounce back. I still mentioned they're on the 17th spot. They need one decent game. One chicken dinner, they can instantly propel them in the top 12.
Yeah, LOC need a big match, not just 20 points, 25 points in that particular game, and I think that does bring them into a fighting position from where they can hope to break inside of the top 16. Because if you notice, I mean, we started the day with the top 16 being in the mid-50s. Now it is in the late 60s, and I believe by the end of the day, the bracket of the, not the top 16, the top 8, sorry, it will be somewhere close to the 70s. So that will cause more trouble for the teams when they show up tomorrow. So as long as you hit either the late 50s, 57, 58 points today, and mid-60s is even better. If you can make it happen, then maybe tomorrow you show up with all guns blazing and you secure a spot in that top 8 bracket.
And how can you forget, even Team Limbra is on that cusp, right? Is on that verge of being kicked out.
Yeah.
And if Team Limbra is not able to do good in this upcoming game, then things are once again going to come tumbling down for them as well.
Man, I think I've realized Limra, their strategy is simple. They either start off very well or they end the day on a high note. And I think today it's just been decent. So we're going to have to wait for that last game that they play. Maybe then we're going to see Limra perform.
Hey, but you know what? We will have a talk about everything that we just spoke after the short promo.
रुक यार जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार. ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं. सीरियसली
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा. I moved on in life. कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो.
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले थोड़ा.
ये है बदनसीब लाल. इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए.
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे. तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा.
अरे मिल गया.
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था. गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई. अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह. किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़ा ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी. फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम. हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं. लो निकल ली बस. बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
Make sure they know with the new Royal Pass. Get epic skins. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन.
हेलो डेंटिस्ट.
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा. विकेट 10 नंबर. वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा.
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस. BGMI रॉयल पास. यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में. तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास.
We're here to give you guys that helping hand because we just left you guys on that cliffhanger a while ago. But yeah, once again, we're back with the conversations, right? We know this game is really important for certain teams. Entity, Seven Shores, still the survival's on the line. If they do want to make that cut, they need a massive game. The same thing can be said for LOC too, considering even they can make the cut. They also need a good game. Inferno Squad, a chance for redemption. Once again, they've got the momentum.
Yeah, they do. I mean, and as you like to say, right, they have the wind in their sails right now. It's just about speeding up that boat and crossing the river, right? If Inferno Squad can pull it off, it's going to be nice. But then again, I mean, we have only ever seen them pop off in 1 or 2 games, 2 including the previous one. And apart from that, every single game, there's just been a slight drop game after game in their performance. So I think it is extremely important that now on Sanhok, they take their time before engaging into fights and do not just run around willy-nilly getting picked off, because that has been the big concern for a team like Inferno Squad. And again, I mean, one thing is for sure, the top 8 is not letting go of anything at this point. Every single game, even in the final 4 teams remaining, 5 teams remaining, there's going to be like 2 or 3 teams that are already sitting there in the top 8, quite comfortable, and yet they're not dropping the ball.
It feels like they've pretty much cracked the code. They know exactly how to survive. They know exactly how to crack in those positioning points. And even if you're getting 5 to 6 points per game, it's still doing the job, man. All you're doing is pinning down that spot in the top 8. Before teams like Team Limra, the sword is right on top of their necks. They cannot afford to just get those 5 or 6 points. They need 7 to 8 points per game to keep that spot pinned down. And that is quite a tall ask. But moving on forward towards the map performance of LOC Esports, now considering it is going to be the map of Sanhok, they have played 12 maps so far of Sanhok, and they've managed to acquire 52 finishes.
Yeah, and it is impressive. The finish numbers from the side of LOC are always consistent. It is that survival aspect of the game, the placement points, where they seem to be lacking. And I think that is what needs to be corrected right now in this particular game itself. Otherwise, I mean, in the last 2 games remaining, LOC is going to be in a lot of trouble.
I mean, LOC, they've been the drop colliders, right? Off the rip, they do tend to go for those early game fights. You also saw the fight inside of the map of Miramar against CG, where, of course, CG was the one to come out on top. Then LOC, even yesterday, you saw them go for those early game fights. Sometimes they do come out on top. Sometimes they do end up losing the entire fight. But LOC, they should realize one more thing. Now it's time to play a little bit more methodical. They need to use the brain a little bit more.
I wouldn't say it is about using your brain or not. I think for LOC, they just need to commit to fights a little bit more, because you're already sitting outside of the top 16, a little too far away from qualification. And either you go all in, get at least like 8, 9 finishes every single game, finish in the top 4 every single time and qualify, or you miss out on a single opportunity and you're already so far behind that you won't be able to catch up. it's the pack of cars just moving further and further ahead from you, and you are missing out on that slipstream.
Being on the 17th spot, way too far away from that top 8, they need at least 25 bomber.
Yeah.
If they do not acquire that today itself, then tomorrow the backs are going to be against the wall, and you know a lot of those teams cannot really make that cut. Tomorrow is not the day of comebacks. Tomorrow is the day of being able to pin that spot down in the top 8.
Yeah, tomorrow everyone's going to be signing their tickets for the grand finals pretty much. I mean, not
Yeah.
everyone, but the top 8 itself. And tomorrow I think it will be between the 4th and the 8th position, where we are going to see a lot of swaps happening, depending on how the remaining 3 matches go. But apart from that, I think majority of these teams have already pretty much, I mean, especially the top 3, they've pretty much secured a spot from where we can say, like, all right, it is going to be extremely easy for them to move to the grand finals. The others are, well, still in a very dicey position. I mean, as we were discussing, like, top 16, the competition is still on.
And Godlike is once again going to be there in the fray too in the upcoming
16th.
game, right? And as we know the fact that, yes, it is going to be the game of Sanhok, you just never know that Godlike, can they actually make it or not? Sanhok is supposed to be the wild card. It can favor any other team on the map, and there's a high chance it might not favor the players of Godlike once again.
That is very true. And Godlike, I mean, we've seen them struggle throughout the day.
Yeah.
There was that one good performance where we saw them get a few extra frags, but before that, the game of Miramar, I mean, that was just positional error with how they lost the fight. And I hope that does not happen, because what happened on Miramar can happen quite frequently on Sanhok. We always talk about those snakes hiding in the grass, hiding in the bushes, in a corner of a shack, and you just run in without expecting anyone, get taken out. Your team loses an important player. And that needs to be taken care of. You have to be extremely careful with how you move around, and for Godlike, I think they can't miss out on any more opportunities moving forward from here.
And I guess you can expect Carnival Gaming, the powerhouse, on a hunt now.
Maybe.
Considering they've already made the cut. They've got the triple digits on the board, right? They've crossed the 100-point marker.
But the problem is, I mean, it is Camp Alpha Island, the way they like to start the game from, and I think right now, not Camp Alpha, I mean around Ruins, and as of now, I think knowing that the heavy hitters are going to be there, we've seen this whenever there's this one big name that has been known to dominate a particular location of any particular map, teams usually try to steer away, and I think that might happen for Carnival Gaming. So while they might want to run into fights and secure those early frags, the question is, does anyone come in contact with them?
There's a high chance. You also do see a lot of those teams dropping under that shoreline too, right? Quite closer to that spot. So for CG, if they do want to go out hunting, they definitely can go and meet a couple of foes around that area. You've got so many teams dropping in towards Sami, Tambang as well is going to be occupied. So for Carnival Gaming, definitely it will be the hunting season. And I want to see them go out on a hunt too, man. We know what they're capable of, and it's also going to be sharpening up those skills before they face teams like Global Esports.
I mean, what I want is to go back in the past and witness that old Godlike from last year where they just went out on a tear on Sanhok, and that would be amazing to witness once again. And I think this could be again the game that helps them qualify, because on Sanhok, if you get the ball rolling, if you're getting those finishes, and if the circle is also on top of you, it becomes very easy to come out victorious in a lot of fights.
I mean, for Godlike to just out of nowhere go on that tear, knowing the fact that they're also struggling with the confidence, might just be too much to ask for, man. Because Admino is the only man who's able to bring up those numbers, and then in the previous game, it was only Jonathan with 1 point. So you can't say Admino can definitely try to go for the fights, but the rest of the team, they're just playing way too passive.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Everyone else needs to step up. Yesterday, we saw Sim step up a little for a moment, but
yeah,
I think all of them need to step up and need to take that fighting stance at the same time. If that does not happen, then they are going to be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, especially for teams like Lifecraft as well, we know it's once in a while performance from them, right? And that one single big game always propels them somewhere closer to that top 8, and then later on, you once again see that graph just coming down. There's so much more to talk about, guys, but after this short promo.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार. ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार. टाइम नहीं. Seriously?
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा. I've moved on in life. कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो.
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल. इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए.
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे. तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा.
अरे मिल गया.
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था. गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख मेज पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई. अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह. किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी. फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम. बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं. लो निकल ली बस. बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
Make sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन.
हेलो डेंटिस्ट.
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा. 10 नंबर वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा.
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस. BGMI रॉयल पास. यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में. तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार. ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं. सीरियसली
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा. आई मूव्ड ऑन इन लाइफ. कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो.
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Yes sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल. इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए.
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे. तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा.
अरे मिल गया.
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था. गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख मेज पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई. अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह. किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी. फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम. बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं. लो निकल ली बस. बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
make sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। विकेट! 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के, जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के, जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से।
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते अब? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली।
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। आई मूव्ड ऑन इन लाइफ। कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच। अमित, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच। अमित, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा। 4 डेथ मैच। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तो मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
Man, you guys saw quite a lot of those promos. We're back from that long break. And Johnny, seems like Sanhok is almost about to put up on the screens. Any predictions?
I mean, I would love to go for Team Godlike in this one because I'm desperately hoping for them to win. But it's going to be difficult to decide actually who ends up taking the win. I mean, we have a lot of top contenders and a lot of desperate contenders as well at this point.
I think so at this point in time, it's going to be the desperate ones to come out on top. And Entity, knowing the fact that they're quite desperate, definitely it will be them as well to try and make some sort of waves. We know Samraj, this man performs under that pressure.
Yeah, and they are under pressure because right before this match, they just got kicked out of that top 8 bracket, in which at one point they were sitting at the top of the leaderboard as well. So from the 1st till the 9th position, the journey has been not in the right direction, and Entity would really like to recover. So I agree with you, Entity is going to be desperate, and Godlike as well, equally, or in fact more desperate because they're all the way down on the 16th position, never having even touched the top 8.
I mean, Entity started things off with Ronick in their squad, right?
Yeah.
And maybe that's why you can't see that big tumble in the performance as well, because this playing four hasn't been able to perform that well together. And moving on forward, once again, try back inside of the squad. Things haven't been changed that much, but still there's a high chance, a possibility that once again they can crack in towards that top 8. They're barely on the 9th spot. Not a lot of those points separating them away from that 9th spot.
Yeah.
And even for Team Limra, we know how important this game is going to be.
Exactly. I mean, for Limra as well, it is quite important just to survive. And with survival instincts kicking in, sometimes we see the team step up quite nicely. Limra maybe because they do not need to have a drastically big game or an exceptionally explosive game right now, they can even make it work with just 10 points from this game. So 10 to 12 points for Limra from this game of Sanhok. I think that gets the job done. But let's see. Hey, the counter has hit 0. That means it's time to jump into the action soon.
Maybe even Lifecraft can be the one to sort of do something, right? Considering the game's about to boot up right here, right now. Sanhok's going to be on the screen soon. The Rainforest, they're ready for someone to step in their foot on the lane. As the plane flat pad starts all the way from Camp Alpha towards Magnai. This time it's tilted all the way up north. But you never know. Are there going to be any type of drop collisions or no?
Well, we are about to find that out. And of course, talking about the northern half of the map, Camp Alpha, you spoke it. We talked about this, right, as well. Normally, we see those clusters developing towards Hathin these days, sometimes in Camp Alpha, Paradise Resort, Camp Bravo as well, quite heavily utilized in the new meta. But Carnival Gaming, eyes pinned on the drop spot of Ruins. Does anyone get close to them?
Never know. I mean, especially looking towards CG, they haven't been contested recently. THW, they like to drop quite close towards that spot. That's why you see them gliding in towards the shoreline, towards the edges. For CG, as I mentioned, they're going to be a powerhouse on hunt. So once again, it is one of those teams you would like to try and avoid. And for THW, they've quite dropped in really close to the players of CG. This is not looking too good for THW.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good, but two individuals from the side of CG, quite close to them. Seven Shore as well, if they hear the commotion, maybe they can push towards them to try and pick off a few extra frags. Team Limra, I think, can be in trouble as well, dropping quite close to the players of Seven Shore. But first and foremost, the drop clash of Bootcamp LOC against NIY.
NIY, all the 4 players in that building, while you see the players of LOC a little bit more scattered out. Fragger right there, Fuzzy too. We know how important this is for LOC. Currently on the 17th spot in the overall board. Definitely a high chance that they can make it out alive. And looking at the players of NIY, even they're in quite the desperate needs. But they've already given up. They know they can't qualify. NIY still here to get those consolation frags maybe. For LOC, these 4 points can be big pressure subsider.
Yeah, it definitely can be. But let's see how this turns out for them. They will have to win this fight for sure if they want to make it happen. NIY. And so many expectations again. And today they have been trying their level best, just a few mistakes here and there resulting in them taking those awkward exits. But I've been loving the fact that NIY right now looks like they aren't really afraid of running into fights. And why should they be? They're second last on that leaderboard. But apart from that early drop clash on Bootcamp, this is another one that did happen. It was Voltex against Inferno Squad all the way in Hathin. And right now what we are witnessing is Voltex taking an exit, crossing that bridge, or at least trying to cross that bridge.
Oh my god!
But we have Inferno Squad kicking things off. Manthan OG finds that first knock, but instantly gets traded out.
That's not good news at all for the side of Voltex, considering the man was knocked out in the open. The entire team's in the open, actually. Zin can definitely try and farm in that off angle. And Vishu, knowing the fact that there's a high chance they can be flanked in from that lift line, even Vishu's trying to do something vicious. He closes on in towards that ball. Position's known, and Vishu gets surprised to the face. Zin, nicely done. Heard the footsteps approaching, knew exactly when to strike, and Voltex, they've already lost out on that player. But luckily enough for them, they found a boat.
Yeah, but it would still be very difficult to cross the bridge, make it to the other side as well. In fact, oh, all right, so something very lucky has happened for Voltex. Earlier, just a few seconds before, we had Lifecraft on the other side of this bridge, but Lifecraft have moved forward, although Fate, it has something in store for Voltex. One more man, Aryan again knocked out. Himu, he's bleeding out slowly for staying underwater for too long. And Cyrex, oh, pixel of HP runs away, but I think finally he's going to hit the floor as Owen gets too close.
Yeah, the man's getting approached now with the MP45 in his hands. Owen realizes there, you're still being tossed in towards his direction. Another man goes down. And yeah, for Voltex, what a bad start this is for Inferno Squad. Exactly what they wanted. But keep this thing in mind, Voltex were also in the way of Inferno Squad in the overall standings.
Yeah.
So this is a crucial elimination right here.
Exactly. They take out the competition, get a little bit more comfortable in the overall leaderboard. And if they can just continue along with this momentum, I think Inferno Squad, they can definitely take a leap and bounce back again inside of the top 8. Although we're going to have to see how the rest of the game goes for them. In the meanwhile, NIY, I believe they've kicked things off against LOC, picking off a few players. And yes, there they are. LOC, they're down to the last man, I believe, and Fragger is trying to fight for his life, armed with the S12K, but can he make this work? This is going to be such a tough task. Too much to ask, and well, without a single player lost, NIY wiped the floor with LOC.
I mean, quite weird, in my opinion, because LOC is supposed to want to prevail in the early game fights.
Yeah, that's true.
But this time, it's NIY to come out on top. Unexpected. And that too, NIY, they've been struggling in the firefights the entire time. And this time, when the game is really important for the opponents, they mess up.
Well, they mess up quite bad over there, but so does Voltex. Voltex got eliminated. I don't know why they tried to run away, tried to break free from this drop clash. Could have just committed to the fight. But I think, again, as you mentioned, desperate for qualification. They just wanted to play it safe, and Inferno squad on the other side, they just wanted those finish points, and they got them as well.
Team Insane at the pinnacle. At the top for now. They've got the high ground advantage against Entity Troy. And Troy's position, is it known or unknown? It's quite close to the enemy territory. Considering it is Insane, Insane knows that Entity likes to drop over here. Troy needs to be a little bit more wary. The man's looking for to move out in the open. He's also taking some chip damage upon himself. So I guess Troy knows the fact that there's someone around him. But he's still moving in. And now also trying to get on top of this entire shed. I don't think so he's going to find his way there. So yeah, for Entity, the backup needs to be there right now.
Yeah. Things are going to get awkward if Troy gets picked off in this game. But Entity, they are trying to regroup. Get close to Troy, try and make sure that Insane not get away with anything there. But looking over to the players of Godlike, they were playing from that eastern shoreline. Just still a little bit close to the city of Lakavi. Now finally moving out. They have a decent position in the circle, and I don't think this, unless the zone really moves too far away from the center, if Godlike can secure a compound around Query early inside of the game, there's going to be too much trouble for them.
Yeah, the players are on a move. Still indecisive of not knowing exactly where they want to stop. Considering the next zone, it can pan out anywhere. And Godlike on that move makes us question too. Mogo Esports, still outside of the zone. That's how they like to play. They like to tank the first zone, and that's what they're exactly doing. Inspiration Esports, look at that rotation they're looking for to pull out. Now, we've got, of course, the map feed in front of us, and Inspiration Esports, they're playing all the way from the edges of the map.
Well, Inspiration, I think they need a lot of inspiration
Yeah.
to qualify. Kind of extremely far back in the overall leaderboard. Although Insane, look at that. They did spot out a few individuals from the side of Team Godlike. Shots were fired, but no connections yet.
The zone shifting right on top of Lifecraft. Godlike as well in the advantageous spot. That's nice. Godlike now, all they need to do is play accordingly. Go for the proactive positionings. This time, try and capitalize a little bit more on the eliminations.
So in this particular match, I think we are keeping our eyes pinned on Lifecraft, Godlike, Limra, Entity, and Inferno squad teams that are there, quite hopeful for qualification.
Even Rivalry.
Rivalry as well, but staying in the blue for far too
Oh
long,
my
I think
God.
that can be troublesome, but look at that, caught off guard.
Yeah, for CG, I mean, once again, they've got nothing to lose, right? They've already got that cushion to work with, and CG, they straight up make that cross from that bridge. Looking pretty comfy. They found themselves that pit stop as well to play with for THW. Once again, getting that free point really means a lot for these players, right? THW all the way at the last page in the overall standings.
Carnival Gaming, though, having lost their IGL, at least they are safe. At least the star players of the team are still left standing, and they're looking for a fight. Insane headed right in this direction, but how long will it take? I mean, Team Insane, they will have their own troubles to worry about, considering they did spot out Godlike on the other side as well, so they're going to be worried about the threat the other side of the hill. Carnival Gaming, I think this is a decent position in the zone itself, and here they are, the players of Team Insane.
Insane around this dip. Entity right there on the opposite side. I mean, Insane playing in a really weird spot. It's the first time I've seen this team hold this spot down. They've got Entity in the front, CG in the back, THW as well around the fray. For Insane, not looking too good. But yeah, I mean, I don't even know what the game plan is going to be looking like at this point in time. Once again, just waiting for the next zone to pop up. And Shadow, he finds a knockout into Pakar. The man was so far away, and he still gets the knock. Look at that.
I mean, they had the information, and they were looking at the top of that hill. Entity is 2-2 split. Backfired upon them. Well, not exactly. Entity can still recover from this because the distance does not really allow Insane to commit to a fight and secure those elimination points. But still, securing that knock was quite impressive. It was 100 meters or something. 100, 150 meters.
Really nice. I mean, the man got the spray down. I'm pretty sure he found the double dinks. Rivalry Esports. The zone now starting to move. The players need to move inside of the zone as well. Tanking a little bit of that damage is completely fine. They've got so many meds. Look at Rivalry Esports. Now they're trying to play for that consistency. The med strat. Every single player, they've got some of the first aids. If things do go south inside of the zone, then that's where they fall back onto the secondary plan.
No wonder what that secondary plan is going to look like. If they utilize it to make it to the end of the game as well. In the meanwhile, Mogo Esports, they are taking their sweet time. Still on the northeastern edge of the circle. Now finally looking to move forward. There's not a lot of threat waiting for them up ahead until they actually reach Quarry. So they have a lot of room to work with as of now. But it's quite interesting seeing Mogo Esports drop the pace like this.
I mean, they don't really need to go aggressive anyways, right? So
very true.
Makes sense. Just trying to play that patience game, wait for the zone to dictate the pace as well. And when it shifts up north, somewhere around Mogo Esports, that's when they will start to gain that confidence. But instead, it centers on up once again. Now for Mogo Esports, the only good way in the zone is by asserting dominance.
Well, yes, it is. And they're going to have to pick a few extra fights in order to make it happen. I mean, imagine there's a possibility of INS inspiration as well, moving from that northeastern edge. But, you know, they've decided to push from east. Once Mogo Esports, as we were talking about them, they reach the edge of the circle. Northern Edge, Lifecraft is waiting. Inferno Squad is waiting for them. Although, focusing on the players of Entity, this is very lucky for them. They like to start from the southeastern quadrant, and the circle is still quite close to that particular sector of the map.
It is. Entity inspiration can be really close to them. And inspiration, they can start to feel that Entity too. Inspiration still not able to find that clear breaching point. Quarry has been a main concern for these teams, considering knowing the fact that that dip is not going to be safe at all. And Somraj, he moves away from this entire spot. As soon as he realizes the fact that he's getting pushed on by someone, he just moves away, dips. But for Inspiration Esports, it's not a good news. Knowing the fact that Entity's in the front, they cannot keep on trailing that same pathway. They need to change the rotation plan now.
Well, then, plan is for them to move to Cave, apparently. So that is where we are seeing them move out, take control of the hills. And of course, position uncontested, cleared by Entity themselves. They find the players of Team Insane again. These two teams colliding for the second time inside of this game. I wonder how this is going to turn out.
Yeah. I mean, for some reason, it feels like this is going to be Insane's game.
Yeah.
They've got a really good spot inside of the zone. And if the zone really forms right on top of the players of Insane, realize one more thing. The surroundings are quite clear. You cannot push up close and personal against Insane without taking a lot of shots upon yourself from the lobby. So Insane right now, you can say they're at the throne.
Yeah, I mean, that's a brilliant position to work with as well. The surroundings have been cleared out by the other teams. They've been able to hold on to that hill for a long time. And Rivalry, look at them. They're just making sure there's not a lot of threat for them towards the Pinon Bridge. Still roaming around though. Arto, what is he up to?
Good question. In the back, Arto just maybe still trying to grasp on exactly what to do. But looking at this entire fight, the way it escalated.
Yeah, this
was quite a weird way. Yeah, Zin just surprising with that peak, right?
That was hilarious, though. For us,
Aryan getting knocked out like that, the util being tossed right onto his face, and then Inferno Squad for them, it was an easy glide in the race.
not at a single point in that fight you could say that Voltex even tried to put up a fight.
They couldn't, man. They were just out in the open, and
Okay.
even
At one point, they got the trade knock in the
yeah,
open,
they did.
yeah. That's
They
it.
did.
That was it.
And even if you look at the way they got the trade knock, the man just had an iron sight.
Yeah.
And he just fired blind shots, and luckily enough, he found the headshot. So, yeah. And looking at the zone now, it shifts away from Team Insane, but still keep this thing in mind. For Team Insane, that area on the bottom right is still reserved. No one can go for it.
So there's a hill that actually connects and leads you straight into the circle, just a little bit west of where Team Insane are.
Yep.
And along with that, I think Team Godlike, now this is a game that is set up for them to be successful. They have a decent compound to work with. Yes, all the players are going to have to take shelter and take cover in it together. But then you do not move, do not fight till the end game. And maybe if you survive long enough, you are going to have the opportunity where all your players are going to be still alive.
Yeah, but Johnny, here comes the surprise. They're not actually holding the compound.
One of them is, I think, Simp.
It's a little shack, I think so.
Simp is in there. Jelly is way too far extended, and Admin and Jonathan over there, I think, are going to try and make sure that the backlines are always covered.
So yeah, for Godlike, still in a dicey spot in my opinion. Entity, they try to move up close and personal against Team Insane. They really do want to take this fight because they do realize one more thing. If they do want to face off against Team Insane, this fight needs to be executed in order to move inside of the zone in a flawless manner. Utilities being tossed to perfection, and Team Insane not looking too good so far. They back away from this entire spot, knowing the fact that Entity will have the advantage considering the utilities will be tossed directly in towards that spot.
Oh, but as soon as they try to back away, it's Carnival Gaming who chime in with the perfect third party, and Afu from Team Insane has been picked off. Now we have Mogo up against Lifecraft, and here comes the third party on this fight from Rivalry. Mogo already left bleeding. Same goes for Lifecraft. Trigger goes down as well. Rivalry. This is exactly what this team was hoping for.
It's not just Rivalry, even Mogo Esports is chiming in the fight. Man, what's going on? Rivalry, they do make the straight pounce on top of the compound, but then Mogo Esports from the far fray, even they're taking the shots. So for Rivalry, it's not looking too good.
Well, this was Rivalry's fight to win. When they entered, Mogo, 2 players were knocked out. 2 left standing, but Entity, out of nowhere, Entity has just stepped things up. I mean, after chasing away and shooing away the players of Team Insane, they run into a fight against the players of Inspiration, but now, as they have been left bleeding, an Inferno Squad show up as well, along with the players of Carnival Gaming. It's 4 teams that are fighting for the control of this hill, but we all know not all of them will be left standing, and I think Entity is going to fall. Zen finds the back of that last man, and there's nothing he can do about it.
The man's completely lost, and Entity Gaming now feels like they've also lost the form in the game.
Yeah.
Not able to get anything done, not able to get these points secured as well. What a big blunder that was. A trifecta of death where Inferno Squad, they prevail, but even CG, they take a lot of that damage upon themselves. Inferno Squad with all the 4 players, they've got the best outing. And now CG, they need to move inside of the zone as well. But as we mentioned, CG, they've got nothing to lose. They're just doing too good already. Team Insane now is going to be the team in the front lines. And if you do want to make it inside of the zone, that will be the team you would need to breach up against.
And look at that. Absolutely no one inside of the circle right now. TSW, they have 2 players in. Godlike have 1. And the cluster towards the northern side, Rivalry, Lifecraft still rising, still left standing. Mogo Esports still there. NRY not too far away from those compounds. Makes things a little bit more interesting. Zen, Inferno Squad. Well, he's the frontline player for his team. He's trying to see if he can draw out the attention. And Akshat, he oversteps for a bit, gets punished for that. Instant knock and finish. Now Goblin, he's the last man left standing. Takes down 1. Inferno Squad down to their last man. But will Goblin survive, or will he get these extra frags for his team? That's a big question.
Seems like it is going for that first aid. He should survive that zone's wrath.
Yeah.
And he should be able to claim that point as well. I mean, for CG, yeah, Goblin gets claimed by the zone. It's completely fine. They're already doing way too good in the overall standings. It's really not going to be hurting them at all. But for teams like Godlike and Rivalry, this game matters a lot. Their life is on the line, even including Insane and Seven Shores. And looking at the players of Insane, they're taking a lot of those shots against Seven Shores.
Well, let's see. Seven Shore Not really comfortable in this game now. They're down to the last man, Aru, who's in the blue. Mogo Esports, somehow they managed to survive with all 4 players. It could have been much worse when they broke into a fight against the players of Lifecraft and Rivalry came knocking at their door. Mogo Esports, this climb up the hill, it's not going to be easy. You see on the radar, Rivalry waiting at the top of the hill, Godlike on the flank. And now our Esports eliminated from the game on the 7th position as well. We're down to the top 6 teams, 20 players still alive. And look at that, Necro, we haven't really spoken about them. But out of nowhere, Team Limra, they are in the prime spot for this win.
Yeah, they spring back to life for this zone shift, right? And this is exactly what we're mentioning too. And look at Jelly just moving away from the pack, gets knocked out. Even Jonathan tries to move out in the open. What is Godlike doing? Just giving away free points to Rivalry Esports. The players are stepping out in the open, not even checking the surroundings. The awareness seems lacking. And Rivalry Esports, they're claiming these points. But then even Mogo Esports, they start stabbing the players of Rivalry. You've got nowhere to go. Teams all across you. Godlike at least a chance to recover given to them, but then still they've got more foes approaching them in the name of THW. And this time THW, they do hit back the players of Godlike even harder as Admino goes down too, and now it's down to the last 2 remaining players of Godlike, and they're taking too much damage upon themselves. And even from the top, it's going to be the players of Mogo Esports approaching.
Yeah, they just walk into a sandwich and get squished. Over there, too much pressure to deal with. Rivalry B steps out into the open, but big blunder goes down to Poco from the side of Team Limra. TSW looking to steal that point away, and they do succeed. In fact, we're down to the top 4 teams, 13 players still alive. Rivalry down to their last man, and Mogo Esports as well put under immense pressure by the players of TSW, who are doing a brilliant job, but Delta PG is going to prove too much for the players of TSW to deal with.
I mean, for now, it's keeping the day alive. The utilities being tossed in from Limra. It's not going to find the exact marking, but still Mogo Esports, a chance for them to reset. All the 4 players will be back upon the feet. And look at Destro. As soon as he gets the revival done, he peeks out, gets a 1 elimination point secured, once again goes back in the cover. But now Team Limra, they do realize one fact, and that is Mogo Esports, they're quite hurt. It's time to press upon the charge. The man in the front is taking a lot of that damage, and Team Limra, they will put that final nail in the coffin. And with that, Team Limra will be the one to secure the chicken dinner. We just had to talk about this team on how on edge they were off the overall standings, not being able to make in that top 8, but then with this game, they pinned that spot down.
I mean, they're sitting on that 8th position in the overall leaderboard, but finally, 6 eliminations secured, and the chicken dinner win 16 points from this match. I think this is going to be a lovely bounce back for them, and not just them, Rivalry as well. They made it to the top through 3 points for finishes as well. So it's not really a big pop-off that you will witness from Rivalry, but 9 points I think should be able to propel them.
Oh my god.
Just a little bit further. I don't think Lucifer can do anything else inside of this game. He's moving in the opposite direction as well. He's just wasting time.
What is he even doing though?
Making sure Limra get annoyed and they don't get the satisfaction of finishing for that chicken.
Yeah, fine, but I mean, just stop it, man. You've already secured the 2nd spot. There's no point in going for the med strat, right? Maybe he still has a hope where the zone just completely closes in, and then maybe he gets that chicken dinner, but he does not have the first states to do so. The damage will be doubled up now, and I don't think he will be able to survive that wrath, but then there's too many dead bodies around him, and he's going to keep on looting up those crates.
Yeah, I mean, all right, does he find any first aids?
Yeah, he does. He does.
I thought he already had 4.
No, he found 1 more.
Oh.
And now he's going to burn through another one, still in search for a couple of more. There's a helmet in the front, and he's got a level 1, so he can upgrade that too if he wants.
18 seconds, 17 seconds, so how many first aids can you find, Lucifer? There's a crate right there.
No, he's done for.
Yeah, he's done for.
Yep. Even one single tick at this point in time, you miss out the timing, it's done for. It's over. Lucifer, he cannot get the chicken dinner secured. It's done for. He did find 1 more first aid, but now what is he even trying to do? Wow.
Go out in style. He does go out in style, but that changes nothing. Team Limra, an amazing winner chicken dinner nonetheless. I mean, they waited patiently for the opportunity to strike, and when it presented itself, they did not miss the mark. But along with Team Limra, I mean, I have to say, Mogo Esports, that was a brilliant performance from them as well. They had to take so many fights, force so many fights in order to survive and get into that position from where they could take down the players of TSW, and they did that quite brilliantly.
I mean, when it mattered the most, Team Limra, they strike back. Mogo Esports, of course, they were doing too good in the overall standings, but still, this game is just sort of going to pin that spot down even better for the side of Mogo Esports. Maybe tomorrow the assurity will be there that they will be moving in towards the grand finals. But for Team Limra, it will be one of these undergods that none of us saw coming in and directly qualifying in towards the grand finals, right? Now let's speak about some of the bunch that are still in that red zone. Entity Gaming, Godlike, not able to perform at all.
Godlike, I mean, it is quite surprising because how the game was turning out, it felt like it was setting them for success. And yet, as soon as Jelly got picked off, as you mentioned, he was a little bit overextended over there. As soon as he went down, Jonathan went down. It was all about recovery, right? Because instead of losing 2 players, you're going to try and see if you can just recover one of them, be a 3-man roster, and then play the game from there on out. And then, unfortunately, Admino overextended just for a second, and he went down. Jonathan and Sim forced into a corner. And unfortunately, the position they chose for cover, their back was exposed to the one player of TSW who just took down both of them.
Now, that's my main concern, though. Jelly was all by himself inside of that zone. He gets capitalized, and it's not the first time this has happened. Jelly, he likes to play that separated pack game, but still, man, even if you're playing that game like that, at least make sure you're not getting knocked out all by yourself. That really brings in that pressure on the remaining players, right?
That is very true, and I think it was important as well for him to survive and stay alive for a few extra seconds, because had he stayed in that position and stayed alive, Godlike could have followed up. I mean, multitude of things could have happened. Possibilities would have been endless because they would have had the control of the circle. But, I mean, you can't change the past, right? I mean, it just went down the way it went down.
I mean, yeah, playing separated from the pack, definitely not working out for Godlike. And now, once again, at least I just hope that they learn from the mistake and they do not really replicate the same thing in the upcoming games.
And same thing can be said for Rivalry as well. Rivalry was doing quite well for themselves, and then after a certain point, I think they just started forcing fights a little too heavily, because of which they couldn't survive in the game long enough.
For Rivalry, too, this game was really important,
As a 4-man roster, I mean, Lucifer did make it to the top 2.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, with how the early fights went, that third party towards the players of Lifecraft, they could have done so much more in this game.
And knowing the fact that Rivalry, they've got a couple more games to go in the future, you can't say there's a solid chance that even they can crack in that top 4. They're getting the constant points. Let's be honest, today's day has been really decent for Rivalry.
That is
They're
very true.
there on the board. In every single game, you will see Rivalry there in the first page, somewhere around that top 6 or top 7. So they're getting those points. They're getting the constant points of 6 to 7 points per game, but then they still need that one big game to be there. Just being on the 8 spot or the 7 spot's not going to cut it, man. You're always going to be having that sword hanging on the neck.
Exactly, and it is going to be difficult for anyone to deal with the side of Rivalry once they start getting confident, right? But the slow and steady approach, I think, needs to change. Now you need to start taking those big leaps. But let's have a look at the match MVP and see which player takes the title this time around. Who do you think is going to be?
Ooh, I mean, there were so many interesting prospects, right? And this time it's going to be Zin from Inferno Squad. I guess off the rip with the way things kicked off, Inferno Squad, they were able to keep up the heat.
Yeah, I mean, and he was the man responsible for taking down, or in fact, initiating the takedown on the players of Carnival Gaming as well by picking off Akshat. And Zin, I mean, absolutely phenomenal performance. 17 minutes of survival time, but who cares if you have 5 eliminations to your name by that point?
The man's doing really good. You've also got Ninze from the side of THW with 5 eliminations. Finally, THW engaging in some sort of fights. And this is the exact thing we wanted to see from this entire squad. And now finally knowing the fact that they're missing out on the chance to be in the top 8, THW, they're sort of going YOLO in the lobbies, right? Not exactly YOLO, you can't say, but they're just letting loose of all the pressure that there was.
That is very true, but I wanted to see this TSW from the start. Had they played like this from day one itself, I don't think they would have been in the semifinals week 2. Because TSW, I mean, even in the past, we have seen them put up incredible numbers on the board. But right now, I mean, just a little bit of struggles in this year's semifinals.
I mean, this team is a record-setting team.
Yeah.
In the past couple of rounds, you remember Kiolamau, even he was one of those MVPs that we were all looking out for. Kiolamau had some inhuman stats as well on the board. The entirety of THW was just really doing good. They were seeming like an instrumental team, but then moving on forward to our semifinals, I guess really the pressure just surmounting on top of their heads, and they just cracking under it. We've got the match summary, 52 finishes, 4 grenade finishes, and then we've also got 28 rescues, with the longest finish of 265.
Yeah, 265. I mean, of course, it is Sanhok, so you don't really, you aren't really going to be too far away from the opposing player. But let's have a look at the rankings of this game as well. And here they are, the points standing in front of us. 16 points for Limra Esports. TSW walking away with 14, all thanks to those 10 finishes they were able to secure. Mogo Esports, they are having a wonderful time now since they have made it where they are usually quite comfortable, the top of the leaderboard. 13 points from this match. And Rivalry, now these 9 points, I don't think they're going to be enough to push them inside of the top 8, but I think it gets them a little bit close.
Godlike 7 points. Hold on. 7 points in the previous game, 7 points in this game as well. Still, one big game is needed for Godlike to move in towards that top 8. But looking at the past stats, really getting that one big game as well, it feels like it's going to be next to impossible. They're choking up some of these crucial circumstances.
Yeah.
And moving in towards the latter half of the board now, you've got Team Insane on the 9th spot with only 3 points. Team Insane, this game was really crucial.
Yeah, this was definitely a crucial match for Team Insane. And again, slipping up, things not really working out for Carnival Gaming. Nothing to worry about. 3 points. This is just a bonus at this point. Lifecraft as well. We want a big leap from Lifecraft. That did not happen. But let's see the impact of the Sanhok on the overall leaderboard now.
Overall standings will be popping up in front of our screens right now. CG still at the top with 110 points. Then you've got Mogo Esports on the 95 with, of course, the 2nd spot. And then you've also got Kevin X Venom with 94. Looking at the 8th spot, Hyderabad Hydras being pushed down quite a lot. Now for Hyderabad Hydras 2, it's going to be the wake-up call considering Limra, they pushed themselves up a little bit more. And even Rivalry, they cracked in.
Yeah, my apologies. My calculation was extremely off. Rivalry, they pushed through quite nicely as well on the 7th position. But I think with just one more game to go, it's better if they build a little bit of a safety cushion, soft safety cushion for themselves by the end of the day. Limra, I think, in a decent position. Hyderabad Hydras, though. Now, this is the same position we found Entity in from the 1st all the way on the 8th spot. Hyderabad Hydras, when they start playing their matches, they need to step up. Insane, look at them. They're on the 10th position now.
Yeah, Inferno Squad too, not that far behind, right on the 11th. So yeah, even a high chance for the teams on the 11th spot to easily move in towards that top 8. That means the teams from the 6th till the 8th spot, they're way too vulnerable. Moving in towards the last page of the overall standings. Now it's THW to move up a little bit more. They've managed to acquire 49 points so far, and THW definitely can make it to the 2nd page of the overall standings, but I don't think so they can make it in the top 8.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them. I mean, unless they just pop off every single time. I mean, the similar performance in every single game from here on out includes the matches of tomorrow. If they can keep putting up similar numbers on the board, I think there is still a possibility that TSW can make it through, but the chances are very slim. It's a very small probability.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 5 more games to go. I mean, counting the upcoming one as well. So, yeah, I mean, never know. THW definitely, they can make the bounce back in the Grand Finals. And speaking of the Grand Finals, we know there's also some elite passes being sold on Paytm Insider. And trust me when I say this, the passes are being sold on a rapid pace. So move in towards Paytm Insider, buy the elite passes right now because you will be getting some nice perks. Premium sittings will be available, free meals and snacks. And also, you will be getting some nice exclusive merchandise of BGIS 2024 and a chance to have a meet and greet with your favorite stars.
Exactly, and there's going to be a lot of exciting action taking place as well. Again, one of the biggest esports event in this country. There is no way you want to miss out. The best way to experience all of this go down.
And all the money collected from these elite passes will be used for a good cause. Will be given to a charity. So you can't say you are doing some good cause for someone in need. Moving in towards a little bit of a promo. There's so much more to come on the opposite side. So let's move on.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले, थोड़ा BGMI।
Johnny, what lies in the front are 2 more Erangels.
Yes.
That means we're going to be back on the classic rounds once again. Teams, enough chances will be given to them once again to try and recover. We spoke about THW. They've got 5 more games to go, and one of which will be played today.
Exactly, and playing those matches on Erangel, I mean, that's the best case scenario for you, right? I mean, I was having this discussion with Fixus earlier, like 4 Erangels in a day. Imagine that. And he sort of reminded me, like, back in the days, they didn't even have that many matches. So that is, again, there. There's a lot of opportunities still remaining for these teams. And as you mentioned, 5 matches for a few of them, 5 for a few, 6 for a few. And in those 6 or 5 matches, you will have to make sure that your average comes out to about 10 points per game. At least for the next 5 games, you have to push through no matter what. Only for the teams that are outside of the top 8. The top 8 can make it work with like 6 to 7 points, unless you are Hyderabad Hydras. I mean, they need to step up. I do not want to see a team on the first position get kicked out of the top 8 and not qualify for the grand finals.
Now, Johnny, let's speak about the teams that are doing too good in the overall standings, right? You've got CG, of course, a powerhouse on a hunt.
Yeah.
Even Reckoning Esports, they're going to be doing really good in the overall standings. Yes, they are still on the edge, nothing taken away from that, but knowing it is Reckoning Esports, we know they can easily move on forward, right? So far, the form's been in their way.
Exactly, but let's see how this game is going to turn out for Reckoning, for Hyderabad Hydras, for Kemin X Venom. They also have been doing quite decent throughout the day, and we can't forget Galaxy Esports, because again, the question's being asked, who is Galaxy Esports? They're going to be joining Mogo Esports, Entity, Limra, Insane, LOC, Inferno Squad, and Lifecraft, who will continue the momentum from the previous game, of course. And Lifecraft, the story of redemption, still pretty much alive, I guess. Can we say that, Fixes?
I think, for Lifecraft, at this point, still a little sketchy though, because you've got so many of the other teams. In fact, the ones in the top 8, they're all starting to play consistently.
Yeah.
I think barring a few, Team Entity, they haven't been doing quite well. They're starting to lose out on spots. Hyderabad Hydras, yes. But now Limra has got a really nice one. Rivalry, they're also being consistent on the block. So for Lifecraft to ensure that they make it inside of the top 8, I think they have to make some big numbers happen.
Now to start playing like,
Reckoning.
Yeah.
Carnival.
Yesterday.
Yeah, but then again, that comes down to the fact that Reckoning, Carnival, they're all eased out at this point. They are the hunters, even same goes for Kemin Venom. They've already have that little semblance of cover, and they know that the qualification is almost confirmed. At least for Carnival it is.
I mean, for all three of them, in fact. I mean, Reckoning is also in a decent position, and with how they've been playing, I think they can definitely push through. For Kemin X Venom, same thing goes, and for Carnival as well, as you pointed out. But the problem is that now, since these teams have realized that, all right, we are very close to qualification, Carnival Gaming pretty much celebrating right now, and there's next level freedom in their mindsets. We saw how aggressive Carnival got at just a blink of an eye. They just saw a few bodies and just ran towards what was already a 3-team fight, and they were the 4th ones to enter. Of course, they got wiped out, but they still walked away with a few elimination points.
It's all about, I guess, opening up for Carnival Gaming, because they've had that very rough patch, and this is where experience really comes into play. Now for them, they're going to keep on doing that till all the 16 matches are over, because grand finals is on the horizon, and they want to ensure that they're very well versed with the lobby. They know how to take those fights, and same goes for the likes of Mogo Esports. They've also done their homework, and the moment you cross that 100 barrier, I think you're in a safe zones. But now certain teams have already played 11 games, certain teams have just played 10. So even when I was looking at the overall standings, if you talk about Godlike, playing 11 games, they are 16 points out of making it inside of the top 8. But still, so many others just below them. Everybody's going to play that one extra game, and you never know what holds for them.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what's going to happen and how the future matches are going to turn out for them. And it will be interesting to see exactly how things go down, because now I think it's getting too close to the wire. We have 2 more matches left for the day. And then, of course, the journey of tomorrow, the last day of semi-finals week 2. There's so much pressure on a lot of these teams, especially those teams that are just on the borderline. And I want to know your thoughts on the drop of Hyderabad Hydras.
At this point, for Hyderabad Hydras, I guess this hasn't been a really good day in the office. The best we've seen so far has been certain individual accolades, where it was Crypto taking on a couple of players of rivalry. And for Hyderabad Hydras, I still have that little sense of comfort or a little sense of belief that they might make it. They've been under these circumstances. This is one of those teams that has weathered the storm, so I really am hopeful. But for the others, I think a big question mark.
Yeah, big question mark. And one of those question marks right now, again, I mean, from my end, it will be on Rivalry Esports, because the performance has been quite shaky. Some games like the previous one, we see them get desperate. Those heal battles come in and they secure 9 to 10 points one way or the other. But in the other games, they were one of the first few teams to get eliminated.
Yeah, exactly. That is the main cause of concern, because even if you are being consistent, you're not getting those enough finish points that is required. That really sets you back, because the moment you get wiped out early, then it is pretty much done and dusted for you. So for Rivalry, they're still in the race, and I really want this team to make it all the way, because these are the teams that I think we've been kind of quite familiar with. We've seen them right from round number 1. We've seen all their journey. We know the hard work they've done, the way they have adapted, and anything can possibly happen. I want Rivalry to replicate something like they did during the wildcard stages. If they can do that, if they can get a couple of those more chicken dinners, I think they might also squeeze in as well.
We can just hope for that moment of brilliance to kick in, right? I mean, unless that happens, the struggles are going to continue. And of course, again, right now we're still waiting for Entity to bounce back inside of that top 8 bracket, which was kind of awkward to see them slip down.
Yeah, for Entity, I think it has been a massive fall. At this point, I guess I really feel like it comes down to the temperament, especially for Somraj, as to what he does to what he needs to do next. Because at this point, he's tried literally everything. He's torn off every page of every single book. He's tried playing from the center. He's tried playing from the edges. But again, I think he's forgotten that the real strength lies in unity. This is where I would love to see Somraj and the boys taking a lot of those early couple of fights, because now again it's that pressure, that sword is hanging over their heads. At the same time, you've got that little sense in your mind that seed implanted, one small mistake and it could all go falling down, because now you are witnessing certain teams, they're all going guns blazing, and this is something that we've been constantly harping about. Do not keep things till the last. And Entity, maybe they got a little overwhelmed, a little overconfident. Now it's starting to bite them back.
Yeah, it's starting to bite them back, and it's biting hard as well. And I think with just a few games to go, they have to try and breach in the top 8 today itself, because tomorrow will just be a little too late for them and for everyone else as well. But along with talking about these teams, I mean, we are still talking about the middle pack. There's one more name in the middle pack, which was, well, we were hopeful at the start of the day, but now they've slipped away. Magnet Esports. They just disappeared.
Yeah, Magnet Esports, they have this tendency, and this is something that I think you and I, we're not both surprised with, because this is one of those teams, you never know, the final game, they get a chicken dinner and they suddenly bounce back right in. So, yeah, for Magnet Esports, this is one of those teams that has always been a mystery for me, because I haven't really gone deep diving into how they really play around. You've got a couple of those individual players. Sarwar, he's one of those lads to really watch out for. Yesterday, game of Vikendi, I think Magnet Esports were quite impressive. And these are those one-off big games they somehow get throughout the day that somehow keeps their boat sailing. But again, when you look at making it inside of the grand finals, you need to have that extra X factor, along with that little tinge of consistency with Magnet Esports are lacking right now.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Consistency is what they lack. So I agree with you on that, because we do see those moments of brilliance from them where you're going to see them pop off quite nicely. I mean, the first game of the day, they were doing quite decent, quite well for themselves. But from there on out, the fall off has been quite drastic as well. And again, I think it does not do them any benefit that some of the most heavy hitters were in their group yesterday as well. I mean, yesterday, Reckoning and Hyderabad Hydras were playing the best BGMI of their lives, and because of that, a lot of the teams in their group had to struggle as well. But do you think that actually puts an impact when two teams on your group are just playing exceptionally well?
I think it does, certainly, because when you're looking at that, the fact that what you are trying to do is not working out, that is where you kind of tend to get a little underconfident, and that is where things start messing around, because Magnet Esports, to be honest, that's not in their DNA. They've not been one of those teams that always goes in aggressive, always tries to push in for those fights. They've been one of those teams that are really well prepared if a fight comes in at them. They've got those really good position access where they can have that cover fire, and all of that being done for this particular team. So for Magnet Esports, I think at this point, if you ask me if they need to experiment, if they need to force fights, if this will work out, hell no, because at this junction, one tiny slip up could cost you entire tournament.
Oh, of course. One small mistake and it's all over. And imagine getting eliminated when you are right on the verge of reaching the grand finals. Oh, that's going to be heartbreaking.
Exactly. With Magnet Esports, we did not see them throughout round 1, 2, 3. We saw them in round number 4. And that is where we kind of felt like this team is special. And yes, semifinals week 1 did not go the way they wanted, but week 2, they're ever so close. And even we are ever so close to have the next match started. But before that, folks, a little bit of a delay. But you know what? It's a beautiful promo, and we'll see you on the other side.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार. ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार. टाइम नहीं. सीरियसली.
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा. I've moved on in life. कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते.
मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Amit?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल, इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए,
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़ा ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट,
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे।
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली।
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। I moved on in life. कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Amit?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल, इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए,
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़ा ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। हाँ बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
You know what we've always been talking about, wearing your cred. So what are you doing? Why are you still default if you haven't checked out the new Royal Pass? And like I have already discussed, I did not even have to spend a single penny because I had the last Royal Pass, I got that UC rebate, and now I have all those cool characters and the skins with me.
Have you ever wondered why everyone around you hates you?
Why?
This is why. You keep flexing on like random things.
That's not fair. I love esports. I love BGMI, and I'm single and I'm lonely and I have a lot of money lying around, so might as well spend that on skins.
Yeah, someone needs to have a chat with Fixes about a lot of things. But anyways, we have 37 seconds before we jump into the action. Any predictions for this upcoming game?
At this point, I just want a nice one because I just want somebody taking a comeback and make the storyline much more exciting. I don't want to take names, but yeah, I've got a couple of teams on my mind, but I'm not going to be vocal because I feel like I have those special powers vested in me.
What special powers?
The
Are you
power-
turning into Maisie?
I don't want to. Would you want to be Maisie?
Yeah, sure. Why not? He's a good-looking dude.
Is he?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think so.
Have you
but
seen those guns?
have you seen these guns? Well, they've just vanished. But don't worry, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I haven't been working out for a couple of months apparently, but after the BGIS maybe. But for now, folks, we're gonna be chartering through the greener pastures again inside of this virtual world of Erangel. I'm really keen to see where the flight path trajectory starts from because lately, Johnny, you also admit that has been making a lot of those impacts.
Yeah, it has been. And of course, I mean, the zones themselves. On Miramar, if you notice, we have seen quite a lot of northern zones on Erangel as well. Northern and specifically towards the western side. I mean, those eastern zones, it seems like, have slowly and steadily sort of vanished over the last few days. But then again, I mean, we have this flight path leans heavily towards the southern half of the map. And in a game where we know for a fact that there is a cluster of teams that likes to play that northern Georgiapol area, Hospital, Gatka, Ruins, Rozok, Yasnaya positions, Yasnaya is still reachable though.
It is. I mean, you can just long glide or maybe around those mansion areas. You've got certain vehicle spawns. There have been those few new garages opening up where you get a vehicle of your choice. And that has been lately hotly contested by so many of those teams. And now that you mentioned, look at the splash of colors. Everybody tending to drop down over there. So far, I have to be honest, Group C has been also exciting. You've got so many of those big hitters, right? You've got Reckoning, you've got Kemen, you've got Galaxy, three of the very aggressive teams, and three of them already feeling quite satisfied, quite settled that they might have made the cut. And then you've got the remainder where RTG, it feels like their dreams are starting to shatter. Who knows? They might get aggressive as well.
I think at this point, the top three, I'm going to call them Cerberus. Like, one is each head of Cerberus, the god of hell from the Greek mythology, right?
Yeah.
Hades, his right hand, well, pet, I guess, but quite deadly, in fact. So these three are going to go on hunt. They're going to try and pick apart the competition, or at least they can try to, because they have that freedom, that luxury to them, right? If they get eliminated early, they lose absolutely nothing. On the other side, first drop clash of the game, it's Kemen X Venom against Lifecraft, and I guess it is Lifecraft this time who want revenge for this first Erangel of the day.
Much tougher foes, especially if you're engaging against Kemen X Venom. And ideally, both these teams want to disengage. None of them really drop down here. It's all about a battle for those vehicles. And Lifecraft seems like they've got a couple of weapons to work around with. And if they can thread the needle, if they can get that one knock, then for Kemen Venom, it could go all into a disarray. But for Kemen Venom, let's be honest, they've got nothing to really lose over here. They've done the heavy lifting. But for Lifecraft, I see 4 points up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, Lifecraft, as I said, that first Erangel Kemenix Venom was the team that picked them off in the blink of the game beginning. And Lifecraft, I believe, they do need those 4 points. Plus, a little bit of a sweet revenge wouldn't be bad as well for the side. But look at this, Galaxy Esports against the players of LOC. And this time around, it is LOC who have the upper hand in the fight. Nova 21 knocked out.
Yeah, LOC is always one of those teams, never shies away from one. And this also has happened just because both these teams wanted some vehicles for them. Galaxy Esports, we know that they kind of head towards the northwestern side of the map. Fragger out in the open, has his eyes on Evil, tries to take a couple of those stabs, but nothing really connecting. As now Sketch, he's taken some massive amount of damage. Sort of, he wants to reposition himself. A little bit of that jump shot, still not coming into fruition, still not reaping any rewards. And Sketch, look at him, just instantly throbbing a grenade. And had he cooked it a little bit, maybe he could have gotten some damage done.
Well, let's see. We have still a few players from the side of Galaxy Esports. Sort of at this point, I think his job is to just delay the players of LOC from focusing their attention on the player Nova, who's been knocked out in the back lines. Fuzzy finally ends up securing that frag for his team, so no recovery for the side of Galaxy Esports. And LOC, they're going to try and push their advantage. But the question is, do they have enough to pick off this split? Because at this point, Saurav, he's quite close to the players of LEC, so you do not really worry about him. You worry about the men who are playing the apartments. They will have a clear line of fire upon your entire squad.
I think at this point, you know, for Galaxy Esports and LOC both, they don't want to be here. Yeah. And at this point, you know, even for Saurav, he's feeling quite uncomfortable. And for Galaxy Esports, they have those dreams, right? To kind of be on the top of the table. And yeah, they're getting some big contestations from the others. Carnival Gaming, Kevin X Venom, Mogo Esports, and Saurav is taking some massive amount of damage. Barely surviving on the skin of his teeth. And Fuzzy, I think he's going to get the deed done. Yeah, there you go. The final nail. And Saurav goes for it down.
Yeah, one more loss for the side of Galaxy Esports. And again, all of that momentum that was built at the start of the day slowly and steadily slipping away. But LOC, this could be the start of a new era for them. If they can have a big game right now as well, it can put them in a fighting position for tomorrow. But I say a big game, I mean nothing less than 15 points. 20 is just going to be, well, a dream. But if they can bring those 20 points home right now, it does so much for the players of LOC. On the other side, the Prime Esports as well, losing out on their players to 8-bit this time.
Yeah, Prime, I think no matter what the game is, their fate has been pretty much sealed.
Yeah.
Every single time they've been on the receiving end of things and just playing with 3 players. I think 8-bit want to feast on that. They want to devour Rampage. And yeah, not really having Zoro Shanks has been causing a lot of hurt. But Rampage, his final moments, and there you go. Mighty takes him down. But what's more exciting is that Lifecraft have finally started taking down the players of Kevin X Venom, as Altu, he also retaliates back. But look at this. Evil, he wants to make a run for his life, Johnny.
Well, an LOC, Grind knocked out, so there is a possibility of the players of Galaxy Esports trying to chime back in. Frag up and out in the open. Evil needs to heal up, but has no first aids upon him to make it happen. That's a good bounce, but a little bit off. Grind getting a revive. Fuzzy in the back lines, making sure that there's no line of fire available to the players of Galaxy Esports. And now in this 2v4, Galaxy Esports, well, they are about to feel the full brunt of the force of LOC Esports.
I really love that effort from Evil. Look at Sketch. He's barely breathing. At this point, Grind, they've already battered and bruised Evil as he takes a leap, but still eventually just gets finished off. LOC making a huge statement out there. Just taking out the dagger, ripping him apart. But poor Kevin X Venom almost on the precipice of getting taken down. There you go. Pasha delivers that final deadly blow. And Lifecraft get a whole squad wiped out.
Yeah, they get their sweet revenge finally in the second last game of the day. 4 finishes secured by Lifecraft, but it wasn't as clean as Kevin X Venom had secured the fight in the first game of the day. I mean, one player lost from the side of Lifecraft. Viper did get picked off, but still points are points. And if you can win this game, then there are going to be a lot of points.
Yeah, absolutely. For Lifecraft, I think they need a lot of that.
Yeah.
They need at least 12 to 13 finishes. And this is where we've got DP against the world in a 1v4 situation. Galaxy Esports, not much to concern though. But again, when you've got Hyderabad Hydra's entity almost on the trail, and they might really close in on that gap, DP surely would want to get a couple of finishes. And he's got the DBS. The factors are there.
Yeah.
Whenever you're pushing on the apartments, if you do not have those utilities, there are chances where you can pull off these miracles.
Exactly, and we've seen like a 1v4 the first day as well. So it is quite possible, but let's see, DP, he needs to play all his cards right, and LOC, they basically need to keep making mistakes one after the other for this to be a successful 1v4. Has the right idea, smokes off the stairs to deny initial vision, finds the first knock, but now the whole team comes charging forward. He waits patiently around the corner, takes down two more, one more down, another man around the corner on the staircase, one man up the stairs, and DP has kicked things off quite nicely, but it's a Molotov from Fragger, and he just walks right into that one, gets taken out, but valiant effort, man.
Yeah.
Could have almost pulled it off.
Had he gotten that third shot connected,
yeah,
this could have been anybody's game. I mean, I've told you this, Johnny. He did almost get down two, and suddenly, for LOC, yeah, that really went down to the wire.
Yeah, it was kind of an awkward situation, but let's see how things turn out from here, moving forward from here. And LOC 4 points secured in that fight against Galaxy Esports, but oh no, on the radar fixes. For a few seconds I thought Entity was going to close in looking for a fight, but I guess they're going to turn around and carry along their merry way, look for a better position inside of the circle.
Hyderabad Hydras have a really good chance in this one.
Yeah, I do
Let's
agree
not
with that.
even forget Team Limra. They're running strong, high on morale. They know that they got the chicken dinner previously, and this has also been one of those teams. It's been quite underrated, have always delivered. And even 8-bit is also into the mix. Let's not forget Insane. So all the teams inside of the circle are in the race. And one team who's also really flying high, but is nowhere close to being inside of the circle, is still Reckoning. I'm starting to ponder, what are they doing so far still in their drop location? Are they collecting enough meds? Because ideally, knowing Reckoning, they should be already out on the hunt.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult to figure out what Reckoning exactly does in this game, because again, I mean, they are in quite a decent position in the overall leaderboard and do not really have a lot to worry about. Let's see Team Limra. They have spotted out the players of Hyderabad Hydras now. Sketch knocked out. Mox knocked out, my apologies. And Team Limra, they're going for a push. Should be an easy 1 point, but Hyderabad Hydras looking to evade.
So for Team Limra, again, they're off to a good start, but Hyderabad Hydras really starting to get worried about them. Now, these casual losses over here might cost them really heavy. Because, again, we've always been mentioning about tomorrow being the doomsday, right? And tomorrow, the lobby is going to be so unpredictable. You really do not know. You might just get into deep waters any given point. And for Hyderabad Hydras, to ensure that they join us on the LAN as athletes. And in fact, it is going to be their hometown.
Yeah.
And it would be such a shame if they aren't there with us. And there you have it, like the replay, Lifecraft, and Venom, pretty much they were out of options there.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of hope left in that fight for KMNX Venom, and I think Lifecraft, brilliant job, brilliantly executed. Even LOC, that early fight secured quite nicely, but Hyderabad Hydra still reacting and still readjusting to the fact that their backlines just got compromised a few seconds ago and they lost Mox. They found a decent set of houses to work with, close to the center of the circle as well. And by the way, right now, I mean, in this particular angle, again, we have a Western Circle, right? Every time Carnival Gaming is not in the game, we have a Western Circle.
Ooh. But hey, let's
imagine
be honest.
watching the game and thinking about, I wish I was there right now.
No, not anymore for Carnival Gaming. They don't care where the circle goes because they've been fighting their way into every possible zone.
True,
And
but
yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it where the idea comes from.
yeah.
Goes back to the old days and what's been written in the ancient past. But that's a good thing that Carnival Gaming have overcome their problems, right? Because all the time relying on the circles favoring you, they've had to, go through that really rough phase. But Reckoning, tell me, what are they up to? Finally, in real close proximity to the players of LOC, taking that shift from the northern side. They might face Lifecraft eventually, but I really would love to see how this ends out.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out. Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning Esports, again, they've gotten very comfortable where they are. So they do not want to back off, and they do not want to slack off at any given second right now. Which is going to be a long journey. They were quite close to the players of LOC, who for some reason moved from school to Rozok first, instead of heading towards the circle. But Reckoning, they will be the first ones to breach, well, the second last ones to breach the blue zone. In fact, LOC still staying behind. There they are.
For LOC, gotten those 4 finishes, and they want to really notch it down a little bit. Because they also understand that inside this lobby, a lot of these teams are going to be playing around the center. And them to just float around, still stage number 2, even till stage 4. You can soak in the damage, you've got those boosters, you've got enough meds. I think it's all about them preparing for the worst scenario, the contingency plan. But 8-bit, now this is also one of those teams that kind of tends to get those chicken dinners at least once a day. This also could be their circle. And haven't been the most flashiest of the teams. But yeah, they still have themselves in a fighting spot. And imagine them getting a chicken dinner. I think their qualification doors for them to break open, it's much easier tomorrow.
I think if they get a chicken right now, it just opens up the floodgates. And tomorrow there's going to be a little bit of freedom for 8-bit to work with. I mean, there will be pressure that if they do not perform, they get kicked out. But not as much as when you're thinking about getting 20 points or 15 points in a single game to qualify. So things will become a little bit easier for them to deal with. And right now, playing along those western shorelines, I think the position is also quite decent to work with. In the meanwhile, RTGI&D, look at them. All the way towards the Georgia Pole City, and they've spotted out the players of Leftcraft right in front. Although, the question is, are they willing to pick a fight inside of the blue? Because the zone is about to shift. And if they make a lot of noise, then Reckoning Esports can actually chime in with the third party. But look at the shift of the circle. It takes a northern shift towards the western shoreline. Well, between the western shoreline and the Hill of Everest. And now the cluster of teams, it's all in the southern half. The northern half is completely empty.
I think Reckoning could be in such a driver's seat because if they take control over those compounds, we've seen these circles taking that shift over there. Even Team Entity has a decent spot. There's that one iteration of the zone, and staying around the center kind of increases your chances of making it inside the circle in the next shift. So Hyderabad Hydras pretty much playing from the smack center. LOC, they're also banking upon a northern shift. There you go, they're also rotating. But for Reckoning, they're holding themselves back because I feel like they've snuffed out the players of Lifecraft, and they also know that RTGI&D is right beside them. And there you go, Shikari, he's almost out to be hunted, and they have the players have already arrived. RTGI&D really close, but Shikari really maneuvering and has repositioned himself.
Oh, let's see how this fight turns out. Reckoning Esports. If this nade connects, it can change everything. RTGI&D still looking for the frags, the finishes, the numbers on the board. Oh, and he spots him out, but the nade, no, he just knocks himself out. It bounces off the wall. Shikari put under pressure by Lobster going for the peek up the stairs. And Hunters, he's been in the backlines for a while now. And yet, RTGI&D were allowed to breach those compounds.
At this point, I'm starting to get worried about Reckoning. Yeah, this is what I was really hoping that would happen, because Viper, he's also been taken down. And Reckoning, in the blink of an eye, really out of position. It all began with Shikari being hunted, and then RTGI&D just took over. And even if they would have won this fight, Lifecraft were right on the horizon. Certainly would not really hurt Reckoning though, because they've got a nice lead. But hey, even during the first week, the first 2 days, Reckoning were flying high. Look what happened to them in the end.
Well, let's see. One last man left alive in this game. RTGI&D, they're looking for few extra finishes, and again, the players of Lifecraft not too far away. We see them in the distance. Maybe if the time they're pushed correctly, we will have an opportunity to go for a third party, but finally the third point secured. There it is, Zin from Inferno squad against Lifecraft. In fact, Ryzen knocked out and finished. And there in the back lines, finally on the move, we see RTG IND arrive.
Oh yeah. For RTG IND, this is a team that showed so much promise in those initial stages. I'd already pictured them inside of the Hightex Exhibition Center playing the grand finals, living that underdog story. And here they are struggling, trying to take anything that they can. Good start so far, 3 finishes off the block, and they want to play from the shorelines. I think I like this approach, but I would like for RTG IND to engage in a little bit more fights. Get around 9 to 10 points, and maybe for chicken dinner could certainly be the icing on the cake, and who knows, they might have a fighting chance tomorrow.
They might. That's the question. In order to have a fighting chance, they need to make it happen today. Magnet Esports from the top of the hill. Shots were fired, but return fire a little bit better from the side of RTG IND. Forcing the player back into a corner. Although I think instead of Magnet Esports, they need to be worried about Inferno squad a little bit more. Too close for comfort.
Look at Entity. Again, Somraj. Playing such different split. All players holding off different blocks. Now this either pays off really well or they go crumbling down. For Pukar and Troy, they really need to rendezvous. They need to get back with Somraj and Gamla Boy, and seems like they're doing that. And Team Entity, I think they've finally woken up to their senses. I think they can get the chicken.
I mean, I don't know. It's just another northern shift happening right now. And again, everyone's going to start running forward. You talk about Entity, look at the back lines. LOC moving, and Hyderabad Hydra's moving, and Insane is there alongside with them. So anything can go wrong, and Entity, they will have to be extremely careful with how they move around this map. The players of LOC in the back line spotted out. And Entity now, they are looking for a fight since they have made their way inside the circle as well, but shots fired upon them from the front lines. There's going to be a little bit more pressure from the players of Inferno squad upon them. So it is a sandwich that they've walked into, but do they walk out alive?
Yeah, that's a big question. Especially considering so many teams are around the block. Even for Team Entity holding on to the swampy areas, they have to be very watchful because it gets really dirty down there. Once you get surrounded from teams, and if the circle shifts away from you, then it's a whole different story. How do you get out of that area? But for Mogo Esports, that has never been a concern for them. This time, still playing around the edges, still floating around, still on the lookout of a fight to break out. Or maybe they just want to force it out. Destro real close to the players of LOC. Fragger gets taken down from the back lines. Justin providing that cover fire. Destro doing the dirty job. And just like that, Mogo get the first finish on the board.
Yeah, it's the first point on the board so far, but I think they can get a few more. We'll have the next circle in front of us in the next 5 seconds. Well, the blue zone is going to start to move in the next 5 seconds. Then we're going to have to wait a little while longer for the next circle, about a minute. But Mogo Esports, look at them. Slowly and steadily moving forward at the top of this small little hill of theirs. I think one of the prime targets for them has to be LOC. Just look on the radar. They are extremely close to this observatory that's under control of Mogo Esports. It's good cover to work with, but the exit options are limited.
Yeah, quite a lot. Especially if you're Mogo Esports at this point. And the circle again shifting away from you. Just have that one player inside the zone. Yeah, definitely the remainders will follow. A little bit of that plateau area so Mogo Esports can play this one out. And Mogo Esports, I think today has been so far the best day in the office for them. So far, all the games they've played, they've been quite consistent. They've barely lost out on a lot of points. Their fighting has been looking great. And I think this is a conversation that you and Necro were having. Finally feels like the champions are back.
Oh yeah, the champions have finally stepped in, but the circle steps in and completely ruins the day for a lot of these teams. Look at that shift. Takes us towards the west again. Quite close to the highway along the western shorelines. RTG IND definitely in the prime spot You can take control of those houses just towards the northwestern side, but it seems like Team Limra, they have the same idea. Although they're going to have to push through the players of Lifecraft. They find out Pasha's position, finish him off. Trigger tries to get away, but I don't think he's going anywhere apart from back to the lobby. Lifecraft, this is the end of their journey in this game at least.
Yeah, for Lifecraft, the way things started off, we were all hopeful that this could have been a big game converted. But Team Limra, do not let them have that smile. Instantly take them out. And for now, Team 8-Bit. Now this is also a team that needs to find a way to infiltrate inside the circle. And considering the fact that you've got Magnet, and now this is where Magnet really flourishes. These are those late games where they kind of tend to take a chicken dinner or two and still keep them in the race. And considering the position they're holding, they're also outside the circle. And they also need to get in. They have RTG IND right beside them.
This is about to get intense. Magnet Esports, 8-Bit, RTG IND, 2 teams, in fact 3 teams desperate for qualification, all 3 of them. So they're going to try and maximize their output from that fight, try and see if they can get the other 2 teams to force a fight against each other and then just pick off as many players as you can from either sides. Team Insane now, one of the few teams that's quite comfortable in a circle like this. They have decent cover to work with, and of course the swarms up front prevent a lot of these teams from closing in towards Insane's position. There it is, 8-Bit kicking things off. The first knock secured by Mac by a wonderful nade. He's going to try and find the second, but it's not going to work out. Falls a little too short.
I think for 8-Bit, their objective is quite different. They can easily get inside the circle. They need to watch out for Hyderabad Hydras though. But look at this sketch. You got to feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Especially getting knocked out, courtesy to the circle. Then Delta still managing to get that elimination for him. And Mogo Esports, they've unleashed themselves. Destro is just going to patch himself up. It's stage 5. So this is where your damage really starts hurting you. But for Mogo Esports, they know where they need to head next. And seems like they might meet the players of Team Insane or the last surviving member of Reckoning. As Hunters, his vehicle has been spotted out.
Well, vehicle spotted out, and I think it's going to be difficult for him to survive from there on out. But Mogo Esports now, the build-up begins. First player from the side of, well, Reckoning Esports, as you mentioned, Hunters, does eventually get finished off. 1 nade does the job, but Entity, my goodness, Troy knocked out. Somraj still left standing, but so much pressure on their heads from the players of Inferno Squad. I think they're still looking for the squad wipe. Omega with that 1 nade, quite close to Somraj. This does the trick. There it is. Entity forced to take an exit from this game extremely early. 7 teams though. Still remaining, 26 players still alive. And it's an open circle situation right now with RTG IND holding the prime spot inside of this game.
Yeah, they have their only compound. And they have all their players alive. 5 finishes strong. This is what RTG IND were really looking out for. But for Team Entity, like discussed, we knew that escape from Swarms really gets dirty. That is what happened to them. Got caught in the crossfires and Inferno Squads. They show no mercy. For Hyderabad Hydras though, get a beautiful knock on towards Afu. And Team Insane might be in a little bit of a pickle. And for Hyderabad Hydras, they are definitely going in for a push.
Oh, now they are. Shadow waiting on the other side. 2 knocks secured by Shadow and Evil. In fact, Evil gets both of them, but the nade almost taking them out. Still surviving Team Insane. Pressure from 8-Bit just multiplies 8 folds. And Team Insane, they're trying their level best to slow this aggression from the side of 8-Bit. Get sandwiched on the other side by the players of Mogo Esports as well. Now the backline players knocked out. Spy in the front line falls as well. Team Insane, this is going to be the end of their journey inside of this matchup. But who gets those points? Will it be 8-Bit or will it be Mogo?
All hell has broken loose over there. 4-5 teams, everybody fighting, trying to get all those delicious points. But from the backlines, Justin, he's instilling so much of that hurt as Team Insane almost on the cusp of getting eliminated. For the final player alive, the moment the smoke dissipates, he might even be history. As for Hyderabad Hydras, Madrek opting for that healing battle, that grenade, and it gets the deed done. But Team Limra, they're still fighting hard. They still have all their players alive, and who knows, they might bag a back-to-back.
In a blink, we are down to 4 4 teams, 13 players still alive. There's one from the side of, well, there's no more from the side of Mogo Esports. RTGIND with all 4, Team Limra with all 4, and 8-bit still with all 4 players still left standing. And they want more frags. Look at that, 7 finishes already in the bag. They've spotted out a few individuals from the side of Team Limra, taking down Poco in the backlines. Gokul extremely low, but it is the pressure from RTGIND upon the players of Team Limra that's forcing them to be on their knees all this time. Oh, Mighty barely staying alive over there. That was so lucky for 8-bit.
Yeah, too close for comfort, but for Team Limra, things are looking quite slim over here. Because RTGIND from the backlines, they're going to be instilling all that hurt. Look at Mac. He's got a very beautiful angle to work with.
They left Hesperos in the backlines for a heal battle, and he was the man to fall. That is the reason Team Limra get eliminated in this game now early.
Oh my god. Now for Team Limra, it's alright still. They still have Dragon to breathe though. But now it comes down to a 4v4. RTGIND. They've breached in inside the circle. And now 8-bit, they've got all their attention at that final surviving member of Team Limra. RTGIND did carve their way in. The big question, is 8-bit prepared for this?
I think they've invested too much utility into dealing with the players of Team Limra, and maybe just with those nades, RTGIND can prep up the players of 8-bit and then just push in their direction for an execution. But Dragon looking to ruin the day, takes a few shots. The damage from the blue is going to be a little bit too much to deal with, and there it is. The frag goes into the hands of the players of 8-bit. Now finally, an ultimate 4v4 between these two sides. Desperate for qualification. Both of them, RTGIND, a little bit further back in the overall leaderboard, but 8-bit, this game can change their fate. One player from RTGIND already knocked out. Mac dropped extremely low from the side of 8-bit, but all of this information, the wall of smokes, how does 8-bit deal with this?
Oh my god, at this point, RTGIND really opting for those revives. Mighty, 2 out in the open, gets taken down, but Aditya, he's gonna find the trade. And now it has all come down to a couple of players. Mac and Aditya need to piece this one together, because for RTGIND, it is gonna be against Radion and Ralphie. And now there you have it, Ralphie and Radion both having those crossfires. Aditya's position already quite compromised, and they know where the last player is.
Yeah, a small little blunder made from 8-bit, and it results in RTGIND walking away with a big chicken dinner. I think they got like 12 elimination points in that game. 11 or 12.
And who knows, they also might join the race of that top 8, because this is something that we've been talking about. But this game has again changed a lot of the dynamics, because now again that overall standing is going to be so volatile. Team Limra having such a consistent game even in this one. 8-bit, a big bounce back from them, but for NTT and Hyderabad Hydras, things are looking quite shaky.
And it changes a lot, especially from the perspective of 8-bit, because as you mentioned, the bounce back is going to be there. They had like 8 elimination points plus the top 2 finish. It brings them quite close, or in fact, I think it already propels them deep inside of that top 8 bracket. But the question is, do they have a safety cushion to work with? For RTGIND, I think they were on the last page of that leaderboard. So this might just get them to that second page, but they will have to put up similar numbers in all 4 matches tomorrow.
And let's be honest, they've done this in the past. They were in a similar situation during the wildcard. The final 2 days, they played out of the mines and somehow made it inside the semi. So I think that feeling needs to get triggered. And, you know, at these moments in these tournaments where the difference is too, not too much, it is recoverable. It is recoverable. We've seen miracles happen. We've seen teams make a comeback from the 3rd or the 4th page also. And top 8, you know, if from here RTGIND hit gold every single game, 10 to 12 points, who knows, they might make it.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? No one can predict the future. I mean, you used to have a crystal ball, I remember, but do you still have it?
We had it stolen from
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had it stolen. Now it's gone back in his hands. But anyways, I mean, it will be difficult for anyone to make assumptions for tomorrow, because it is the last day. It's when the teams and the players get most desperate. And of course, in those particular situations, when you are right on the verge of either making the biggest play of your career or the biggest mistake, you can't think clearly. And in that time, it's just spontaneous decision making, spontaneous fights being picked up here and there, a lot of desperate plays being made. So tomorrow it's going to be a different story. But at least for today, I think a lot of teams have recovered a lot of that lost momentum.
Yeah, exactly. I think for 8-bit, this has to be one of their best games so far. Considering in the spot that they were, and the decisions they made to get themselves inside. I mean, they survived that slaughterhouse that was almost there. You know, they were one of those teams that survived unscathed.
Yes.
Had all four of their players, but yeah, just to eventually mess it up in the end. Let's say okay.
Okay, now this is this one thing that me and Necro have been discussing. I mean, we do have the recap of the winner chicken dinner moment in front of us, but me and Necro usually talk about LOC quite a lot, right?
Yeah.
It is one of his favorite teams. He has been rooting for them for a long time. And one thing though we both agree on is they are very well versed in the early game action, but then out of nowhere they just disappear. In this game, the same thing happened. Good early fight and then poof, vanish, magic, vanishing act.
And that has been their trick. They have been doing that every single time, and they've been getting away with it. I was surprised. Then up till this point, and where teams have finally realized how to deal with them. So for LOC, their 4v4 games is very strong. You have all the players; they know how to hit like a machine. But then again, I think still some refinement being needed. Them being one of the underdog teams, I think this is where they're collecting all that experience. Who knows? Maybe in the next tournament they come up with better strategies, with better entries inside the circle. But so far, I think we've been pretty happy with how LOC have been playing. But still, hopes too high sometimes. But because the lobby is so tough.
Yeah, the lobby is extremely tough indeed. But let's see. I mean, things are how good things are going to turn out. We still have one more game left for the day, right? But before that, let's have a look at the numbers from this match. Let's start off with MVP of the match. It is Aditya from the side of 8-bit, and of course, valiant effort towards the end in that 1v2. He did his level best. So what he did in the end was secure those frags for his team before he went out. Otherwise, that would have been a waste of points.
Yeah, but you know, 8-bit really should have gotten this chicken dinner. Especially after getting the first knock, I really felt like a little bit of more coverage of that area could have helped them. But it's fine. I think for 8-bit, decent number of points collected. But when you look at the other usual suspects, Delta is going to be there. Mogo, they've pretty much been in the mood and the groove. And for LOC, Fuzzy has always been that player that has won our hearts. But for RTG IND, feels good to see Lobster and Radion back on the top 5 performance.
Oh, of course. I mean, they have been missing for a while, and now finally they are back. But I mean, the only thing we wish for, this happened a little bit earlier, because now it's a little bit dicey. But let's have a look at the match summary right now. 52 finishes in this game, 36 rescues, 0 vehicle finishes. That is surprising. 55 knocks, 8 grenade finishes, 248 is the longest distance finish, to 8,762 healing done, only 1 airdrop looted.
Yeah.
So, an average game of Erangel.
An average game, because I really feel like these facts and figures do not justify for the carnage that we got to witness throughout. I mean, Venom Gaming getting eliminated early on, and then that slaughterhouse situation, so much happening. But yeah, we move on to the point standings. 21 points for RTG IND, but still 8-bit getting those 16, and Mogo Esports. I think if you just talk about today's performance, Mogo Esports will be at the tippity top.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is going to be exciting to see how Mogo Esports made it all happen. But then we have Team Limra as well. Good recovery from Team Limra throughout the day. I mean, there was a point when we were very concerned what is going to go down with them. Of course, Hyderabad Hydras now. Hyderabad Hydras an entity. I think, yeah, they're not going to be in the top 8 maybe after the last game. Depends how it goes.
Exactly. That's what's really getting me concerned, because entity, yes, they have been in similar situations. Yes, they've had to play the wild card. Yes, they made a comeback in that game of Miramar. But tomorrow, things are going to be completely different. It is going to be a turbulent lobby. Everybody is going to be on the hunt. And, you know, those are really, really bad conditions to come playing in. And then we've got certain teams that are already flying high. Certain teams, their hopes already lost out. Because now, at the overall standings, when you take a look at this, Mogo Esports have completed all their 12 matches and 108 points. I think this time, Destro did not leave anything for the last day.
Oh, of course. And that is quite exciting itself. But now I think looking at the qualification barrier, 75 points as of now. 8-bit sitting there right on that 8th spot. Hyderabad Hydras dragged off on the 9th position. Entity as well to the 10th. Team Insane are going to be there quite close, 69 points. Inferno Squad on the 12th position with 68 points.
All right. I mean, at this point, you know, for 8-bit, this is a nice recovery from their side. Hyderabad Hydras, they're barely latching on. I think they're still into the mix of things, but for Entity, yeah, looks shaky. But for RTG IND, this is a nice recovery. Now, who knows, in the last game, they get another biggie. And suddenly, I think they will be latching on to little glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, 4 games, anything could happen. This team is known to be playing in those deep waters.
I mean, 53 points. Still quite a distance to cover up for RTGI IND.
Being at 73, 74 being the cutoff right now.
Yeah.
If they get another 20 points, who knows? We can start dreaming.
I think the cutoff is going somewhere around the mid-80s.
Yeah.
I mean, 80 to 85 maybe by the end of tomorrow. And that leap, that 30-point leap that they have to take. Oh, it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough, but why are you saying this? You are supposed to be the positive guy. You are the good cop. Me and Necro are supposed to be the bad cops here.
Yeah, not anymore, buddy.
You've changed sides already.
Yes.
Welcome to the dark side.
Yeah.
But for you guys watching us on this broadcast, you do have a chance to be a part of this epic saga, the BGIS Grand Finals, the conclusion, the Grand Finals happening at Hyderabad. Premium tickets are up for grabs, and Johnny, you know we've got so much happening there. So much in the lead passes, the meet and greet sessions, free snacks and meals, and the exclusive merch. That is something special.
Exactly. A lot of special things if you get yourself that Elite Pass. So do go ahead and check it out. Paytm Insider. The link is there in the chat section and, of course, down in the description as well. But now, again, I mean, we need to witness the elite gameplay from a lot of these teams heading into this last game. It will be on the map of Erangel. But before we jump into the action, let's have a look at this promo.
Make sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
You know, we've been saying this, and we might sound like broken records. You need not be default. Buy and wear your cred, get the new Royal Pass, check it out. But now coming back to business, the final game of the evening. It's going to be panned out in Erangel. And Johnny, so many big competitors, so many sharks in the ocean.
Yeah.
What about those little puffer fish?
They are going to get eaten. That's what happened. But puffer fishes can be poisonous sometimes, so you have to be careful. And that is what everyone needs to watch out for. And it is, again, one last-ditch effort for anyone on that third page of the leaderboard. If a lot of these teams like THW, if they do not have a big performance, and RTGI India as well, we can pretty much bid them adieu.
Yeah, really, the curtain's almost starting to fall down as now Group A, their matches are done and dusted. Group B come in to play their final game of the evening. Godlike, huge hopes, expectations from them. THW also haven't really, delivered. Yeah, a few good games here and there, but still really not keeping them in the mix of things. Rivalry Esports, however, and Voltex Gaming still in contention, still in that run. But for now, Johnny, he's had enough. He's going to do all that calculation, all that math. But at this point, I've got my Necro joining along with me. And hey, that previous game, 8-bit, was a really good performance.
It definitely was, and 8-bit they desperately needed such kind of performance as well. Now moving on forward, once again, VG, they got eliminated way too early in the game. It's something I did not really saw coming, but once again, knowing the fact that that team's already doing way too good in the overall standings, it's completely fine.
Yeah, I think for Kevin X Venom, they're almost just inching in on the finish line. Few more points, and we can say that, yeah, they've also made it. And for Kevin X Venom, of course, this is one of those lineups we've seen. I think I've seen them right from the very start, formerly Celsius. They've had a long run. They've won a couple of tournaments, including one LAN in a third-party event. And they've had a very good run. And suddenly you see a lot of drama happening even outside of this tournament. They've had to weather it all. And here they are. Because the first week of the semifinals, it felt like it was a whole different team, but feels good that they're now back.
And let's speak about the downfall of Magnet Esports too, right? Because looking at Magnet Esports, knowing the fact that how things really started off for them inside of the week 2, would really expected a lot more consistency from this team. But then looking at the day 3, Magnet Esports, they're nowhere to be seen. They have been just completely poofed into thin air.
I think for Magnet Esports, you would also agree, they always tend to have that one good game per day, and I really felt like this Erangel could have been theirs. They should have secured that chicken dinner, and who knows, would have still been floating on inside of the top 8 in a decent position. Because right now, 8-bit having a really good one, I think keeps them into the mix of things. But for TGI India, I mean, you did hear the chatter with Johnny, and now he's embraced the dark side. What about you, though? Do you think that they can make a comeback?
No, I don't think so. They definitely cannot make the comeback. All the other teams that are there on the last page, they cannot make the comeback at this point in time. They've only got the last few games to go. Some of the teams, they've only got 4 games to go. And at that point in time, we know it's the last day as well to try and qualify. There's going to be so much of that pressure on top of your head. And at that point in time, knowing the fact that these teams haven't been able to perform throughout all these 4 days, yeah, I don't really think so. At the last moment, anything's going to be changing. It's going to be the same storyline repeating itself. But then the real sign of concern over here has to be Entity. The performance dip is clearly noticeable.
Yeah, and that's quite hurting. Because for Entity, this was one of those teams that was right at the top spot. After day number 1 ended, even second day was quite decent. But today, this has been such a nasty fall. Such a hard pill to swallow, though. But right now, forgetting all of that, we charter into the virtual lands of Erangel once again. From Novripnoy towards Katka, this flight path trajectory is again going to give a lot of those teams a run for their money.
It's looking really good. This plane flat path, as you mentioned, starting all the way from Novo towards Quarry. And looking at this plane flat path, once again, just completely tilted down south. As you mentioned, it's going to be given a run for the money, that's for sure. We might just see those pit stop collisions once again where the teams like to get their hands on the basic weaponry and then they try to get their hands on the vehicles. And usually a lot of those teams, they do end up colliding their thoughts at the same time as well.
Now, I really want to get back to our old conversation. I need to rephrase my question, Necro. If RTGIND get another 20 to 22 pointer chicken this game, do you still think they have got hopes alive? Because right now, hey, they're sitting at around 52 points.
You are unrealistic over here. Let's
Somebody
speak
needs to play the good
on the
cop.
realistic side of things. Yeah, good cop, fine, but playing the dumb cop, that's different.
You're going to do that to me right now.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to be a realist, man. Straight up. Looking at the past stats and knowing how exactly RTGX was surviving till the final few moments is because they had the compounds to play with. They were not even going for the extra bit of risk.
Come on. I mean, they took a fight against Reckoning. What other risk you would have wanted for them to take?
Knowing the fact that RTGX their position isn't really looking too good, they need more elimination points. They need to take more risks. They need to go for more fights. Just even getting closer to a chicken dinner is not going to seal the deal. They need at least somewhere around 10 eliminations per game.
Look, man, I want to be a believer because, you know, in the wildcards, they still managed to squeeze in inside the top 16 out of 64, and they had a really rough start. Let's be honest. It was those final 2 days where they staged that comeback. And who knows, if they've done this in the past, maybe they might succeed, but looking at this circle, even I'm having doubts in my mind.
Yep, the circle shifting down south, 7 shorts for them, exactly the way things should close out for them. And now looking at the players of Voltix too, Voltix still a chance for them to make the comeback, right? So even for Voltix, things can definitely be better. VSS, that range, I'm not sure how well that's going to pan out. Magnet Esports, we just had to talk about this team, knowing exactly how much they were struggling. The man's just tapping away with the VSS. I'm not even sure how Destiny's going to be able to find that knockout. But yeah, it will be next to impossible in my opinion. Considering the man's out in the open, there needs to be some backup. Are there any vehicles for Magnet Esports to come through with that rescue?
Kind of reminds me of the old days when once upon a time, all these athletes love to use the VSS. In fact, I think Avi, the likes of Max Kaj, all of them were really good at it. But for Chandan, he is stuck in no man's land. And Magnet Esports feels like they're going to commit the entire kitchen sink try and rescue his teammate, and DHW with every passing second, they're starting to look
oh my
deadly.
God.
And this is what I was talking about. Look at Sam's position. Kyo Lamau getting that knock, and for Magnet Esports, things are looking really awry.
Yeah, they're done for. The rescue was a little bit too late. Magnet Esports just starting to make these rookie mistakes, and it's not the Magnet Esports we've seen in the past couple of stages, right? They were supposed to be much more advanced. They were supposed to be much more calm, cool, collected. But now they're cracking under that pressure as well, knowing the fact that the time's slipping by, the games are slipping by. Every single team, they're just not being able to feel themselves yet.
I mean, for Magnet Esports, this also goes on to pose this question. you know, should they have cut on their losses? But yeah, I sense the joy on your heads. Prime Esports getting really, really close to godlike. Because at this point, this is going to be exciting one. What was that?
I mean, there we go. Finally, something happening on the board. Jelly taken down and dusted. Godlike's game almost being spoiled. I mean, they do get the final man down, but still, Godlike, man, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow. Prime, they did get taken down, but still, before getting taken down, they took Jelly down with them. Now, the real question is, what was Jelly doing outside of that compound?
I mean, putting Jelly aside, what were Prime Esports thinking? What was that?
Prime Esports.
Look at this. You know, hold on. We've got to fight because now Inspiration, they're in a whole world of trouble. That PP Bison never looked so deadly until Cyrex started yielding it.
There we go. Voltix kicking things off on a great note. And now the man's also looking forward to blow the buggy up. Starboy, the only way he can survive that blast. Well, he has anyway, so I'm going to take my words back. Starboy. Vault's on the opposite side. He's trying to get the revival done. Vishu is closing personal. Man's got his hands on the DBS, and there we go. That's going to be the death blow right there. But then NIY too, they chime inside of the fight. What exactly is going on? So many teams that have already given up on the hopes and dreams of qualifying, and now they're over here to contribute a little bit more to the aggression.
Oh, Dagger Devil, so much out in the open, and Sam could not provide that cover fire. But Ravan's still alive though. As Voltex, this is such an important fight for them. What could have been such an easy, good fight, suddenly they find themselves in deeper waters. With Ravan already tossing up that grenade, if it sails through, it is going to be horrendous. But even Voltex, they need to find some escape route. How are they going to come out of this alive? That's the big ask.
NIY, 3 players in the front. The nade's being tossed to perfection. It might just find the knockout that's needed. And now the man just looking forward to back away from this entire spot. Utils are looking pretty deadly, but then NIY, they start to make a rookie mistake. They forget to check the opposite side, and Cyrax, this was a man just pinned over there. He knew someone's going to overstep the boundaries.
Look at this, 5 finishes already secured. And NIY, their aspirations, their hopes were all torn apart. And at this point, not even a single soul is close to the tree bridge at this point. NIY now starting to doubt themselves because they certainly look to be backing off from here, and they need to do that ASAP because the Reckoning Storm is slowly but surely starting to start.
He just used the smoke to grab that one single energy drink.
Yeah, why not? Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Interesting. NIY on a move, on the run. Oh, he forgot that you eject all the way at the bottom. But I guess he will be safe for now, but not too safe. Sam, some miscalculations. And focusing on what's going on the screen. In general, focusing on this game and just trying to recall the past a little bit more. I mean, Prime Esports, they've already given up. They do not even care if they get eliminated at this point. But they're just here to spoil the game of Godlike. And now looking at NIY, knowing the fact that Voltix will try to rotate, or even NIY themselves try to rotate down south, this fight came through. For NIY too, they've got nothing to lose, so they're completely fine with this fight.
Prime Esports at this point, they feel like a ticking time bomb. They just want to ensure the countdown begins and suddenly they land in front of somebody from Godlike. Does not matter if they get blown into thin air, but they want to ensure they want to take somebody from Godlike with them. And yes, Godlike do have those finish points, but with the cost of their IGL, that is going to be such a huge blow. And even talking about the history of Team Godlike, the Southern Circles haven't really been that great. Have always struggled, and this time, they're really playing from the edges.
And knowing Godlike, they're going to try to take that Reckoning route. Reckoning Esports being in the way of Godlike. This is going to be really rough. As the time keeps on passing by, the struggles, they will keep on surmounting. You've also got Kemenix Venom is going to try to close in from the back line, so you can't say it's going to be that big pinch.
It will. And let's not also forget that Reckoning, they've been quite mischievous with Godlike. They've also been their kryptonite, and every single day on Twitter you see Reckoning just taking them down and suddenly posting those clips. and the entire internet goes amok. It's crazy. Every single day they have one of those clips out there of them wiping out Godlike.
That's what Reckoning is meant for, I guess. I mean, with the way this organization functions, that's how they are. They're quite a fun org, right? Not just in this game, right? Even in a couple of different titles, they pretty much do the same thing. They're pretty good at doing the banter.
Yeah, the social media game is quite strong.
Yeah.
And for Godlike, I think they've always been on the receiving end of things. I mean, imagine at this point they are really hoping that they make it through. The last time I think Godlike and their fans really celebrated was during those wild
Oh my God, Fixes. It's going to be one of those curveballs where the circle shifts up north.
You really think so?
Yep. The circle's going to shift up north at the last moment. Just keep on watching.
All right.
Every single team will be thinking that, yes, the circle's going to shift down south, so everyone's going to try to rotate there. And then there will be one team on the northern side that will be on the lucky side of things.
At this point, you know, when you look at how the circle has around, I think, 60% of it stayed in the southern side, that would be a huge shocker. And we have seen this happen in the BGIS.
Yeah, we have. A lot of times.
Yeah, a lot of times. And it's always been a tournament where we are kind of expecting the unexpected. And if it takes that northern shift, who knows? Now, for Godlike, you've got Carnival Gaming also right beside them. Hyderabad Hydras have got such a good holding spot over there. And things are looking quite murky at this point for them.
They indeed are. Even for Galaxy Esports, the performance dip has been noticed. Yeah, a couple of games really good, but then the rest just completely dipping down on the performance. It's not something Galaxy Esports is supposed to do. They need to have the consistency up as well, because slowly and steadily, even their spot is getting compromised in the overall standings. And looking at Godlike, moving in from that 12-pack, they want to take the control. It'll be too much to try and hold down just for a 3-man squad. So Godlike, they need to do something else. And now they're trying to figure out a rotation pathway down south.
I think Godlike has finally crossed that 60-pointer marker. And I think you would also agree that hopes are still there for Godlike. If they can somehow manage to squeeze in around 10 to 12 points in this game, maybe tomorrow could be a fighting chance. And if they could replicate something that they did in the final day of the wildcards, who knows? We're going to finally witness Godlike attending the grand finals as athletes. Their trophy cabinet, we've been talking about this, Necro, has been quite vacant. I think they've been waiting for that one official trophy, and that's been long overdue. I think the last big prize they got for themselves was the first BGIS, where Neo was the MVP.
Old days, old times.
Okay. It's been almost, what, 3 years?
Yep. But as a human, you're supposed to evolve. You're supposed to move on from the past and never look back. And now focus on the present. NIY from the top, just raining down death and destruction against Voltex. And knowing the fact that NIY, they've also got the high ground to play with just a 2-man squad, I'm not sure what exactly they can pull off here. And NIY, shots were taken. Aryan back in towards that watchtower. Tiger Devil as well is right there. You see Reckoning Esports' Viper. Man, this guy, what is he even doing at this point?
You remember that game of Weekendy where we had a similar bridge circle and Reckoning? They were causing so much trouble for the others. And they love the bridges. And Viper, surely flying up high. It feels like the snake is inside his forest. And one of the ones who kind of preys on the top of those trees. Look at the amount of vision that he has.
Yeah, but then he's also quite exposed, right?
It doesn't matter. But, you know, the setup from Reckoning looks quite solid. And I feel like they want to take this fight against Kevin Venom. I think they're preparing themselves for that.
I think so, somewhere down line, even Reckoning Esports, they're just waiting. They're not brute forcing their way towards down south because they know there's a high chance the circle can shift up north as well. Even Carnival Gaming, they're not brute forcing just yet.
Yeah.
They're waiting. Anything can happen. Even Godlike doing the same thing. I guess a lot of these teams are speculating the circle to shift up north. But if it does shift down south, then the situation is not going to look too good. Magnet Esports all the way at the bottom of the zone towards that military island. Playing on the edges. Even Rivalry Esports now, they're starting to make that rotation, which is quite a long one. For a lot of these teams, the future's looking pretty shaky, and Galaxy Esports still all the way towards Severny. I'm not even sure what they're doing at that point.
I mean, at this point, I really feel like all these teams, the likes of Magnet, 8-Bit, especially for 8-Bit, made that quick rotation. In fact, a rotation took the boat, came in from that southern side. Even for the likes of Magnet Esports, they're playing all from the edges. They want to make sure they've got their 6 clear. For Rivalry also, that was a nice move. And they're severely banking upon the fact that the circle goes down south. All these teams will be thrown for a toss if we get to see that northern hard shift. And Godlike, I think, is hoping for a similar one. A northern one, in fact. RTG, IND, they're also trying to close in.
Yeah, they definitely are. We spoke of Cheminix Venom, and their position is compromised. Reckoning Esports, they do spot out the players in the front, and now the next zone shift is going to be in front of us. As I expect, it's going to shift up north, but you never know. Instead, it shifts down south exactly. And now, for teams like Godlike to move in, it's going to get even worse. A lot of these teams were still hoping on that 10% chance of the circle shifting up north, but now as it does not, the script is once again just going to go the way everyone or the majority of the lobby expected.
You know, at this point, I would really urge the players of Godlikes maybe to, just take a swan dive inside the water and squeeze in through. There's no point, even thinking to cross from the bridges. They're not going to walk out alive. But considering not those places haven't been taken, and it's going to be so much more tougher for the likes of Reckoning also to try and force their way inside the lobby. But I may be wrong because Viper, he's already opened things up.
Yeah, against Voltix. And he needs to do that as well, but then at the same time needs to look out for the backlines because there's going to be the great pinch coming in soon.
Yeah.
And Reckoning Esports, they will be on the receiving end of things. Cyrex gets knocked out and confirmed. And as I mentioned, Viper Squad exposed too. There we go. Himo founds out the knockout. That position comes in with a lot of that disadvantage too. Yes, you will get the information, but the high ground always comes in with the disadvantage. And that's what exactly happened. The man was way too exposed, gets knocked out from Himu. Beautiful spray that was. And now you can say once again the odds being flipped against Reckoning Esports. There's even Arjun on the opposite side. Look at the positioning, look at the stance from Voltix.
Yeah, with every passing second, things get worse for Reckoning. And now there you have it. Gravity Shot also being picked off, and Chemin Venom, they know this is their cue where they make that villain entry. And there you have it. Getting Gravity Jot's finish stolen. Chemin Venom establishing their presence. Now Hunters is well aware of what's going on. And Chemin Venom, they did not want to spare anyone at this point. Making no bias there. Even Himu gets taken down.
Yeah, Himu knocked out as well. So Vishu now just looking forward to back away from this entire spot. And it makes a lot of sense too, right? Bridge camping this late. Reckoning Esports taken down with a 3-man squad. Voltix now looking too comfy as well. I guess Reckoning Esports as well. This is like a good call to just back away from this spot. Maybe eject from the bridge lines, move underneath, play from the waters. Yes, you won't really have the vehicles to play with, but then you would need a clean squad wipe. And now Hyderabad Hydras, some more troubles brewing up on the screens as Omega, he knocks on the door with quite an assertive fashion.
Oh, Hyderabad Hydras. The stars seeming to dim out for them. Losing out of those numbers constantly. Yes, Goblin, he's down on his knees. But still, for Carnival Gaming, they're already flying high. Hyderabad Hydras, the dragon head almost cut off. They still need to get inside the circle, and with so many teams around them, and for Carnival Gaming, they've got another foe to feast upon. Galaxy Esports right in front of them. But
oh
Galaxy
my god,
at this
no
point
way!
Do not want to engage in any of those fights. They directly want to get inside the circle.
There's just no way they straight up make that entry. Between these three teams fighting against each other, Galaxy Esports, they find a free route open inside of that military island. Galaxy Esports, this has got to be a joke. The players, they just straight up cross on over. They do not even care about the world. And now Carnival Gaming, they're left to fight it out against Hyderabad Hydras and even THW. And THW, they're definitely taking a lot of that damage. CG, they're doing a fantastic job keeping up against the heat. But still, Galaxy Esports really just mocking these foes on the faces.
I do not know what to comprehend from this situation, but again, valiant effort coming in from Akshit's side. There you have it, Carnival Gaming have secured those 4 finishes, and now they want to feast on the players of THW Destiny, one of the final players alive, and he manages to clutch it out. How
oh my god,
on
he's
earth?
done. He's done. He can't survive. He's going to take out to his death. No, barely survives. Those bandages, they're saving the day for THW. Destiny, oh my god, he's going to survive. He keeps his team barely alive inside of the game, but once again, for THW, they've already given up on all the hopes and dreams anyways. Taken down with a 2-man squad. Even RTGXIND now is going to start to close on in from that same spot. Even Godlike is going for that late game rotation. And it's not going to work out. There's too many teams on the bridge lines.
Yeah, but I feel like it can. Because at this moment, Godlike, it's still a 4th circle. Yeah, they're taking those damage. RTGIND is over there. You've got THW. But
Lobster's in the back, and he's going to give the position away, so RTGXIND, they can still hold off Godlike. That's my main point. Lobster now will give that position away. Godlike, they're going for a fight against Lobster, which is not a good news at all. They need to focus on what's in the front. They do get the elimination onto him, but then just look at this. RTGXIND, now they're going to start to hold down the bridge.
Starting to ponder if Lobster had a lot of meds on him. Okay, Godlike could also opt for that healing battle, but RTGIND, I think, for them, it's more important at this point to enter inside the circle. That is quintessential. But for now, Magnet Esports, they have survived their way inside of the Southern Island. But now they're under heavy fire. Taking a fight against Rivalry Esports, who've also crossed in by a vote. And at this point, it's going to be such a close one.
Oh, Reckoning Esports in the prime spot. You've got Rivalry. Utilities being rained down on top of them. Magnet Esports, Sarvar gets knocked out. It's 8-bit now knocking on the doors as well. And for Magnet Esports, already the manpower wasn't really looking too good. But they were still taking those fights. Galaxy Esports slowly and steadily dwindling down in those numbers as they come collapsing down. They've lost out on one more player. Galaxy Esports, there's another man in the clotheslines, and his position is known too. Evil in the water.
This is baffling, to be honest. Reckoning, they were under such heavy fire. Still, they've got 3 players surviving, and still they've made it inside the circle. Really out of anything to say about this. This is magic being conjured in front of us, but DP and even Evil taking his final breath. But for THW, Ninja is still alive, and Destiny, he's already has his moment.
THW just waiting for the teams to rotate out from that spot. Unfortunately for Ninja, his vehicle's on the verge of being exploded. So this man needs to move in the zone, and that's what he's doing so far. There's also Bucky right in the front, which is looking completely healthy. But he does not go for that pick. Reckoning Esports in the best spot you can ask themselves to be in. But then you've also got Voltix right on the trail. Viper, this nade needs to connect in order to find any sort of semblance, security to the spot, and then the man instantly gets knocked out.
Oh wow, they finally want to settle their differences right here, right now. Reckoning Esports. Viper strikes back once again. Look at Godlike, they've also managed to squeeze in inside of the circle. Vishu,
oh my god,
this grenade is going to be devastating. And there you have the knocks already secure. Godlike this time hunting after the players of Keminex Venom. Jonathan, he's taken some massive amount of damage. Admino still keeping the dreams alive.
Admino is the only man single-handedly keeping Godlike in the race. And Keminex Venom, they've taken a lot of that damage, but still Jonathan gets knocked out from Rivalry. It's not looking too hot. Jonathan confirmed from the game, and now Godlike taken down to a 2-man squad, but they've still managed to squeeze in 5 elimination points. But if they do get eliminated on this spot, these points won't be enough to keep them in the race.
Phantom against Viper. This is such an interesting battle to watch. 2 very young assaulters, 2 very interesting prospects, and now Keminex Venom. They also want to settle some scores against Reckoning. They still have 3 players alive though, just 2 finishes however collected. And Sim, that's all she wrote. Rivalry, they are literally mopping the floor with Godlike Esports. And exit at the 11th position with just 5 points. Necro, are the curtains already fallen off for Godlike?
Tomorrow's day has to be flawless fixes. It has to be incredible. Double digits on the board every single game, 1 single mess up, and Godlike loses on that spot towards the grand finals. They're not that far away from the top 8. But still, anything can happen. There is that glimmer of hope still available for the godlike fans. Mechanics Venom taken down with a 3-man squad. Still looking good. The breaching point's not clear though.
It isn't. And now, a lot of shots are being fired at their direction. For Reckoning though, they've got that little smoke to work around with. Have gotten the revive on Shikari. They need to be a little careful. RTG IND are right on their 12. And at this point, look at this. Too close for comfort. Venom, he spotted out the players of Reckoning, and Shikari has taken some massive amount of damage with RTG IND also trying to pinch in. This looks to be really deep waters that Reckoning have landed themselves in.
Yeah, the man needs to patch himself up, and that's the last first aid that he's now using. And Reckoning Esports, they've got RTGX IND on the bottom. You've also got Cheminix Venom at the top. And Reckoning Esports not really in good waters right now. They need to move out of this spot. But considering they're also doing quite good in this spot at the same time, so Reckoning Esports now starting to rethink the decisions. And Cheminix Venom, as they try to close on in, they do spot out even the players of RTGX IND. And now look at Venom. Ejects out in the open. He's got no clue. There's one man from Reckoning Esports right next to him. He needs to be a little bit more careful. Shikari Jod, though, is now looking for to back away inside of that zone. So Reckoning Esports, I like that call.
I love it. But Shikari's position was compromised. Gets to that grenade projectile. And Venom, he wants to ensure that he double checks it. Still does not find any success, but now Shikari is going to be out in the open.
My God!
He still fights back. A beautiful knock with that Scarrel. And suddenly Altu finds his team in a whole world of trouble.
Now the main issue for Shikari is that he's got no first aids left over. So this nade's going to do the deed, and the man gets knocked out. Reckoning Esports not looking too hot anymore. Taken down to a 2-man squad. We'll make that just one considering it's all down to Hunters. But still Reckoning, at least they have squeezed themselves in that top 8. Shikari gets confirmed. Reckoning taken down to just that one man. While you look at the side of Cheminix Venom, the calm and composed nature has helped him.
But for Rivalry, this is looking out to be really a big game. A really good one at that. Still have all 4 of their players alive. And they're in the flow. They've already entered that zone, and now at this point, getting those 8 finishes, if they could maybe get around 1500 chicken dinner, things could change. But look at Devil just trying to run away, show his back to his opponent, and now they are getting shredded apart.
No way, Ralphie comes out on top in that duel, right? And now he's also going for that patch-up too. The man's got his hands on the 6-frag grenade as well, so that's even going to be the icing on top of the cakes that's needed. RTGX IND slowly and steadily closing on up towards that factor. 7 Shores unfortunately losing out on 2 players in return. RTGX IND on the verge of prevailing in this fight, but then 7 Shores, they're still looking for to fight back even more. Tiger gets knocked out with a well-placed nade, and Radion's going to be the one to kickstart things once again in this duel. As now it's all down to Toxic. Another nade sails in. Toxic's way too low. And he repositions.
He needs to inject his Venom. He needs to show that toxicity. But for RTG IND, they are trying to creep in. They're trying to close in. It's all about them having the better of the circle. And Toxic feels like he's got no idea that Radion is right beside him. That Molotov flies in. And finally he gets that hope. He knows where Radion is hiding at. And now he needs to patch himself up. At this point, Toxic, he's going to make that move, and now he's going to be quite careless. But wow, that was a knock and a half. But Radion needs to really find that closure, really needs to get that conviction as Toxic just bobbing and weaving, and so does Radion. But who flies high? It will be the boys of RTG IND. Still 3 players alive, 7 finishes secured.
RTGX IND somehow rising up from the ashes when we thought that this team will be eliminated, but they're still giving it all. 8-Bit up against the 2 players of Rivalry. It's a 2-on-2. And 8-Bit, yeah, slowly and steadily cracking under that pressure. But then Rivalry, unfortunately for them, there's also Cheminix Venom from the top, taking shots. Rivalry Beast is in the front, and even Beast does not stand a chance. He looks completely lost.
Yeah, at this point for 8-Bit, down to their last man, Aditya. At this point, for Cheminix Venom, how are they going to get inside? Yes, they do have the numbers, but RTG IND, they've already recuperated. One good grenade, and there you go. Arib opens the doors, and for Venom just surviving on that sliver of HP, it's just a matter of seconds that they get obliterated. RTG IND this could be a comeback and a half, but for 8-bit, they've also been quite consistent.
They indeed have been. The survival game is on point for 8-bit. And now they're also going for that patch-up. Mac and Aditya moving in tandem. And you never know, maybe 8-bit, they can steal this chicken dinner away from the foes in the front. 8-bit, they do not really have a lot of those elimination points, but still the survival gameplay has been on point for them. As you mentioned, they have been super consistent in today's day. Utilities tossed in the front. 8-bit, Mac and Aditya not looking in too much of good shoes. Aditya right there. Mac closes on up. And now, looking at this entire board, RTGXI indeed, they're just moving around all across the circle. Areep gets knocked out in the open, and then even Aditya gets traded instantly. Now it's all down to Mac from the side of 8-bit, and two players from RTGXI indeed. One man's in the back, the one man's trying to apply some more pressure, and Mac just spamming through the smoke. He empties the magazine, but he still gets that knock in the final bullet. And now the M4 or the Scarlet's doing a lot of that damage, but unfortunately in the end, still RTGXI indeed, they managed to come through against all the odds.
All back to back, and they're back, baby. RTGIND are the phoenix rising from the ashes. The moment we thought they had perished in the sands of time, here they are flying high and mighty once again, hoping for that dream run. And to the end, it was such a nice fight, man. Who would have thought? I mean, valiant efforts from kudos to Mac though, because he got that first knock, and the second, the moment he switched on that Ace 32, still hit the head. But yeah, against a shotgun, he really came in close. Did fly close to the sun, but eventually, RTGIND. Now Necro. Again, the same question. Now are you going to be a believer?
Maybe I am. I guess, considering the fact that they actually got that chicken dinner, which I did not expect at all, definitely there is a chance for belief now. RTGXIND, what is going on? I mean, if you guys would have performed the same way in the first 2 days, then you would have been in the top 8 already. But now just look at them out of nowhere, springing back to life. Was this a joke? Was this a script?
Who knows? They've been writing that every single time. They've been giving us those heart attacks. They've been, forcing us to not believe in them, and suddenly like, guys, calm down. We got this. I really want to see where they end at by the end of the evening. They had around 52 points, and this time this chicken dinner was also around with 10 to 12 eliminations. I really feel that they've crossed that 70 marker, and yeah, I think they can start dreaming.
Yes, they indeed can. I think so they're going to be in the top 12, right?
Yeah.
There's definitely a high chance. And now looking at RTGXIND making that massive leap in catapults, the other teams like Godlike, once again, the pressure's not going to be lingering on top of their head because they will be pushed down in the overall standings.
And considering they've just got 4 games to play, and now they've got so many foes to deal with. Yeah, Prime Esports, they've been, just sacrificing themselves away. Like I said, right, they've been the ticking time bomb going in there. Godlike have been enjoying those freebies there.
Yeah.
But still, at a cost of a player or two sometimes. So Prime Esports, they will still be breathing under their noses. But at this given moment, I think they are around that 60 to 65. Still, there is chance. But for 8-bit, I think they're going up high.
Now, the only way Godlike can actually avoid this drop collision is by changing it over and over again in every single Erangel that they play. Once you drop in towards School, the other time you drop in towards Yasna Poliana, the other time you drop in towards Georgiapol. That's the only way you can try and avoid it. But still, these are 3 free points that you're getting. But you need to make sure in the upcoming collisions that it's going to be a flawless conversion.
You know what? We really need to see the winning moment once again, because that came too close for comfort. Because RTGIND, yes, they had the man advantage, and the idea was there from Areep's side to just drive them over. Eventually, they got the better out of the players of Keminex Venom. But look at this moment. Mac heroics over there. And eventually, Aditya, he was just pushed in by 2 players and was quite helpless. But look at Mac, how he just lines them up.
Oh my God.
Ralphie getting taken down, and this is where, with the Scarrel, the head gets connected. But yes, did not have a lot of HP to work things around. But at this point, even for rivalry, they had such a nice game. They might not have gotten the chicken dinner, but I think top 4, top 5 with decent amount of finish points. I think they're also scoring a lot of points.
Oh, definitely they are. But once again, just analyzing that previous scenario a little bit more, right? Only if the man wouldn't have emptied the magazine inside of the smoke, things could have been much different. Even if he would have had 2 bullets in the shotgun, he would have still won that duel.
Yeah. I think he had the momentum though.
Yes.
Because the moment you in that 1v2 situation, you get that first knock, suddenly the panic strikes in.
It's
And
not
I
the
do
panic,
agree.
the adrenaline, right?
No,
in the
for
good
the
way.
opposition. For the opposition, it does strike in. It could go anywhere. And has to be somebody from RTG IND being the MVP in this one. Because they are really doing the impossible over here. 5
thief.
finishes. Yeah, it does not matter. Damage numbers, we're not going to pay a lot of attention to that. Those 5 finishes look like 5 points to me.
Of course they do, man. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, he is a thief, but at the same time, if something's working out for you, might as well just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Radion, the professional thief. Moving in towards THW, you've also got Destiny on the board. You've also got Aditya from 8-Bit. The 8-Bit just being super consistent in today's day. Rivalry Esports too, actually. Speaking of consistency, this team has been slipping under that radar.
Yeah, that is exactly what I talked about. But I think we've got to give some limelight to Destiny. That clutch against Carnival Gaming, he barely was surviving on a strand of a hair.
Yep, he was.
Still managed to clutch it. Still managed to patch himself up. And that was too close for comfort. But taking a look at the match summary, few more stats and figures. Anything that really pops out?
No, not really. I mean, maybe just 5 grenade finishes. That's something that's definitely popping out for me. You've also got 59
healing.
finishes. Yeah, 13,025 healing. I guess a lot of those teams were tanking that damage from the blue, right? All the way at the top. Godlick was one of those. You also had Galaxy Esports rotating quite late. And yeah, what exactly happened to Galaxy Esports, man? I mean, in the overall standings, yes, they were doing really good at the start of the day, but then later on, you've seen that downfall in major ways.
Look at this, 21 points step up. And I think for Galaxy Esports, they could never make it inside the circle. Last I remember, they were very late rotating in.
Oh, no, they did make it inside of the circle. Remember, it was the players of, I think so, CG fighting against the players of THW, and there was also another team at the top near the satellite tower.
It was pretty late. It was Hyderabad
It was really
Hydras.
late. Yeah, it was Hyderabad Hydras at the top. And then the Galaxy Esports just disrespecting everyone, mocking them on their faces, rotating out in the open towards the bridge. That was quite a fun rotation, but it did not work out, unfortunately, for the guys.
Yeah, did not get anything but just 2 points out of this game. For Carnival Gaming, 4 points does not matter. Vortex Gaming, though, they had such a good position inside the circle. Won that first fight against NIY, but that was all she wrote. Not a single position point there.
Yeah, I mean, looking towards Hyderabad Hydras, as you mentioned, just 1 point. For Hyderabad Hydras, points are needed, man. They're all the way at the edge. And if they cannot perform, well, then that's a big sign of concern. Just getting 1 point, it's really bad. Even Entity Gaming, Hyderabad Hydra is now starting to follow the same trail. These known names, if you're really not going to be seeing them in the grand final, it's going to be a major heartbreak. Now the overall standings in front of us, and on the 8th spot, it's going to be 8-Bit. They finally do crack in, but look at RTGXIND on the 9th. Now that's what you call a major catapult.
Yes, indeed. And they've, gone past Hyderabad Hydra's Entity also. A team that was literally languishing at the very depths of Tartarus. I do not know. Feels like they're Kratos from God of War coming back once again. But for Godlike, 61 points. I mean, at the point, the way the cutoff is really going up high, still Sword hanging over their thread. In fact, over their head. But for Voltex, I mean, at this point, 61 points for them. Inferno Squad, they've all been falling apart.
They indeed have been, but keep this thing in mind, it's not that big of a deal still. You can make it with just one single good game. All you need is that chicken dinner with maybe 20 points, and you can instantly move in towards that 8th spot. And then you've also got the latter half of the board of the overall standings, and you see Lifecraft right there too. For some reason, I'm getting a gut feeling that Lifecraft tomorrow will perform really well off the rip. They will get a chicken dinner.
You think they're going to do what they replicated in the wildcards the final day? They come
one
in
good
Erangel,
game.
19-20, get a 30 bomber out of nowhere. They're also in the race. Hey man, we have been surprised enough. We have been toyed with. We've been played with. And with Lifecraft, I think it's still possible. It's all about getting past their demons. They've done this once in the past, and similar situations were like that. But for now, I think we're at such an impasse where it's so difficult to really say who makes it, who does not. Because we've got a little bit of that segregation now. Because 86 points is where 8-Bit are sitting, and the next is 74. So difference of around 10-12 points. If RTG IND pull off a hat-trick tomorrow, they're flying high.
Listen, let's not try to be too technical, all right? One good game, that's all that's needed.
One good game.
If no matter where you are on the latter half of the board, even if you're on the 9th spot, you still need one good game. Because at the end of the day, even if you do make it in the top 8, keep this thing in mind. On the last day, there's going to be a lot of that small sport, man. There's going to be so many teams just going out for you off the rip, and knowing the fact that some of these teams will be having a chance to qualify, just like how Godlike is getting sabotaged, someone else will be getting sabotaged tomorrow.
Yeah, and that is really going to hurt for so many of these teams. So to sum up what happened today, we saw certain teams already ensure qualification. Carnival Gaming, Mogo Esports, their doors have opened. Cheminx Venom had a decent day. But now RTG, IND have completely flipped the script, and tomorrow is going to be the doomsday.
Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen, till the top 16. So unpredictable the overall standings are, and so unstable. Well, you know what? Enough talks for today. We'll just see you guys tomorrow itself.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते अब? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली।
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। आई मूव्ड ऑन इन लाइफ। कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Amit?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए,
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख मेज पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
Make sure they know with the new Royal Pass. Get epic skins. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट।
सोलना तो पड़ेगा। विकेट! 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक, तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से।